who knew I would make it this far. They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this, go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Ay, please don't play no games with me. I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart. We always playing rough. I had enough. It ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous.
All right. Salute ATP. What it do, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building tonight covering the Erickson Lubin Bryant. Erickson Lubin Bryant. Yo, bro, I'm so scatterbrained, man. Erickson Lubin Virgil Ortiz Jr. tonight, right? Going to be covering the prelim fight tonight. Guys, we know what's on the line tonight at the 154-pound weight class division. This is a big needle mover fight right here. Fight of the year candidate tonight. So you guys got to know how excited I am to be in the building. Salute to everybody who is in here. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we step into the building. I'm sure people will be creeping in as the prelims go by. Most people are going to be more concerned about the main event card, of course, but you know, we here to cover it all from the beginning until the end, right? It is what it is. Shout out to everybody who is in the building. Hope I'm coming in clear right now. Let's see here. Derlin James in the building. Salute, Derlin James. What you got to say, Derlin? Said, no doubt. To doubt Lubin is to doubt the landscape of 154. Everyone not named Charlo had to bounce back. Yeah. Salute to you, Derlin, man. Salute to the visionary in the building as well. Salute. Yeah, this fight right now is one of those fights. And Vegas would have you thinking it's something else, right? Vegas would have you thinking that this fight is not one of those fights. The way the odd makers kind of put it together is kind of crazy, to be honest with you, right? It's kind of crazy. Shout out to literary Pharaoh as well in the building. Kind of crazy the way Vegas has it set up. Almost makes you want to look deeper into it to be like, all right, well, you know, is this already set up? Is Vegas already kind of like know something we don't know? Right? It is what it is. But regardless, we're going to watch the fight tonight and we're going to pick our winners tonight. Hopefully the judges, hopefully everybody who's involved in this event is doing their job, right? And not getting caught up in the politics too much, and they don't rob anybody tonight or steal anything from us, the fans, tonight, by allowing the politics to infiltrate into what's going on here, right? So we'll see how that turns out. Yesterday's weigh-in was a very eventful weigh-in in its own way, right? I mean, it wasn't eventful. Both fighters have a lot of respect for each other, and we can always appreciate the sportsman-like conduct of these fighters, right? We can always appreciate that portion of the game. We love to see the fighters move with that energy. But ultimately, though, I think the interviews afterwards were very telling, right? We saw interviews with Virgil Ortiz Sr., interviews with Oscar De La Hoya. Today, I actually watched an interview with Eddie Hearns, and very interesting how two sides of the conversation have these complete different perspective on what has transpired in the past and maybe even what's transpiring right now. And as the guys standing from the outside looking in, it's kind of hard to process and metabolize all the information and really understand what we're going to end up with at the end of the day, right? Maybe I'm being a little long with you guys know how I like to get with the words. Let's see if I can keep it more simple. It's kind of hard to read the room. Right? It's kind of hard to read the room to get an understanding of how willing are either side, how willing are they to make this fight happen. Now, Eddie Hearn and Jerron Boots Ennis have made their way to Texas, and they're supposedly going to be out there ringside. No doubt in my mind, a product of Eddie Hearn's strategy on a way to motivate and make this fight happen. Guys, we've been in the dark for the most part because we've never got to see everybody in the same room at the same time. So here we have Eddie Hearn, who said that, months ago, let us know that Virgil Ortiz Jr. versus Jerron Boots Ennis was a fight that was in the works, right? He told us that there was a sit down that happened that involved the zone executives and involved Golden Boy representation. We would have assumed Oscar De La Hoya, Eric Gomez. These are the people we would assume were in the room, as well as whatever the zone representatives, and of course Eddie Hearn, who's there to represent the interest of Jerron Boots Ennis, and led to believe that this was already in the works. But when you speak to Virgil Ortiz's team, and even specifically Virgil Ortiz Jr. and his father, this couldn't be more further from the truth. This just was not. There was no agreement made on how this fight would end up being, right? So, okay, who's telling the truth? Who's lying? Or is there some sort of miscommunication? Where's the gray in this supposed black and white situation? In other words, black and white means what Eddie Hearn says it is what it was, or what Virgil Ortiz Sr. and Jr. says it is what it was. But it seems like from the outside looking in, you're trying to figure out where can these two stories meet and build up something for us as the boxing space to consume in a real way, right? Not be artificially flavored, right? It is what it is. So as everything is developing, I don't know. I feel like that's one of the biggest anticipations of tonight's event, is trying to get to the bottom of that and see what's really going on. Because when you watch Virgil Ortiz Sr. or you watch Robert Garcia speak on it, they don't believe this fight is next for Virgil Ortiz. And Virgil Ortiz Jr., the fighter, and like I tell you guys all the time, very rarely is the fighter not willing to make the fight, right? Every now and then the fighter is the one being the issue. But for the most part, I think the outside entities, the promoters, the managers, the fathers, the people who have vested interests in said fighter's career usually have a lot to do with the influence on the culture of the fight being put together. So we have to kind of be patient and wait for all these guys to line things up the way they want them lined up so that it makes sense for them. Because if you ask me, if it came down to the fighters just fighting the best fights, I would love to believe that a lion's share of those fighters would choose to fight the best, because I believe most fighters believe they are the best, but they understand the only way to prove it is inside of that ring. So tonight we're going to see how it develops. First things first, of course, Virgil Ortiz Jr. has to get through Erickson Lubin. That's his job tonight. That's what he's there to do. And of course, Erickson Lubin is there to derail it. Erickson Lubin, last two fights, undefeated fighters, comes in very motivated, a career 154-pounder at this point. Some people would argue maybe he's even been in the division too long at this point. We'll see. The weigh-ins were yesterday. How do you guys feel about the weigh-ins? Do you think Virgil Ortiz looked like he made weight comfortably? Does Erickson Lubin look like he made weight comfortably? That's going to play its part in this game tonight. Conditioning will be on the plate tonight. We will see how conditioning will be, as we know how Virgil Ortiz Jr. likes to push the pace of these fights. We know how he likes to attack the body. We've seen how he affected the conditioning of Israel Madrimov. You guys know how I feel about the Israel Madrimov Virgil Ortiz fight. I do believe that Madrimov went in there with some some issues, some health issues concerning in specific his respiratory abilities, his respiratory infection that he had just been coming off of. You guys remember he had to call off a fight with Serhii Bohachuk because of that condition, and I wonder how healed he was, and was his condition affected in an adverse way that caused him to not look the same way he did against Terrence Crawford, somebody who had perfect conditioning in the Terrence Crawford fight, wasn't able to bring that same show to the Virgil Ortiz fight, right? He wasn't able to bring that there. So either way, this fight tonight speaks a lot about where Virgil Ortiz is at and his 154-pound journey. It speaks to where Erickson Lubin is at. If people have questioned Erickson Lubin, where he's at, this is him getting an opportunity to get back in the conversation of fighting for a championship. We know Lubin may have had an opportunity to become a champion with Bakram Murtazaliev, as he was IBF mandatory for him, but according to Lubin, negotiations became very difficult, hard to lock in venues, agree to purse bids, things of that nature. So he took the next best thing, maybe even the best thing, which is somebody with more of a face, more of a story behind him, a bigger stage with Virgil Ortiz Jr., who Ring Magazine just put at the #1 spot at Ring Magazine, right? So it is what it is. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Salute to everybody in the building. Let me go ahead and acknowledge a couple more people. CJ Rich in the building says, in 93, it was Dre Day. Now it's Clay Day. Salute. Hey, salute CJ Rich. I appreciate that, man. Omar Williams in the building says Vegas going to cash out on Lubin. Quite possibly, man. Looks like they might pull out on that bread, bro. Looks like it's a big hustle going on, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'll put a little something on Lubin because I feel like the odds were just a little too. I just couldn't walk away from those odds, right? I just think Erickson Lubin is a great fighter. Let's see what ends up happening, man. Salute to Wu in the building says, hey, Clay, what's good, sis? What's good with you? That guy in the building says, Eddie and Oscar stone cold hate each other. Yeah, man. It does seem like those guys, I don't know. I think they got a love-hate relationship, right? It's a big-time love-hate relationship going on in between Eddie Hearns and Oscar De La Hoya. Both these guys are on the zone, right? They both have their fighters, and there's an argument there to say that in the atmosphere that we're in right now in boxing, where you have Top Rank who doesn't have a home right now, we know, however you may feel about it, PBC has been struggling with their rollout and their relationship with Amazon Prime and their ability to deliver us the fights. Right now, the DAZN is the center of boxing, and everything boxing is on the DAZN right now, including Turkey Al-Sheikh, Ring Magazine, Queensberry, and a bunch of other entities. There's an argument there now to say that Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Hearns are maybe, partners in their own way in the game right now. They both kind of need each other to make these big fights tonight, man. And so, it's a love-hate thing with those guys, and it's definitely entertaining to watch these things play out. Both those guys are millionaires in their own right, so I'm sure they're both happy as hell, right? Salute to Craig Wilson in the building, says, Clay, you the man, dog, from AZ. Salute, Craig Wilson. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. Guys, remember, as we step in the building, let's hit the like button. Help the algorithm for the channel, and of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it, man. Salute to my guy Shelton Moore, says, hey, Clay, will Ennis scary ass show up tonight? I think Ennis is in the building, man. I have word that Ennis is in the building, actually, from people close to Ennis's team who have told me that he is in the building with Eddie Hearn tonight, that they are there to try to make that fight and show the world, more importantly, right? Because that's something that Ennis, I'm hoping he'll work on. I was talking to my people yesterday and telling them that, if this doesn't move the right way for Jerron Boots Ennis, you know what? I'm be honest with you guys. One of the biggest adverse, or you got your pros and your cons to Gervonta Tank Davis. The pros were the performances he gave us in the ring and how exciting and explosive of a fighter he is. The cons is his fan base became so hyperbolic and so toxic that it really dominated the American boxing space as far as I mean, I know from a content creator's point of view, it's very difficult to have a fair conversation about Tank Davis without it becoming something else, without you becoming a hater and things of that nature. And I think a lot of that had to do with the poor communication from Gervonta Tank Davis to the boxing space, period, but maybe even more specifically to his fan base, right? And it left his fan base in a position to where they were having to fill in the dots, right? They would have to take 2, 3, 4, 5-word tweets that he'd put up for less than 5 minutes and then pull them down, and they'd be there to try to screen share the little comment, and they would have to do hours of content based on trying to decode what the 3 to 5 words you know what I'm saying, what the 3 to 5 words meant, and it would just cause so much discourse in the boxing space. And fast forward, or rewind, should I say, to Jerron Boots Ennis, I think his fan base, I think the boxing space would appreciate a little bit more transparency from him, better communication, something that they can hold on to understand what they should be expecting from Jerron Boots Ennis. So Jerron Boots Ennis, off the back of that knockout against Usama Lima, making the call outs in that ring, that was one part of it. He did a great job there, and I think tonight plays its part as well. Right now, we are turning up right now in the first fight in the prelims right now, by the way. I didn't forget you guys here, man. I'm trying to think of who's in the ring. Castellanos versus I don't know, somebody with Muay Thai shorts on. Castellanos versus Elizalde. These guys look like they're prospects here. Castellano in the blue and white shorts here, and believe it or not, Elizalde in the blue and white shorts as well. Oh wow, Castellanos just pretty much walking Elizalde down right now, and there's definitely somebody in here who has a future in boxing and who's building up his his resume right now. And there's another guy who looks like he's food in the ring right now, and that would definitely be Elizalde, as Elizalde is trying to use his legs and play the outside perimeter of the ring. Castellanos cutting the ring off, basically measuring him, right? Trying to hold him down and control him with that jab and set up that big right hand. Clearly, he wants to get this guy out of here. This is the first of 4 rounds. Just hitting the 2-minute marker here. Elizalde sitting here in some weird high guard, but really looking like he's running. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. Just looks like he's trying not to end up a meme. And maybe that's the best thing he can do, right? Maybe that's the best thing he can do. Up on the ropes right now is Castellano, is trying to set him up real nice, setting him up behind that jab. And Elizalde, I don't know what he's doing, if he's trying to time him. Short arms, short guy. I mean, yeah, man, one side of the fair, man. Don't even know if it's worth calling. I think Castellano looks like the one who has the better pedigree, and it looks like he's trying to deal with the awkwardness of being in the ring with an Elizalde right now. If I were to just, from the eye test, it looks like Castellano does have a solid boxing foundation, but it looks like sometimes that unorthodox, chaotic approach to boxing kind of derails, offsets the fundamentally sound boxers as they try to conform a little bit to be able to go ahead and do what they got to do. But there it is, Castellano able to let off a nice 2-3 punch combination right there. Elizalde at least has the wherewithal to initiate these clinches and make this fight as dirty as possible. As you can clearly see, he's coming up short when it comes to the boxing pedigree, the boxing fundamentals on this fight right here. He's not the one carrying it that way, right? So he's probably trying to catch Castellano while he's not looking, maybe distract him, frustrate him a little bit. He looks like, if in a perfect world, he would punch while Castellano was punching and catching with something. But Castellano doing a great job at when they get inside that mid-range space, he's letting his hands go enough to where the only solution Elizalde has is to initiate the clinch, right? Here we go. We're at the end of the first round, 2-1, as the referee is trying to keep it control here, and Castellano is letting the referee, hey, bro, I need you to control your young boy, man. He's really making it difficult for me to do my thing. It is what it is, man. Salute to, I'm going to continue shouting out the people in the building right now, man. Camille's in the building. Salute, Claymore. Salute, Camille. What's good with you, fam? Literary Pharaoh, what's good, fam? He says, Ortiz looked a little drained to me. What you think? Hey, brother, I saw it. Literary Pharaoh, I saw it. He does look like this weight cut And we'll talk about it more as we're going through this here. The weight cut is such a scientific, it's an underrated, scientific, legitimate part of the fight. And I'm saying the weight cut is just as much, if not the most important parts of the fight, but just as important to speak on as the camp goes, as far as the training, the trainers. These intangibles play their role in this fight. And it does look like Erickson, Lubin, and Virgil Ortiz Jr., both of these guys look like they were making weight cuts when you saw them this week. You could see Erickson Lubin was chewing on his gum crazy. He was really in a space to where you can tell he wasn't able to drink water like he wanted to. So that's what's going on, right? He's trying to avoid the cotton mouth, the white marks on the corner of the mouth. So he's chewing gum and he's trying to inspire some salivation. He's trying to get some salivation going on in his mouth because he's parched. He's trying to stay on weight. We saw Erickson Lubin made the weight 154 pounds right on the nail. And, Virgil Ortiz, to his own credit, made it 153.6 or 8, somewhere in that range. But as you saw Virgil Ortiz during the week, during his interviews, I noticed frustration. I noticed Virgil Ortiz was short, a little bit short-tempered at the questioning. I noticed his eyes were a little bit sunken in, looked a little irritable. Without a doubt was deep inside of a weight cut going on in the week. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the ring. That rehydration is serious. We know Virgil Ortiz's history with weight cuts at 147, how his whole career almost got derailed because of these weight cuts, right? So yeah, man, that'll play its role tonight. Larry Ferrer, I definitely saw that, man. The weight cut he did look like he was a little, I don't know if that, sometimes people just look like that. Jerron Boots Ennis looks crazy sometimes during the week, but on the night of the fight, he always seems to be ready to go. And there's a science to the weight cut, eating and how you eat and how you rehydrate. And if you do it properly or not. We watched Devin Haney have a roller coaster ride when it comes to the conversation of the weight cut, right, ladies and gentlemen? We watched him have a roller coaster ride up and down and all over the place when it came down to the weight cut. I mean, literally, we went from seeing Devin Haney. We just seen Elizalde got put down right here right here as the referee's counting, giving him some time to recover. I missed the knockdown because I'm being honest with you guys. I'm talking over the fight because I think the fight is boom. Looks like there's a timeout. I don't know if the corner has called it. What's going on here is kind of weird. Okay, so the corner's throwing in the towel for Elizalde. Yeah, Elizalde was out of his league. Completely shouldn't have been in the conversation to be in the ring. You can clearly see Castellano is in a certain place on his journey as a prospect, and that this guy was here to keep him busy and help him develop. But that guy wasn't helping him develop. It was just a mismatch, to say the least. It is what it is, right? Salute to those guys in the ring right there. That's the opener. Castellano versus Elizalde. That's how that goes, right? But yeah, back to what I was saying. The weight cut is so important. We watched Devin Haney go from leaving 135 because of the weight cut issue. He stayed there so long that when he went to 140, he looked great against Regis Prograis. But immediately in his next fight, which was Ryan Garcia, it looked like 135-pound Devin Haney all over again. The raccoon eyes, the sunglasses, his face all sunken in. And we saw, obviously, his punch resistance has arguably been affected by these weight cuts. We'll find out if that's the case on November 22nd, was it the weight cuts or is it just Devin Haney's chinny? But yeah, man, the science of the weight cut, great observation, Literary Pharaoh. It's part of the conversation tonight. We're going to see how that plays into the fight, without a doubt, man. That guy says the culture of the fight. Yeah, man, we should have had Zerto versus Smith. It probably didn't make business sense. Zerto versus Smith. I'm kind of lost a little bit, so I'm not going to. Visionary has Lubinson. Literary Pharaoh says, are you going to call the prelims? Yeah, I'm definitely calling the prelims. That's what I'm doing right now. I didn't really call the first one because I called it a little bit, but it was really a little 4-round. I'm calling everything, man. I'm watching the fight right now as we're speaking right here, right now. Shout out to Derlin James saying, I'm glad they're working together though. Turkey moving funny, bringing Dana White into boxing. Yeah, well, Derlin James, people are going to have their opinions on how Turkey's moving, about Dana White's presence in the game. But I'll tell you what, man, if Dana White didn't do anything for boxing yet, his presence has at least lit a fire underneath Eddie Hearn, potentially lit a fire underneath Oscar De La Hoya clearly, who's been commenting, and you see how opposite he's been on the opposite side of Dana White's presence. It's making him nervous. It's making him want to step his game up. It's making him more open to helping to make the biggest fights. He understands that American boxing may be under siege with the introduction of Dana White as a representation of Turki Al-Sheikh and with the resources that Turki Al-Sheikh brings to the table. So love him or hate him, Dana White does bring his own twist to the sport that I believe helps the sport develop and evolve. And that's what we want, man. And even if you don't know you want it, trust me, you want it. We want boxing to continue to evolve. We want it to get bigger. We want the platforms to get bigger. We want the arenas to get bigger. We want the fighters to get as much attention as they can so boxing can be the #1 sport in the world. And Turki Al-Sheikh, the last 2 years, his presence has brought that type of energy into the space. And Dana White is just another piece on the board being moved in a way to let these promoters know, step your game up. Give these fans what they're looking for, right? Deliver the fights, deliver the perform, you know what I'm saying? Deliver the fights, deliver the performances. Boxing is doing well. It's in a healthy space as far as the hunger for the boxing fan to want to see the best fights. Now we need a willingness from the promoters, a willingness from the fighters to deliver the product, and you've got a customer base that is dying to receive it, and I think willing to pay for it, and willing to pay for it if you deliver it the right way, right? So Turkey's definitely bringing that energy to the table, and he's showing that, man. Salute to Brian Dahl in the building. Salute to you, fam. Joe Charles in the building. Salute, says, Clay, you've been moving the right way. Glad you're not biased. Keep up the good work and energy. Thank you, Joe Charles. I try, man. Hey, Joe, and Joe Charles, I'm going to tell you straight up, don't hold it against me if one day we're not on the same page, right? Because sometimes it might seem I'm being biased. I don't know. Shout out to my brother Johnny at the Hangout, hanging out on his channel. We were talking about Devin Haney, and I said, damn it, man, am I a Devin Haney fan? Because I found myself defending Devin Haney on a lot of platforms, trying to keep Devin Haney's profile alive in the right way. I think this at 26, 27 years old, I don't know how old he is right now, but he's had such a career up until this point, so much promise going forward from here. Obviously, we know he's challenging the I don't want to say the narrative as much, but I think that's also fair to say the narrative, to be honest with you. But, you know, obviously he's on a road trying to earn his way back up into the conversation as one of the best in the game right now. There are questions and concerns about Devin Haney, where he is since the Ryan Garcia fight, and the Jose Ramirez fight didn't help too much with the way he approached it. Him and his father approached it strategy wise, according to Bill Haney. Of course, with the Shane Mosleys and the people from his camp speaking towards what they expected to see in that performance, it's not matching. But Bill Haney has taken all accountability and said, that was me. I did that. I had my reason, whatever, right? Going into this fight with Brian Norman Jr., we obviously all have questions and concerns. But like I was saying, finding myself on that side of the conversation, and I had to ask myself, damn, am I a Devin Haney fan? Is that what's going on? You know? And look, I'm a fan of all the generational talent. I'm a fan of boxing first and foremost, but I'm a fan of all the generational talents in the space. And I think most of the time what's going to happen with me is if I feel like a fighter is getting unfairly judged or moved, I might end up on that side of the conversation more times than not. And I could be looking like a fanatic in those conversations, being I'm so passionate with the way I speak. So Joe Charles, take your time with me. Be patient with me. I'm glad you're happy to be here right now, at least, and I hope I don't let you down no time soon, at least, right? Salute to you, Joe Charles. Schuler Jamison in the building says, where are the white girls? I don't know, Schuler. I have no idea, man. NHD in the building says, Clay, why that fight ain't signed already? Man, listen, man, we're going to find out, man. We're going to find out, man, because this Virgil Ortiz Jr., Jerron Boots Ennis journey has been long in the works since 147 pounds. Here we are today. One of the biggest fights right now that could be made. People keep talking about Terrence Crawford versus Jerron Boots Ennis, and I keep telling people Jerron Boots Ennis has enough big stories and big fights at 154. I think there's a legitimate argument to say if you looked at Jerron Boots Ennis right now and he was pushing to make the Terrence Crawford fight, a fight that Terrence Crawford's not very interested in, first of all, right? I think that's most important. Jerron Boots Ennis could turn into Teofimo Lopez 2.0 in 2 seconds, right? Why? because he'd be looking past all the actual opportunities that are right there at 154 pounds for him. He'd be looking past the championships, the unifications, and all the great legacy he could be building for himself right where he was at. Money is there for him. Turkey Al-Sheikh very interested in Jaron Ennis being involved in the biggest fights. It almost wouldn't make sense, right? So while we're looking all the way outside the box, and a lot of people are looking to derail Terrence Crawford's spot where he's at right now, and they want Jaron Boots Ennis to carry out the hit job. Jaron Boots Ennis has so much in front of him at 154. He doesn't need to look anywhere else. Virgil Ortiz Jr., Jaron Boots Ennis, quite possibly one of the biggest anticipated fights of 2026. I mean, you know, Shakur Stevenson and Gervonta Tank Davis will always be a fight we always wanted to see, but how much faith do we have in that fight happening, seeing how Gervonta Tank Davis has been moving? Obviously, David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez was another big fight that we wanted to see. I don't see that happening anytime soon. And yes, Terrence Crawford and Jaron Boots Ennis was a fight we want to see, but not seeing that fight happening anytime soon from lack of interest between the actual fighters themselves. This one right here, Virgil Ortiz Jr. versus Jaron Boots Ennis, may be one of the biggest anticipated fights for 2026. So let's see what these guys do tonight. Let's see what Virgil does tonight. And let's see what Jaron Boots Ennis and Eddie Hearn's able to go ahead and push for. It's going to take the boxing space's support and the boxing space wanting the fight. I think if everything comes together the way it does, hopefully it does get signed in HD production. Hopefully we do walk into seeing that fight, right? It is what it is, man. Let's see here. Continuing to go down the list, just trying to acknowledge everybody who is in the building. Oh, man. Oh, I got this pain in my back. Oh, shout out to the Teach in the building. Oh. Woo! Let's see here. Let's continue moving here. I don't think I see anybody else in the building. Okay, that's sweet. That's sweet. That's sweet. It's sweet. Watching the face off on the zone. No doubt. No doubt. Let's see. Okay. Wifey was texting me right there. Salute to everybody who's in the building. Take a moment. Hit the like button. Hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Yeah, tonight, the story is going to be clear, right? The story is going to be clear tonight. We'll get better. We'll get better. We'll get a better understanding of what's actually happening. What's actually happening right now, as far as that story is concerned. But we can't look past Erickson Lubin tonight. I don't want to look past Erickson Lubin tonight. I'm looking forward to see Erickson Lubin perform. I'm going to be honest with you. I think he could win tonight. I think this is a 50-50 fight on paper in real time. I think Virgil Ortiz comes with a lot of hopes, right? There's a lot of hopes for Golden Boy, a lot of optimism. People are believers in the Virgil Ortiz Jr. and what he brings to the space, but he's going to be tested tonight. This fight tonight is a fight where he's going to be tested. Erickson Lubin has the ability to do one of two things tonight. Well, one of three things. He can be knocked out early and we don't get to see Virgil Ortiz Jr. tested. And I think there's an argument there to say that if he doesn't test Virgil Ortiz Jr. the right way tonight, that this will be a missed opportunity for Virgil Ortiz, right? He has so many knockouts on his records. Since he's actually started fighting at 154, he's been met with challenge, right? He has not stopped anybody at 154 pounds in an official capacity. Now, if you want to count Fred Lawson, if you want to count Delorme, that's up to you. To me, those were catchweight fights, and those guys were like really 147 pounders just coming up to 154. They really were not, I just didn't look at them that way. I didn't rate them like that, right? But as soon as he got into the real 154-pound conversation against Serhii Bohachuk, we saw him go down 2 times, right? We saw somebody who wasn't going to back away from him, and he couldn't get him out of there, right? We saw the same thing when he went into the fight with Israel Madrimov as far as his inability to stop Madrimov. Not to say that he was supposed to or anything like that, but at the end of the day, we still haven't seen Virgil Ortiz Jr., the 147-pound version of Virgil Ortiz, show up at 154. It's definitely a way more competitive space for Virgil Ortiz Jr. at 154 pounds. And without a doubt, Erickson Lubin is going to be, at this point, the litmus test for what we should expect from Virgil Ortiz Jr. moving forward. And Lubin has the ability to bring everything that Serhii Bahachuk brought. He has ability to bring everything that Madrimov could bring. He's almost like a melting pot of the last 2 fights that Virgil Ortiz Jr. has had. So let's see how much Virgil learned from those experiences. 22 to 24 important rounds, probably 22 to 24 of the hardest rounds of Virgil Ortiz's career, filled with experience. Let's see what that manifested into in the training camp. Let's see what Robert Garcia was able to put together as far as a strategy, as far as improving on any spots that Virgil Ortiz might have been coming up short in, right? Let's see. And as far as Erickson Lubin is concerned, he has his own experiences that he brings to the table, right? He brings his experience with Jamel Charlo. He brings his experience with Sebastian Fundora. He brings his victories over Terrell Gausha and Jason Rosario. He brings defeating 2 undefeated fighters in his last 2 fights. He brings in victories over Jesus Ramos. He's moved through the trainer conversation a little bit. That's never an easy thing to do, right? Going from Kevin Cunningham to, I can't remember his second trainer after Kevin Cunningham, but now finding himself in the ring with Coach K Karamo. Let's see if that was that a bad idea? Is that not a good thing? Is that will he look back at those moves and regret switching through his trainers? Who is Erickson Lubin? You know, one thing I loved about Erickson Lubin in the Jason Rosario fight was his ability to slow that fight down. I mean, not Jason Rosario, sorry, slow that down. Jesus Ramos fight was his ability to slow that fight down. Jesus Ramos, similar to Virgil Ortiz in his own right, right? So there's an argument there to say that Erickson Lubin has seen this zebra. It has a couple of different stripes on it. Every zebra isn't the same, but he's been in the ring with the zebra. He's been in the ring with a pressure fighter, and he's been able to show that with his stabbing to the body, you know, his footwork, his ability to keep the fight in the center of the ring. When he had those moments, he looked good. One of the things that you can pull away from the Jesus Ramos fight was Virgil Ortiz was Erickson Lubin's inability to stay off the ropes, or dare I say, he chose to stay on the ropes a little bit. That's something else to dissect, because when you watch, of course, Stevenson versus Williams Zepeda, listen, man, there's just so many ways to look at this. There were points in time where Shakur was staying on the ropes a little bit too much, and you can tell that he was enjoying it. He spoke on it later saying that he was comfortable against the ropes. It made it a lot easier for him rather than having to punch off of his back foot and do everything off his back foot. Being on those ropes gave him the ability to shell up, right, and return fire in a way to where he was kind of sitting on his punches a little bit, able to put a little bit of Cajun seasoning, a little bit of cayenne pepper on his shots instead of constantly being on his back foot, trying to manifest power off of that back foot. So there's a lot of things to look forward to seeing in this fight, and seeing what Erickson Lubin was able to do as far as who he is today. The experiences, the journey that these fighters get on to get to these biggest points are so important. So Erickson Lubin and both Virgil Ortiz Jr. have their own pot of experience, their own bags of experience to dive into, and that should all be part of what we see tonight as far as developing fighters are concerned, right? We're about to get into our second fight here at the prelim here. I need to pull up a list here because I don't know these fighters. These prelim fighters are pretty much, but the only one I know is Priest. Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up so I know who these guys are, because I'm be honest with you guys, I don't know who they are, man. Who is this guy right now? We just watched Castellano. Let's see here. Eric Priest is going to be the main event for this one. Let's see who this is as they're announcing it. Shout out to everybody in the building. We've got about 40 plus people in the building. Let's go ahead, hit the like button. Let's do that real quick. Take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. We're calling the prelim fights here. We'll be calling the main event fights as well, and building on this boxing, right? Everybody excited to see exactly what's going to happen between Virgil and Erickson tonight, but I think also just as excited to see what happens after the fight, right? Also, does Jaron Boots Ennis walk into the ring? If Erickson Lubin wins this fight, is that the next fight for Jaron Boots Ennis? Is it Erickson Lubin? Does that what makes sense? Does Jaron Boots Ennis move on with his career tonight? Does Jaron Boots Ennis find his next opponent one way or the other, right? We know that Xander Zayas and Abbas Baharu was announced for the end of January. There will be a unification fight for that WBO title on the Xander Zayas side and the WBA title on the Abbas Baharu side. So Abbas Baharu officially off the table right now for Jerome Boots Ennis. He's dialed in and probably looking to make a fight tonight one way or the other, as Jerome Boots Ennis is a fighter who used to have issues being active, and he embraces the idea of his activity now. Eddie Hearn's right on board with him, trying to keep him active by any means necessary. So is Jerome Boots Ennis going to make a fight tonight one way or the other? Does it matter? Either way, is Virgil Ortiz, as far as Jerome Ennis is concerned, is he concerned? Is it either fighter can get it, or is he here specifically for Virgil Ortiz Jr., right? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Salute to my guy, Just Do Boxing in the building. Let me continue to go down the list right here. Let me see. Omar Williams says, Virgil's dad doesn't want the Boots fight. Clearly, man. I think that's clear. Right? Let's see here. TV40 in the building, man. Salute TV40 says always in the background. No doubt, man. Salute to my guy, Just Do Boxing in the building. Just Do Boxing. You guys make sure you subscribe over there if you haven't. If you're hiding under a rock, he's probably one of the more up and coming channels in the space, leader in his own right that way, right? Just Do in his own right, leading the way. I think he just hit about 11,000 subscribers recently or something like that. I'm pretty sure, if I'm right, man. He's really moving, man, growing in the space. Obviously, the boxing space is embracing the content he's dropping, the unbiased, objective takes he's taking on that channel. That's my guy right there, Just Do, man, doing his thing, man, for sure, man. 2 cents in the building. Salute to 2 cents. Says Lubin coming to fight. Weigh-in sold me. No doubt, man. No doubt, man. This is going to be a great fight. Timmy T in the building. Salute Timmy T. He said, wish Kid and JoJo were still on the undercard. I agree with you, man. And Kid Austin, man, what a great talent. Saw him do an interview yesterday and realized, man, I just hope his father really just falls back a little bit and allows Kid Austin to be Kid Austin, to be his own man. Grant, salute to the Schofield family. Yesterday, I saw Kid Austin doing interviews without Schofield Sr. in there, and I hope that becomes more common than not, right? But you can see the lack of development almost in Kid Austin's. He still carries such a childlike, I just want to fight, man. I just want to be a kid. I want to play my video games and I want to fight. And he's finding more and more comfort in it. And I do think there's a part of Kid Austin who finds security in his father's presence in his career, in the way he's present. But the Kid, man, you might want to bet on yourself, man. But I see him becoming more and more comfortable, and it's getting to the point to where I'm wondering if Schofield Sr. were to walk away and ask Schofield Jr. to just do his own interviews, would he maybe expose himself in a messed up way, right? That would kind of like justify. You look at Gervonta Tank Davis. Is there an argument there to say that Tank Davis is who he is right now because of the coddling and the lack of exposure to media training and being a person who is trained to speak for himself, as say an Abdullah Mason right now, who is completely winning me over? The Abdullah Masons, the Brian Norman Jr.'s, these guys are winning me over on their poise and their ability to conduct their own meetings and speak their minds and not say what they're not supposed to say, but say what the fans need to hear. I mean, Schofield Jr. is coming up short in that area right now. We're in the ring right now with Meza versus Briones. This is a 6-round fight here. Meza sitting here in Meza in the blue and yellow trim trunks here, and Briones is in the green and black trunks right now, as Meza is making his presence felt right now, taking the real estate in the ring, taking the jab game here. Briones working on trying to time out what Meza's doing, but Meza's doing a great job, level changing, great body work by Meza right there, as Briones initiates the clinch. Referee separates him back at the center of the ring. Meza clearly taking his ring generalship seriously behind that jab, working that jab, and I love it. Level changing, working towards the body. He sticks Briones with a nasty straight left hand. Great uppercut up the middle of the guard here on Briones, as Briones initiates a clinch again, coming off the ropes here. Briones has to do something to get the respect of Meza right now. Meza is going to try to steamroll him behind that jab. Meza doing a great job, feinting to the body, forcing Briones to stay home now. I think he's done enough now to have Briones more defensive minded right now, sitting up on those ropes, trying to work off those ropes right now. But Mays is just letting off his shots, working great in the clinch. Great work in the clinch here, punching to the body, trying to work out those uppercuts up the middle guard of Briones. Referee separates him. Briones finding himself trying to put himself together some sort of offense here, but staying still to a nice check right hook. Nice right hook by Briones in the middle of that, catches Meza, but Meza able to walk through that for the most part. Briones finds himself back on the ropes as Meza's working that body, combination punching, working uppercuts, backing up a little bit, giving a little space, acknowledging that Briones has been nice. Meza working behind that jab and working behind that check left hook to the body. Beautiful check left hook to the body there of Briones. Beautiful work by him. Embracing the space. We're at the minute mark here. We just passed here in the first round right here. Meza doing a good job of keeping that pressure on Briones. Briones looking like he's willing to gamble now, exchanging, understanding he needs to be punching. That's the only way this thing moves in a direction to where he's able to get himself back into this fight right here. As Meza is doing a great job of applying that pressure, keeping his ears pinned back against those ropes right there. Briones able to back him up a little bit. Weak jab, man. Not committing to that jab. You can tell Briones is kind of reserved on letting his hands go. Beautiful combination work right there. Ends in a nice check left hook by Meza as Briones finally starts to use some lateral movement, but back up on the ropes, just on another set of ropes right now. We're hitting the 15-second mark in the first round right here. Referee separates them. Briones needs to get in the middle of the ring, man. Keep this fight in the middle of the ring. Playing the perimeter is not working, and he's not getting any respect from Meza right now, who's just not impressed with any type of threat of getting hurt. And we're at the end of that first round right now. Wonder what Briones' corner is going to tell him right there. Durable, at least, right? Durable. He took some shots in it, but Meza is destroying him to the point now to where Briones is just biting on every feint. He's working the body. He's able to work those feints into his strategy, and it's great combination punching by him, right? Beautiful. They're showing a replay here of that left hand that caught him right there, and boom, there's that poise I love in the prospects who know to go right to that body. Works it beautiful, doubles up on the jab right there, feints, and comes right over the top with a big overhand right. Great work for Meza. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Flexing and stepping in the building. Salute to you, family. Says, yo, Clay, salute Flex, man. Good to see you in the building, man. What's good with you, man? Reef in the building. Salute to Reef in the building. Salute, 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 salute. Salute, man. Salute to Mike Too Shady in the building, man. Salute to Mansa Musa in the building. Says, Lubin last fight don't make me confident in him, man. Let me tell you, man, it's building blocks. It's building blocks, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to these boxers, man. Lubin's last fight may not be the fight that you saw what you wanted to see in him, but here's a bigger question I'll ask you to ask yourself. Do you think Lubin walked away from that fight seeing what he needed to see in himself because he made adjustments, right? Now he's working with Coach K. What did he see in that fight? Did he learn? Did he evolve? Who is he tonight is the most important thing, not who he was last fight. That is important, but the most important thing, order of, right? We're here in the second round, man. 2-minute, 20-second mark of the second round here as Meza continues to apply the pressure, man, doubling up, staying behind that jab, working his way to the body. Briones still responding to a lot of that with the clinches, but Briones is standing his ground more, not allowing himself to be backed up, actually trying to back up Meza and step to Meza right now. And look, Meza on his back foot now. Right now, Meza looking to move backwards as Briones has picked up the pressure part of this fight. I'm assuming his corner let him know, hey, bro, you're the bigger fighter, man. Work behind that jab, work inside with those punches, and don't let this guy bully you, man. You're walking back and you're finding yourself on these ropes way too much. Briones has changed it up a little bit and starting to apply the pressure. Stepping two, does not want to back up, trying to work on the inside here as Meza is not backing up either, and the fight has become more of a firefight in the center of the ring now as Briones is trying to work his big shots, work his ankles, standing behind that jab, effectively working that jab, if you ask me. And I think he is sort of taking away from Meza, but Meza doing a great job of working his angles. He's using his lateral movement to step around Briones. Referee stops him right there as somebody's mouthpiece comes out in the midst of those exchanges. Maybe that's some credit we can give to Briones. Now Meza nursing a bloody nose right now in those exchanges, and he got his mouthpiece knocked out his mouth. You got to give credit to Briones, who's not playing that game anymore. He's now applying the pressure, picking his shots, standing behind his jab a lot more effectively and doing a great job combination punching inside of those clinches. Great right hook catches Meza in the middle of that. As damn, Briones is doing a good job of catching a lot of the work that Meza is sending back at him and counter punching him right at this point. He's doing a better job. We're at the 45-second mark here in the second round here as Meza versus Briones for a 6-round fight. Great job by Briones, who's doing a good job. Beautiful work. I love the way he worked that jab, used that jab, and came in with a right hook off the back end of that. Back on that jab, backing Meza up here. Briones doing a good job of backing Meza. I don't know how the judges are looking at this one right here. This round a lot closer than the first round. There is an argument there to say that Meza still may be winning this round, but without a doubt, Briones has shown a lot of life in this round, whereas in the first round, it looks like he was just getting steamrolled a little bit, but Meza's still working well behind that jab, not taking a step back. If anything, using his footwork now to get around Briones's offense. We're coming towards the end of the second round here. Great uppercut inside the clinch there. Great check left hook by Briones there. And I believe we're at the end of the round now. Bing. That's it, man. I haven't been scoring it, but maybe I should be scoring it, right? I definitely gave Meza that first round. Do I want to give him that second round? I probably would give him that second round, but Briones had a great second round. Something to build on going into this third round, right? It is what it is. 50 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we step into the building. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. And I thank you in advance for doing all of the above, man. We're here on the Virgil Ortiz, Erickson Lubin prelim card here. Second fight on the card here. Get their full names here, man. Maybe I'm not doing it. We got Javier Meza in the ring right now with Joshua Briones Garcia. Javier Meza coming in with a 4-0 record, fighting Joshua Briones, 3 wins, 4 losses. So clearly, this is a fight for Javier Meza to develop, and I think this is a great fight for him. I think Briones is doing his job here. We're in the top of the third round right now as the referee stops abruptly right now and is asking for some assistance with Meza. I guess they want to look at Meza's. I don't understand why the referee did that. I kind of feel like that was unnecessary. But hey, man, safety first, man. Top of the third round. Let's go. Top of the first round. Let's see here, man. Briones is doing a great job. Briones Garcia is doing a great job of testing the young prospect in Meza, who's in the ring right now. Javier Meza has a live dog in front of him right now, man. This is a great fight. It's turning out to be here. Briones in the first round was getting outclassed and pressured by Javier Meza, but in the second round, we saw him change that up a little bit, still losing some of those exchanges, but not backing up as much and making sure he stayed off those ropes. Here in the third round, you got to think Briones, beautiful work by Briones right there. Nice set of punches right there, man. Hooks and off the back, nice check left hooks as well as check right hooks right there, as Briones is starting to find his way in there, working way better at catching and shooting back at Javier Meza and definitely not taking steps back anymore. So that's something he took away from Javier Meza, is we're going to stand here and fight here. If anything, you're going to be on your back foot, or we're both going to sit here. I'm a bigger fighter than you physically. I don't feel like I'm going to allow you to bully me, even though they're not that much of a size difference, but you can see it in Briones' back and his shoulders. You know, he's the bigger guy right there, right? So he can at least physically compete better now than he was in that first round. He's not going to allow Javier Meza to take that away from him. We're here at the minute 30-second mark right here in the third round as Javier Meza continues to work his combination punching. Both these guys staying in there, giving that work to each other, but Briones Garcia is really putting up a great fight in this fight. Javier Meza is going to walk away with some great experience out of this fight right here. I still have him ahead, more than likely going to win this fight, but great experience, man, for a fighter who's coming into a 6-round fight. This is his 5th professional fight. This fight right here helps you, man, makes or breaks you, man. I gotta lean towards the making you part, being that he's doing pretty good here. Great combination punching right there, straight right hand by Javier Meza right there, off a double jab right there. Boom, nice work by Briones. Continue to let his hands go right there, work well behind that jab, big hooks, but Javier Meza doing a good job of neutralizing him with shots to the body, shots to the solar plex, turning Briones, able to catch him punch him in between the punches is making the biggest differences here. Referee warning Briones right now for clinching a little bit too much. And this is going, you're seeing that clinching happen. That has to be credit to Javier Meza. Obviously, the offense and everything he's doing. If you see Briones initiating the clinch, it's because he's choosing to do that rather than go backwards or rather than continue to take any type of abuse. We're at the 15-second mark of the third round right here. Javier Meza doing a great job working behind that jab, turning Briones. Briones back on the ropes for the first time since the first round here as Javier's starting to work him right there on the ropes. Back to working him right there. Great work by Javier, by Briones working off the ropes here, working his uppercuts, body shots, trying to keep Javier Meza as honest as he can, but that definitely is a Javier Meza round right there. 3 rounds to zip on my scorecard. If you wanted to give Briones the second fight, that'd be up to you to go ahead and do that. Good work here, man. Good work here. Good work here for Javier Meza here as Briones. Let me say his whole name again here. Joshua Briones Garcia continues to give Javier Meza, the up-and-coming prospect, great work in this fight here. Not there to just be eaten as far as he's concerned. He's in the fight. But Javier Meza is just showing and proving. That's what he needs. That's what his corner wants. That's what his team wanted Joshua Briones Garcia to do, is he wanted him to test Javier Meza to get him where he needs to be. So, listen, man, this fight is meeting up to the expectations, I think, from both corners here. I'm sure Joshua Briones Garcia wants to do better, but he's doing a great job, man. Back to the center of the ring here, 4th round here. Javier Meza in the blue and yellow shorts here. Joshua Briones Garcia in the green and black shorts here. Javier Meza up as far as I'm concerned here, but Briones is in the fight. If he wins this round here, he can still be in the discussion for a draw, maybe even a victory. If he was given a swing round, that second round was right there for him to take. I wouldn't be mad at you if you gave him that round, but right now I do have a 3-zip Javier Meza, as Briones is now finding himself on the ropes again, resting at this point, and Javier Meza taking advantage of it. You're on the ropes. I'm going to work that body. Great combination punching by Javier Meza. Great work by Javier Meza. And I'm going to tell you something else Javier Meza is doing a good job of. He's not just staying inside that close range. He's not staying on that close range as he backs up to make space to get that offense going. Now Briones nursing a bloody nose right now. Beautiful shots right there. Steps off to the left and brings a straight right down the middle and catches Briones. Briones back to the center of the ring here, trying to stay off the ropes. I'm sure his corner's telling him to do that. Now Javier Meza getting way more comfortable, using his head movement, keeping his head off the line. He's staying there in that range. He's keeping his hands a little bit low, and you got to think that he wants Briones to be active with his hands, because he's doing a great job of punching while Joshua Briones Garcia is punching, and he's getting the better of him. Nice straight right hand. It looked like Briones was getting ready to go down right there, to be honest with you. Now Briones is on his bicycle on the ropes right now as Javier Meza smells blood, knows he's hurt Briones. We're at the minute 15-second mark of the 4th round. Briones is definitely fighting for himself, but Javier Meza smells blood and doesn't want to let up on the pressure right now. Great. Rips a nasty left hand to the body of Meza, but Meza eats that, continues to apply that pressure. In a perfect world right now, Joshua Briones Garcia would hit Meza with something significant to get some of that sauce off of what Javier Meza is doing right now. Javier Meza understands he has a hurt opponent in front of him and does not want to let Briones breathe right now. Briones trying to stay off the ropes, but finds himself backing up, and when he turns around, it's nothing but a rope or a corner there, and Meza is loving it, opening up right there against the ropes right now. Briones trying to make that left uppercut a punch that makes a difference right now, but nothing has hit Javier Meza hard enough to get the respect that Briones wants to get from him. Great work by Javier Meza, using his great work right there. Level change, off the jab, overhand right, catches Briones, pinned him on the ropes. Briones tries to do a leaping check left hook there, but Javier Meza gets right up under it and is continuing to apply that pressure. We're at the 10-second mark here of the 3rd round. This one right here, very one-sided. Javier Meza giving Briones the biggest beating he's gotten so far in this fight right here. This 4th round right here, big separation here as Javier Meza has made it clear there's levels to this game, and Briones looks like he might be coming up short in that conversation. I wonder how the corner feels about it. I mean, nothing to throw the towel in yet about, but he definitely caught a real big beating on that round right there. Easy scoring, 10 to 9 round right now. At this point, Briones, in my opinion, needs a knockout or a knockdown at least to get back into this fight. He looked like he was getting ready to go down in that 4th round, man. But, you know, shout out to Joshua Briones for showing that heart, man. But at this point, levels to this game. This kid is clearly 4-0 for a reason and looks like he's about to hit into his 5th victory. 5-0. It is what it is. Shout out to TR in the building. TR, salute to you, gang. Hope everything's good, women. Andrew Charles in the building. Salute to you, Andrew Charles. Combos with Kang in the building. Says salute Clay and chat. Peace and blessings to you. Salute to all you guys, man. We are in the building tonight. Virgil Ortiz, Erickson Lubin, big 154-pound fight tonight here at the prelims. Javier Meza versus Joshua Briones Garcia, second fight of the night right now. We're going into the 5th round right now. Let's see what Briones has and what he plans on bringing. Already, Briones taking his little steps back right now. Clearly has, you know, and as far as the jab is concerned, Javier Meza has taken the jab and made it his tonight, right? He is the winner of the jab game tonight. He is the winner of the body work tonight. Briones is really not winning on any aspect of it, but if anything, in the 2nd round and in parts of the 3rd round, we saw Briones finding success, not backing up, keeping the center of the ring, working inside that clinch. He was starting to let off some punches and finding some success in there, but Javier Meza was able to take that away from him. Now back on the ropes. Beautiful work by Javier Meza, working that body behind that jab. Briones backs him up off the ropes as Javier Meza is starting to embrace the idea of maintaining and controlling that range, because as soon as he gets into close range, Briones is initiating that clinch. So now Javier Meza moving around the perimeter of the ring a little bit, trying to keep this fight, trying to establish that distance, doesn't want this to be a close range fight no more, because every time it gets close range, Briones initiates that clinch. So he wants to keep it mid-range, keep it in a safe range where he can let his punches go, but he doesn't want to get too close to Joshua Briones, as Briones seems to want to initiate these clinches. Briones is bleeding. Not a good look, man. Aesthetically saying, for the judges, it's hard to give Briones any of these rounds. Beautiful shot right there. Times out Javier Meza and hits him with a straight right hand right down the middle, but no, nothing that has done anything to discourage Javier Meza. Once again, we're at the minute and 20-second mark here of this 5th round as Javier Meza continues to control the distance, apply pressure, and make Joshua Briones Garcia pay for his mistakes in this fight right here. Javier Meza is very comfortable working behind that jab, taking his time. Nice check left hook right here off the back of that jab right there. Briones is trying to keep his legs moving, but back against the ropes once again. And you can be damn sure Javier is getting ready to start letting off these combination punching. This is where he loves to get Briones at. Beautiful, works the body, nice hook, beautiful punching, letting him go right there. The ropes pretty much saved Briones, in my opinion, from falling right there. Straight right hand by Javier Meza, trying to keep him there. Great work by Javier Meza, turning Briones right there and bringing him to the center of the ring. Great footwork by Javier Meza, man. Great footwork, man. We're at the 30-second mark here. The 5th round right here is Javier Meza is starting to showcase a lot more of that pedigree, man, showing us not just about punching. I'm not as flat-footed as people want me to be. I got some footwork too, man. I got some legs up under me. Working that body, applying that pressure to Briones, pinning Briones back on those ropes. And here he goes, letting off those punches. 2s and 3s, 3s and 4s. He's letting them go. He's letting them go. We're at the 10-second mark here as the referee separates clinch initiated by Briones. We're pretty much at the end of this round right now. Easy round to score for me as Javier Meza is having his way with the Briones, who's still in the fight, though. Still a live dog, man. Still a live dog trying to make something happen, but Javier is just too much for him. Easy round to score again. 10 round. It is 5 rounds to 0 at this point, maybe 4 rounds to 1 if you want to give Briones that second round. At this point, Briones needs to show that he wants to win this fight. He's going to have to put it on the line, right? Go for the knockout if you got it, or, otherwise shell up like you've been shelling up. It is what it is. Shout out to David Mercado in the building saying, what's goody, Claymore? Salute, Papa. Salute to you, man. Salute to you, man. Good to see you guys in the building. We've got a couple of people in the building, 47, 50, whatever the number is. Hit the like button as you're stepping into the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, don't waste another minute. Make sure you do that. Hit your notifications so you are getting those notifications when I'm popping up and doing stuff like this, right? Salute to everybody who's in the building. It's Virgil Ortiz, Jr., Erickson Lubin, prelim card. We got Javier Meza versus Joshua Briones Garcia. This here is the last round as the referee brings both fighters to the center of the ring. Let's show good sportsmanship and let's put it all on the line. And it's a go as Javier Meza steps to Joshua Briones Garcia. in that high guard now, working that jab a little bit, holding down the center of the ring. Briones is not going to give up the real estate here. He's standing his ground. I like that. I think Briones looked decent when he did that in the second and the third round, but kind of got away from that and let Javier Meza kind of have his way. But Javier Meza is right there in the center ring, giving him all the leather he can take, using that jab as a measuring stick right now, domesticating Briones at times in this fight with that jab, keeping him a good dog in the middle of that ring or against the ropes on the back end of that jab. And Briones trying to challenge the powers that be, being that jab of Javier Meza. Beautiful work with that jab, working behind that jab, as Briones is finding a hard time getting out of the way of that jab, whether he's keeping his head off the line, whether he's backing up, whether he's trying to catch it with his right hand, or whether he's trying to catch it with the guard. Meza has a laser jab tonight that is getting in between the guards. Beautiful work, and he's able to catch Briones with those right hands in the midst of Briones throwing those left hooks, and it's looking beautiful, man. Beautiful work by Meza, keeping him in the center of the ring, working with him and working that body. Briones trying to back Meza up right now, give himself an opportunity to open up here in a way, but Meza not letting it happen. Beautiful shot here. Straight left hand by Briones here. Beautiful right hook, left hook, check left hook on the way out, and follows it up with a straight right hand by Briones, but Meza responds pretty quickly. Very quick. We're at the minute and 15-second mark here. It's barbecue or mildew time. It's shit or get off the pot. If Briones is going to do something special, he's going to have to take a chance. He's going to have to go for it. Doesn't look like he's necessarily doing that. Working great behind the jab right there for Briones. There's an argument there to say that Javier Meza may have even taken off a little bit of this round, allowing Briones to be the offensive fighter. He'd rather be the counterpuncher in this fight, but he's doing a great job, man. Great jab. The jab of Javier Meza has been stellar tonight. 8-1, man. Look at that. That nose. Nice. Straight right hand. Looks like he hurt me. Looks like Meza got hurt with that right hand a little bit, as Meza's on his back foot right now, damn near on his bicycle. Looks like that overhand right got Meza. Meza initiating clinches at this point right now, as Briones may be smelling a little blood in the water. He's got 25 seconds to make a statement here if he's going to do it. Overhand right, trying to let his hands go. Meza doing a great job of being patient with himself, initiating that clinch. It looked like Meza did get hurt a little bit there with an overhand right by Briones. We're heading to the 10-second mark here of the 6th round. Great work here. Briones showing some great work. Nice. Off the back of the left hand, straight right hand. Briones showing life in this round. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to give Briones this round. I'll tell you that, right? But Meza, listen, man, not enough. Nice right hand by Briones, man. Great test for Javier Meza tonight. A great victory for him. I am going to give Joshua that final round. If you want to give him the second round, I've got it easily 4-2, if not 5-1 for Javier Meza. I don't know if you guys have been doing the scorecard, but it is what it is, man. Salute to the real six in the building. Said, what's good, Clay? What did you think about the Tigers' performance last night? Flowers was a bit disappointing, in my opinion, and is Tiger ready for the top 7-ish guys at 47? Man, thanks for bringing that up. I don't know why I didn't bring that up. What a great fight last night. I'm going to watch it again. I was working last night, so catching it on my phone. But listen, man, I knew that fight was going to be a litmus test for Tiger Johnson. Tiger Johnson just making his move to 147. I think that was his third fight at 147. He did well against Boca Chica, and I can't remember who the first fight he had was, but he did pretty well there as well. But I did notice that, Tiger Johnson was looking a lot better at 147. What I mean by that is it looks like he was more comfortable with the weight cut, looked like a stronger fighter, just as fast as he was at 140, right? And he showed that IQ last night, showed that amateur background that he dives into. He has a deep amateur background, and Tiger Johnson tried to make it happen at 140, but it looks like he might have found his home at 147 last night, just completely outclassing Nicholas Floss in that fight, man. And got him out of it, 4th, 5th round. I don't remember which round it was, but was finding him with that right hand. That jab of Tiger Johnson was the protein on the plate last night. And obviously, if I'm comparing the fight to a plate of food, the protein on the plate was that jab. But the I don't know. Was the protein the appetizer? And that right hand might have been the protein, right? Maybe the appetizer was that jab and the protein was that right hand, because he was finding Nicholas Floss with that right hand. And they noticed something about Nicholas Floss, and I've noticed it in him. He gets wide with his punches. He gets wide at times with his punches, and he keeps his head high. So you saw them taking advantage of that with straight punching, short, straight punching was really effective last night. Tiger Johnson worked behind that jab, but didn't work the body as much as I love to see good body work, but I don't think it was necessary. I don't think he needed to do that last night. I think he did what he needed to do. He got a stoppage. He made a statement for 147, and definitely I see him in even bigger fights now. You want to see him against the Polancos. You want to see him in the ring with the Barrioses, with the Devin Haney's, with the Ryan Garcias, with the Teofimo Lopez's if he steps up to 147. You want to see all those fights now. Tiger Johnson looking like a very promising future 147 pounder for sure. For sure. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Herco, Joanese, Coestra, Herco, Ioannes, Coestria says, thanks for the podcast. Thank you for being in the building, Herco. John Padilla in the building says, Boca Negra brothers. Yeah, last night. The Boca Negra brothers looked good last night, for sure. Yes, they did, man. Look like they were competing each other for stoppages last night. I got to watch that whole card again because I was working while I was watching it, so I feel like I didn't watch it the way I like to watch boxing. So I'm probably going to watch that later, like tomorrow morning, just watch the whole card again. Looked like it was a decent card, for sure. Looked like it was a decent card, and Pro Box put up a decent card last night. And listen, Tiger Johnson delivered last night. Definitely delivered, man. Shout out to John Padilla representing down in Texas, I guess, right? That guy, 44251. Yeah, shout out that guy. Yeah, no doubt, man. Keonto Virgin in the building says Tiger Johnson's jab work. For sure, man. For sure. 100%. I'm assuming the decision came in. I didn't watch the scorecards. I'm hoping that it matched mine. I had it 5-1. Javier Mesa, maybe 4-2 if you wanted to give him that second round. That second round was the closest to a swing round that I had in that fight. Javier Mesa looks promising, man. Upgrades his record to 5-0, and we'll see what he does next, right? We'll see what he does, man. That guy says, goddamn that arena. Yeah, hey, man. Listen, man, welcome to my channel. We're here when the arena is empty, man. I'm here to see the future of boxing, and I'm here to see the present, man. And you can't watch it and not watch it, right? You can't watch it and not watch it. So I'm glad to see you guys here in the building. Hope you find a home, a place you can be at to cover these prelims and the main event cards as well. 2 fights into the prelims here. Main event for this prelim is going to be Eric Priest tonight. Eric Priest, a promising middleweight, man. Middleweight division looking like it's coming together, is developing. Fights are, Terrence Crawford now bringing attention to wanting to potentially challenge Janabek for a unification title fight. Maybe 160 gets interesting. Maybe we see some of these 154 pounders who have been lingering there a little too long show up at 160, right? Who knows, right? But then again, 154 is one of those divisions, but it's so busy. If you're not, 154 is so stacked. If you're really not able to get those fights, like if you're a Jalil Hackett, for example, right? Certain fighters at 154 may decide to go up to 160, right? We saw some great 154 pounders last week on that matchroom card. Some young bulls, who's like 4-0 fighters. We're getting ready to see Eric Priest get in the ring here with Isnikier Correa. Isnikier Correa. Hope I'm saying that correct. Eric Priest, a promising young fighter, man. Carries himself in the right way, right? Golden Boy seems to like him. 160-pound representation, 16-0, 8 wins by knockouts. Great boxing pedigree. I've seen him fight once, maybe twice, but I like what I saw. Looking forward to see what he does tonight in the ring, man. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody in the building, man. For sure. Hit the like button in the chat for sure. Salute. Oh, yeah. Feel free to put some color in the chat anytime you feel like it, by the way. For sure. Ken Sims there doing a little interviewing right there of his last performance. Had a decent last performance. Let's see here what Ken Sims is talking about. I hope that's not playing over the waves. Salute to everybody in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting like buttons as we step in the building. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet, man. Subscribe, 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 man. Hey, did you guys catch? I don't know if a lot of you guys here from the Boxing Voice, but you guys catch the Border Wars a little bit earlier today? I saw my guy Round One Sports, man, go out like a champ, man. The condition, hey man, you got to respect anybody who gets in that ring. I know I'm not doing it today. Where I'm at with my shoulders, my age, I'm just not doing nothing like that. So to see Round Sports in there, 51 years old, fighting a 3-round fight, man. Salute to Round One Sports, man. Yeah, man. You guys should go and catch that Border Wars. That was a decent little Border Wars. I caught some of the fights on there. I was running around, moving around, caught some of the fights on there, but I don't know if you guys caught it. Shout out to Ness and the Boxing Voice over there. This fight right here is going to be a great fight. I got a feeling here. Another test for Eric Priest. Off the back end of this fight, you got to think that Eric Priest is looking at making some bigger fights at 160, right? So this is good. This is supposed to be a big litmus test. Let's see what Oscar. Is this the fight right here that's going to convince Oscar to push Eric Priest in the next conversation at 160? We will find out, right? We'll find out. Let's see if this is the fight here that changes it up. The Korean Cowboy. Yesterday, Eric Priest gets asked a question about, where did you get the name Korean Cowboy from? Eric Priest is like, I don't know, man. I'm Korean and I'm from Kansas. He's out from Kansas. You put it together. Shout out to Eric Priest, man. The ladies love him. The ladies love him. You know what I mean? He was up there flexing. You heard a lot of women going crazy in the audience at the weigh-in. So listen, man, a great fighter and a good-looking kid, promising, right? This is he has the elements of being a star in the boxing space if he can get in those right fights. He's at 160 pounds. That division is there for him to make some decent fights up there. You got Troy Isley up there. You got Vito Milnecki up there. Right, you got a couple of fighters. I can't say off the top of my head right now. I don't want to look like a dumbass up here, but there's some good fighters, man. 160 is a dry division, man. Just not jumping the way you'd want to see 160 jumping. So, man, you see a talent like this, you wish him the best. 16-0, and everybody seems to love him, man. Really articulate kid too. Salute Curtis Robinson in the building. Salute, salute, salute. What's going on? Private chat. Okay. Salute, salute, salute. Let's see what Eric Priest plans on doing here. Let's make sure we're pumping that like button. Show some love. There we go. We're almost there. Curtis Robinson says, I've been watching Border Wars all day. Yeah, I didn't watch it all day. I had stuff I was doing. I was sleeping. That's what happens when you work that third shift, man. You be knocked out, man. I didn't wake up today until like damn near 1:30. It's like as soon as I turned it on, I saw round one in the ring. Saw all 3 rounds of round one. I seen Marco in there cornering round one. And listen, man, people slept on that 51-year-old dude, man. He showed out, man. Let his hands go, man. The conditioning got tested, but, man, he showed out, man. He ain't getting knocked out. The knockdown, I think, was a little questionable, personally. It looks like his feet got tangled up a little bit in that one. And I don't know if it made the big difference. It probably did, right? In a 3-round fight, the knockdown is going to make a big difference, man. I thought he was in the fight, man. But he definitely, round one definitely looked older, right? He's definitely seen the age on him. But it is what it is. 16 wins, 6 losses, 4 losses by knockout. As Nizer, I can't say his name. I'm gonna just say his name, his last name, bro. I'm not gonna say this man's Korea, bro. Sneaker. I don't want to mess his name up, respectfully. So we're just gonna call him Korea. Eric Priest, 16-0, man. The Korean Cowboy. That last performance I seen from Eric Priest was a good performance, man. I'm very interested in seeing what he does in this one. He slipped, right, Curtis? Yeah, man. Yeah. Everybody's leaving the ring right now as the fighters are prepared to get it in. The referee's making sure everybody's cleared. Gives the word to the bell. Let's go. We're at the top of the first round here. Eric Priest steps to his business right behind that jab, as he should, man. In that high guard, standing behind that jab. Correa responds with his own jabs right there. Doubles it up right there. Nice jab by Eric Priest. You can already see Eric Priest is going to be committed to not only throwing that jab, but he's throwing that jab with bad intentions, man. So he can literally hurt Correa off the back end of a jab here. Correa seemed to be working that jab more as a prober, and he really got checked by getting hit with a very stiff jab that he can be promised. Eric Priest making a statement to let him know what to expect on the back end of that jab right there. Correa trying to get something going, initiates a clinch. Eric Priest, clearly the stronger fighter in the ring tonight, and probably the puncher in the ring tonight. Nice behind that jab, a big overhand right, hits air, but Eric Priest with the bad intention continues to apply pressure. Correa sits there in somewhat of a Philly shell, but keeps his hands right underneath his chins. Underneath his chin. Can't help but feel like a straight right hand is gonna, if Eric Priest can time it right, you can already see the setup for a nasty straight right hand that can get Correa up out of here, bro. So Correa doubling up on that jab there, jabs up top, comes down to the solar plex, using the ring right. Nice. And there goes that right hand. I saw it coming. Nice straight right hand from Eric Priest right there off the top of that high guard, stalking Correa. Correa tries to hit him with a 2-3 punch, 1-2-1-1. And doesn't really do anything. Eric Priest is really just measuring, getting that timing down. And once again, with that low left hand of Correa, you can kind of see the setup for a straight right hand by Eric Priest. I'm sure Eric Priest sees it, trying to set it up behind that jab. Doesn't want to just jump on it. Nice work. Eric Priest gets up underneath those hooks that Correa tries to set off. We're at the minute and 10-second mark here, the first round right here, as Eric Priest does a good job catching those jabs of Correa right on his glove. Correa's left hand being that low, I can't help but believe I'm going to see this straight right hand. Beautiful work right there. Off the back of that jab right there, shoots off a check right hook to the body right there. Eric Priest hiding that right hand a little bit, but you can kind of see it. If you see what I see a straight right hand or even a hook. Nice leaping left hook right there as Eric Priest jumps into it, and Correa sits him back down a little bit with that jab. Priest working that jab now, level changing, stabbing him to the body, working it up top, standing a little tall and a little high right there, in my opinion. But at this point, able to control it a little bit better than he was in the beginning of the round. Correa finding himself a little bit. Yeah, Priest right there for that straight right hand. Correa used that movement. You can already see Correa has a little bit of a slickness about him, right? We're about to hit the 15-second of that first round. Eric Priest continued to stalk him and try to cut the ring off as Correa is on that back foot. That was a 10-second mark right there. That bell went off. I don't know what that was about, but back to the action. I don't know what that bell was all about. There we go. There we go. End of the first round right there. Great round for Eric Priest, in my opinion. But Correa also looked like he was getting it a little bit better as well with his movement. Right? So let's do Correa. I'm gonna do a scorecard. Sometimes I'll be messing up and I don't be doing the scores, man. Carrier and Priest. Let's do 10-9 round. I give it to Priest. Yeah, nice name, right? That guy for sure, man. Shout out to that guy, Curtis Robinson, in the building. Okay, I'll shout out everybody. 44 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are here. Eric Priest versus Isnikia Correa. Second round here on Erickson Lubin versus Virgil Ortiz Jr. prelim card. This is the main fight on the prelim card here. Eric Priest back to the center, ringing that high guard, feinting to the body at times, but really working behind that jab, doing a good job, doubling, tripling up on that jab, trying to set up for that big overhand right. Correa way more active in this fight, in this round right here. Way more active with the jab, way more active with the punch combination. But Priest is continue to pin him down, trying to keep him. There we go. Woo! Nice straight right hand by Correa, catches Priest. Priest got a little too active there and caught a nice straight right hand. Good work by Correa, working the combination, punching, level changing, going to the body. Big overhand right by Correa. Priest standing inside that high guard right there. Still on his back foot, but Correa way more active in this round here, man. Good round for Correa thus far. Priest walking him down, working behind that jab, trying to set up that straight right hand. Correa complains to the referee, getting hit in the back of the head. Welcome to boxing, man. It's part of the game at times. But good work by Correa, working behind that jab. And Priest continues to try to set up and work everything behind that jab, but looking to still set up that big right hand. Correa doing a good job of keeping his head off the line and off the ropes right there, initiating the clinch right there. Correa doesn't appreciate the push off by Eric Priest here. We're at the minute 45-second mark of the second round here. As, nice check left hook catches Correa coming in there as Correa tried to hit him with an uppercut, and right there got caught with a check left hook on the way in there. Good work. Back on that jab. Correa working behind that jab. Priest working behind the jab, and Correa doing a great job of getting underneath those shots and initiating the clinch. We're at the minute 20-second mark here, the second round here. A way better round for Insnikia Correa here. Way better round, getting more comfortable working behind that jab. There we go. We're about to hit the minute mark here as Priest continues to apply that pressure. I wonder how the judges are going to score this round. This is a very interesting round. When you see the pressure being applied by Eric Priest, he's pushing back Correa, but Correa is doing a good job punching off that back foot and, a great active jab and good combination punching at times in this round right here. I think this is a close round here, however you want to score it. Eric Priest working behind that jab, continuing to apply that pressure, but Correa being active and really the slicker fighter. In many, really, yeah, right? Let's say Correa, the slicker fighter here. Nice. Walks Eric Priest into a straight right hand right there. Nice off the jab right there. Great. Clinches in, works the body. Nice check left hook. Back on that jab. Doubles and triples up on that jab. Good work by Correa, man. We're about to hit the 20-second mark here. I like what Correa is doing. Don't know. Nice. That jab catches Priest, who hits nothing but air with a 1-2 right there. We're hitting the 10-second mark here. Great work. Yo, what is that bell about? Why does that bell keep doing that? I don't like that 10-second. Great work, man. Great footwork by Correa as Correa tries to get the crowd in on his side. Get way comfortable, man. I like what I saw there, and I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to give Correa that round. I don't know how you guys got to score, but I got to give as near Correa that round right there. So as far as I'm concerned, it's 1 up here. Great round, man. I'm wondering what the corner's telling him at that point. That round right there, it is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got 41 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we step in the building. Curtis Padmore, salute to you, fam. One, Curtis Robinson. All right, we're on the same page. Let's get it. Here we are at the top of the third round right here. As the referee's making sure everybody's doing their job. Referee gives the bell, and it's on. Let's go. Let's see what Eric Priest does to adjust in this round right here, because Correa was definitely, he was doing a good job being slick, and there we go. Doubles up on that jab. Straight puncher coming straight forward, Eric Priest is. But Correa has that slickness, that was giving him some issues in that second round. Correa, it looks like Eric Priest has responded to all of that by being more active, right? Having a more active jab. Let's go ahead and level change. Let's hit that body as well. Let's not forget the body. This guy's being slick. He's moving around. Let's aim at the body right there. Nice right hook to the body of Correa as Correa makes a gesture to say that it didn't hurt, I guess, which usually means it did hurt. Nice. Eric Priest making sure he's taking that jab and winning that jab game right there, doubling up on the jab and working the body as Correa is moving around a lot, and kind of hard to headhunt for somebody who's going to be as slick as Correa's been being, and he's continuing to work with his legs. So let's see if Eric Priest stays committed to that body. Great work by Correa. Nice feint by Correa. Eric Priest trying to get the rhythm here and get his timing down. Doubles up. Nice right hand by Eric Priest right there. Puts Correa on the ropes right there. That right hand was getting set up behind that double jab right there. Comes right over the top. And Correa lets off his own flurry of punches to get that respect back. He's in calling Eric Priest to jump into this fight. See, here it is right here. Eric Priest, even though he's 16 fights into his professional career, does he have that poise? Nice right hand again by Eric Priest. Catches him right there. Correa continues to try to let off bigger shots now, trying to get that respect as Priest is becoming more and more confident. We're hitting the minute and 15-second mark of the third round, Eric Priest becoming more confident, finding him with that right hand, doubling up behind that jab, and doing a good job of connecting with Correa. Correa tries to respond with his own shots right there. Beautiful work by Eric Priest, has Correa against the ropes right there, keeping him honest against the ropes and not allowing Correa to initiate any clinches unnecessarily, so he won't be getting it too close. Nice. Works behind that straight. Nice straight right hand by Eric Priest. Catches him right there. Nice right hand off the break right there. As Correa tries to show him his athleticism, switches up and goes into a southpaw stance, has that right hand in front of him now. We're at the 35-second mark of the third round right now as Eric Priest continues to work his offense. Beautiful right hand. Beautiful work by Priest against the ropes. Nice. Working to the body. Continue to apply that pressure. This is a good round for Eric Priest, responding to everything that happened in that second round with a higher punch volume and definitely working that body way more efficiently, and finding him, because of working that body, finding him with that straight right hand. We're hitting the 10-second mark here, the third round right now. This is a great round for Eric Priest. Correa is still in this fight, but this round is definitely going towards Eric Priest right there. Let's go. Give Eric Priest. Eric Priest takes his lead back in this 2-1 for Eric Priest, as they're talking crazy to each other a little bit there. Listen, let's keep it spicy, but let's keep it respectful, man. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Just Do in the building. Salute, Just Do. What are you saying? Oh, he's saying salute to the men. No doubt, no doubt. Salute to the men in the building for sure. And the women. Shout out to the women who might be in the building as well. I'm sure my wife is at her job watching me run my mouth. So salute to the men and the women in the building. 45 people in the building. Let's take the time to go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't done it yet. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. Let's make sure we make that happen as well. Yeah, no doubt, Curtis Padmore. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We are at the top of the fourth round right now. Eric Priest coming off a decent round right there. Correa is going to, let's see what adjustments he makes. He had a decent second round, but Priest really answered a lot of those questions by working that jab, a lot more active with the jab, and bringing in a good body campaign, working to the body to go ahead. Nice off that jab. Beautiful work by Eric Priest, man, as Correa is trying to get him caught up in the antics, but Eric Priest staying disciplined and staying behind that jab right there. Nice work. Check left hook comes in for Correa, who's becoming way more active with the jab, trying to use that athleticism and that slick. Nice work. Great counter punching by Correa, who's trying to use his antics to get under Eric Priest's skin. I don't know if he's getting under the skin, but I think he's winning the round so far, if it makes any sense. He's definitely the more active fighter. Priest nice. Priest tries to work a nice check left hook here, catch and shoot. Nice work by Priest right there with a nice 1-3. Boom, bop. There we go. Let's go. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Eric Priest continued to apply that pressure, but Correa is doing a good job of turning him and staying off those ropes, and also doing a great job counterpunching him. Great jab, a quick, slick jab for Correa, who's finding Eric Priest, and looks like he's working on walking him into something. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on it. Eric Priest still being dangerous. Big overhand right hits nothing but air by Eric Priest. A little desperation in that overhand right there, as clearly, I'll be honest with you, you can see that the slickness of Correa is starting to, cause issues for Eric Priest a little bit, at times making his hands stay home more than I think his corner would rather him do it. Correa seems to be able to comfortably evade a lot of those big shots coming from Eric Priest right now. Eric Priest has abandoned doubling and tripling up on the jab. I haven't seen him really attacking the body like that. He's pop shot, and there we go. Nice 1-2 by Eric Priest right there. His Correa continues to use his legs and control the energy. Beautiful. Walks him into a nasty left uppercut and a straight right hand at the end of that. Great punch combination by Correa, doubling, tripling up on that jab right there. Eric Priest is not as active as he was being in that last round. A lot of that, you got to say, is the movement of Correa probably has Eric Priest having a hard time getting that timing down, but he wants to continue to let his hands go. Nice 1-1-2 from Eric Priest right there. But Correa continued to use his legs and work that jab, and winning a lot of those exchanges in a counterpunch sense of the word. I wonder how the referee's looking at this. This is a very competitive fight right here, man. Eric Priest, up and coming 160-pounder, trying to make a statement here for the division and put himself in some bigger conversations. Is this performance delivering that type of message? I don't know. I mean, a step up in work for sure. Clearly, you can see Correa using that slickness and that experience that's giving Eric Priest some issues. Correa believes he's getting under the skin, talking back to that corner, talking to Eric Priest, pleased with himself and the energy he's able to bring into this fight. I wonder how the Eric Priest corner feels about this performance from Eric Priest so far. Salute to Mr. Lightning in the building. Salute, 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 salute. 51 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button and hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Salute to everybody who is in the building. Correa staying in his corner. He's feeling good about himself. I think Priest needs to get active with that jab. He needs to work that body. He needs to apply that pressure. He needs to apply that mental pressure as well. Right now, Correa is way too comfortable in the ring. Priest needs to step to him, and he is. And he needs to work behind that jab, and he needs to throw his punches. He needs to stop headhunting, in my opinion. And he's doing that, and Correa is doing an easy job of keeping his head off that line and not getting hit with all those big shots. I think Priest would do better bringing in that body, working that body a lot more. Beautiful work by Correa right there. This fight is tied up 2-2 as far as I'm concerned. Let's see here. Priest is letting his shots. He's throwing one shot at a time, and he'll throw a shot and he'll end it off with a hook. He seems discouraged. I'll be honest with you. Priest seems a little bit discouraged and a little bit outclassed in this fight, just a little bit, right? I mean, he's in the fight, but Correa is doing a good job of smothering a lot of that power with healthy clinching, not over clinching, and he's also doing a good job of using his legs and turning Keith Priest around. Oh, Eric Priest. So I said Keith Priest. Eric Priest around in this fight. So he's doing a good job. Real good job there. Beautiful work. Look at that. Beautiful work by Correa right there, man. Letting him beautiful uppercut right in between the guard of Eric Priest right there. As Eric Priest is starting to follow Correa around the ring as well. He's no longer cutting the ring off. Correa able to walk him into shots because now he's chasing Correa around the ring and walking into shots, to be honest with you, at times with Correa, who's able to stick him with that jab at will and hit him with good combination punching from time to time, usually ending in an uppercut up between the guards. Good work by Isnier Correa. Salute to Virgil Wimberly in the building, man. Salute, Virgil. What's good with you, family? Salute to Manuel LG in the building. Salute, family. What's good? What's good? What's good to the men, man? Salute, man. Guys, as you're walking in the door, hit the like button. And, of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet here. We are here in the 5th round here. Eric Priest versus Isnier Correa here. I've got this so far 4 rounds into this fight, 2-2. Both fighters in this fight. Eric Priest had a great round in the first round, controlled it well. Second round, we saw Correa started to bring that movement. It was a slicker fighter. Third round, Eric Priest. In second round, third round, we saw Eric Priest turn it up, started to work that body, work behind that jab more. But in the last 4th round here, it seemed to become way more complacent. And I think Correa started to take it back from it. And is continuing right now to be slick, fast, working off that jab. Nice straight right hand by Eric Priest right there. But Correa using Eric Priest's lack of athleticism to a degree, dare I say, right? This seems to not have that many wrinkles to his game. Eric Priest doesn't have the ability to adjust and bring some different aspects here to give Correa some issues. For sure, Correa has been very, very comfortable in this fight right here. That was a very close round. I don't know how you want to look at it. I'm probably going to have to give it to Correa, who's now at this point antagonizing and trolling the corner of Eric Priest. So it's becoming a little bit more interesting. But Correa has a lead at this point, in my opinion, right? 3 rounds to 2. Correa here. This right here is a Clay, what fight you watching now? I'm watching Priest and Correa. Yeah, that's a fight I'm watching, Priest and Correa. I'm at the 6th round right now. We're getting ready to go into the 6th round. Am I calling it that bad where it looks like a complete different fight? Maybe I'm calling it bad. I don't know. I'm trying to call it the way I see it, man. That definitely was a Correa round, I think, for me. Curtis, how you got it scored at this point, man? I've got it 3-2 Correa. How do you got it? I know you're over there scoring it, so tell me how you got it, man. 54 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we're stepping into the building. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so here. 6 out of 8 rounds here as Sneakier Correa is coming off of a decent round. Eric Priest trying to apply that pressure. Correa doing a good job of slipping a lot of these straight shots. Correa also doing a good job of using his angles and his lateral movements. Eric Priest not doing as much of a good job as cutting the ring off as I think his corner would want him to do so. And we're here, 2-minute, 30-second mark here of the 6th round right now. Correa working behind that jab and that movement right there. Eric Priest continuing to be the fighter who's stalking Correa there and did a great job, catches that leaping left hook with his right hand right there. Beautiful body work, doubles, triples up off that jab for Correa. Continuing to use his movement. Eric Priest with a decent jab right there, looking to get inside there. Nice uppercut by Correa. Nice straight right hand. 2 straight right hands by Eric Priest catches Correa there. Correa smiles at him. We already know what that means. Leaping check left hook right there for Correa, but Eric Priest catches it on his gloves. Let's go as Correa continues to work behind that jab right there, staying alert. Eric Priest coming up short, having a hard time getting that range down as well at this point as Correa's doing a good job. You can tell Correa sees everything coming at him pretty clearly and is pretty comfortable in this fight. You know, Eric Priest's job has got to be to make him as uncomfortable as possible. And if you're judging it just off of that, he's not doing a good job with Correa. His Correa complains about a headbutt at this point. Both fighters seem to clinch, knock heads for a little bit there. Shout out Roger that in the building. Salute to you, Roger that. Yeah, I saw some of the Border Wars. I definitely saw Pound round 1 perform as well. Yeah, that guy has it 3-2 behind that jab, no doubt. Curtis Padmore has Correa running it 3-2 right now. No doubt. Mr. Lightning Boxing, thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. DP Henson in the building. Salute to you, man. He's saying you don't know what you're talking about. I know, right, DP? That's what he's saying, DP. Yeah, that's what he's saying, man. Hey, man, we learning, man. I'm getting better, man. I might not be doing the best job, man, but, you know, it's the end of the race. That's more important, right? During the journey, we might hit some potholes and some stumps, but we're going to keep moving forward. And eventually, Curtis is going to like the way I call the fights, right? Yo, salute party already in the building. What's good with your family? Yeah, it's empty in the building. Not a lot of people in the building, party already, but the most important people are in the building. That's the 2 fighters in the ring right now, right? Correa doing a great job working on the back end of that jab, man. Great work. Great work by Correa, man. I don't know, a nice check left hook coming in there. Priest coming in there, catches a left hook behind that jab. I got to be honest with you, man. I think Correa is winning this fight, man. That's another Correa round right there. Priest down bad right now. 4 rounds to 2 for Correa. Correa actually makes some separation here in this 6th round right now. Eric Priest back at his corner. Where are the adjustments? That's what these fights are supposed to be. If this is a litmus test for Eric Priest and what he should be doing at 160 pounds, how's he doing it for you guys? Is Eric Priest checking the boxes? Good-looking kid, articulate, but seems a little bit limited at what he's able to do in that ring. Let's see if he can turn it up in this round right here and do something special, get back into this fight. I have him down 2 rounds at this point. What do you guys think? Salute Joseph Johnson in the building, man. Ill Will in the building. Salute to Ill Will in the building. Salute, family. What's good? 54 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so. We are at the top of the 7th round here. Eric Priest versus Sneakier Correa. Right now, Sneakier Correa have him up 2 rounds, doing a great job using his movements, working behind that jab, and Eric Priest trying to work behind his jab. But I'll be honest with you, the slick movement of Correa giving Eric Priest fits of problems here. And you got to ask yourself, does this guy, Eric Priest, have the ability to adjust at this point? I think it's fair to question that, as he's been pretty much hammering this strategy he's had for a while now. Great work by Eric Priest here, working the body here behind that jab, becoming way more active now. At least he's starting to press it a little bit more, pressing the issue a little bit more. Eric Priest now working behind that jab, doing a better job at cutting the ring off as well, and working that body a little bit better. But still, there he goes, taking his foot off the gas, giving Correa all the space he needs to use that movement, not cutting the ring off enough to where he's taking away that movement. At least cut the ring in half right there. It is what it is, right? No doubt. Ill will appreciate that, man. That guy said fresh fade don't win fights. No doubt, right? No doubt, no doubt. Box these nuts in the building. Salute, 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 salute. Curtis Robinson, salute to Joseph Johnson in the building. Curtis Palmer saying you're doing a great job. Korea a step ahead 4-2 now. No doubt. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. Curtis Robinson, 4-2 Priest. We're on the same page, man. Great minds think alike. Let's go. Great job by Correa right there behind that jab, working that body, doing a good job of counter punching Priest at times and being first when he needs to be first, right? Controlling the center of the ring. Eric Priest not showing the ability to make those adjustments. Great check left hook by Eric Priest right there. Straight right hand catches it. And how does Correa respond? Let the hands go. 2, 3, 4 punch combinations, working that jab, working behind that movement right there, playing follow the leader with Eric Priest, trying to walk him into something that could maybe hurt him, right? Got to ask yourself, has Eric Priest even been hurt in this fight, being that he's respecting Correa's punching power to a degree, right? He's definitely respecting the power as well. We're at the 42nd mark of round 7 here. Correa continuing to use his footwork to turn Eric Priest, using that jab to keep him at bay, controlling the distance of this fight pretty easily, doing a good job of maintaining the center of the ring and staying off those ropes as we're approaching the 22nd mark of the 7th round here. Let's go here. This seems like another round for Correa. Seems to be taking it, man. Eric Priest seems to be getting outclassed in this fight here. If you were looking for a good performance from Eric Priest, you might be having an off night here. Another round for Correa, as far as I'm concerned. 5 rounds to 2. 5 rounds to 2. We're getting ready to go into that last fight. Eric Priest looking very frustrated. At this point, I think Eric Priest needs to stop Correa or at least put him down. Were there some swing rounds? There were closer rounds than others in there, but I think Correa is doing a good job. There he goes. He knocked that mouthpiece out of Correa's mouth. And that replay, I don't know if the referee saw that. Round 8 right now. I'm sure Correa's corner is letting him know that he's well ahead in this fight right now. I'd expect Correa to continue to do what he's been doing, controlling the center of the ring, using that lateral movement, staying behind that jab. Eric Priest has to make an adjustment right now. Let's see if he can turn it up. Eric Priest seems dialed out of the fight, though, man. Doesn't look like he's dealing with the adversity very well mentally either, right? He's continuing to push forward, but where's the activity? Eric Priest back at it, applying the pressure. We're at the 2-minute, 45-second mark of round 8 of 8 here. Correa continues to use that movement. Wants to stay behind that jab, starting to implement some hooks as well off the back of those jabs. Check left hooks. Nice left hook to the body, doubles up on the jab. Correa really feels like he has a victory in sight right now and is turning up right now and wants to remove any kind of doubt. Beautiful punching combinations by Correa right there, letting off uppercuts and off the jab, check hooks and check hook to the body right there for Correa, and ends it with a nice little jab. Eric Priest just trying to press this fight, but not letting his hands go nowhere near enough to make it himself felt great. 1-2 by Eric Priest right there, as Correa finds time and speaks to Eric Priest's corner and continue to use his movement and stay behind that jab. Eric Priest trying to use that jab as a measuring stick. We're at the 1-50-second mark here, coming onto that 1-50-second mark here. Eric Priest does seem to be pressing the action a little bit more, as he has to know he's down on the cards right now. But is he doing enough? Great work by Eric Priest right there. Ends it with a nice right hook, check left hook to the body. I wonder why Eric Priest didn't work the body more. You know, that's the sign of the young fighter, though, right? That's what Eric Priest really showed prospect energy in this fight. Not enough body work. Didn't cut the ring off the way you'd expect him to do it at this point. 16 fights into his professional career. Where is that poise? Where's the experience to let you know how to deal with a slick fighter who's moving like Correa is moving right now, and get him to slow down a little bit so you can get your offense going? You're just following him around the ring. Nice right hand by Eric Priest. Catches him on that exchange. Beautiful punch combination. Combination punching by Correa, who's continuing to use his footwork, moves over into a southpaw stance right there, letting everything go. Where we just hit the minute mark a few seconds ago. It's getting down to the last bit of time for Eric Priest to do something significant and special here. Looks like Eric Priest on his way to his first loss, potentially. Nice right hand by Eric Priest on the exchanges right there. Looks like he might be heading to his first loss, man. And Snekia Correa, I hope I'm saying his first round, seems to be getting ready to go into a victory here, man. 3-4 Correa. Okay, I've got a 5-2 Correa, but okay. I mean, it's a close fight here, Curtis. That guy says MF got his gum shield bumped out and threw punches beautiful. Yeah, man, he's having a good time. He's just relaxed, doing his thing, man. 52 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we're stepping into the building. And, of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet here. We're going to find nice right hand by Correa. Correa feels good, does a little Muhammad Ali shuffle, works behind that jab. Listen, man, great fight here. I'll give Priest that last round. If you want to give him that last round, I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I got a 6-2, maybe 5-3 Correa. I don't know what you guys have it scored. If you guys want to share your scorecards, feel free to do that. If you want to share your scorecards, feel free to go ahead and do that. Bring this mic here. I've got it 6-2, maybe 5-3. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think here. Waiting on the judges here. Both fighters waiting on the judges to see what the end result's going to be. Looks like Eric Priest took his first loss as far as I'm concerned here. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 16 plus 18. 78. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 78, 74 on my scorecards. If you want, you can make it a 77, 75 or 70, you know what I mean? 76, 75, 77, 75. I don't know. I got a 78, 74 personally. Salute to Eastside Easy in the building. Salute. Priest by robbery. Oh, no. Curtis Robinson has it tied up 4-up. Okay, so is it a draw? It could be a draw, too. Listen, Priest is a fighter who they got a lot of expectations for. So I'll tell you this, though. I'm going to be real with you. If it is a draw, Erickson Lubin better be ready tonight. Let's see here. I'm going to tell you straight up, Erickson Lubin is going to get robbed tonight by the judges if he has a close fight. He cannot have a close fight. And 79-73 for Eric Priest is a legitimate concern for the judging in Texas tonight. 79-73 is a legitimate concern. That was ridiculous. To give Eric Priest, that is ridiculous. Shout out to DPN. Who called the draw? It was who called the draw? Robbery draw. Who called it, man? Was it you? Somebody called the draw for sure. That guy said, "Thank the Lord." Yeah, Kurt called it. Oh yeah, Curtis Robinson. There it is, 4-4. But Curtis, you call it? But he called it a draw, like for real. He didn't call it a draw for fake. You know what I mean? He called it 76-76. I had it 78-74 for Korea, man. I thought Korea was up, 6 rounds to 2. You know what I mean? Maybe 5 rounds to 3. But that 79-73 scorecard was BS at the highest level. BS at the highest level, bro. That was crazy, bro. Get ready, Virgil. Virgil better put on that performance. Virgil better put that performance on. I'm telling you right now. Guys, hold the line for me. 52 people in the building. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. I'll be right back. Going ahead. We're going to take a little bathroom break, right? We're going to do what we got to do. My bad, guys. Thanks for hanging in there. Had to go handle business. I should have had that on the loop, right? For sure, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. 59 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button as we're stepping into the building, and hit the subscribe button. I believe we are done with the prelims, heading into the main card. shortly. It's about that time. Watching a lovely Emily Austin with Golden Boy and DAZN commentating as they're building up this fight where it needs to be. Guys, this card right here, this fight right here, significant fight here. Virgil Ortiz Jr. looks to make a statement here at 154 and announce himself in the space, right? Let's be honest. I told you guys a story before. Virgil Ortiz, what a journey from 147 to get to this point. Complicated weight cuts at 147. Now finding his way at 154. Seems to be way more comfortable. Had himself about 5 fights at this point since he's been in the 4 fights, right? This will be his 5th fight since he's returned from his hiatus from those crazy weight cuts. 2 legitimate fights as far as I'm concerned at 154. He had the fights with Delorme, he had the fight with Fred Lawson and got those quick stoppages. But as far as official fights are concerned, Serhii Bohachuk, Israel Madrimov hasn't been able to stop people since he's been at 154. I'm sure he'll be looking to break that record tonight and get back into his stopping ways. He has Ron Boots Ennis and Eddie Hearn in the building. They're going to be watching this fight. We're expecting Ron Boots Ennis to make a call out in an official way, step in the ring on the back end of a Virgil Ortiz victory here. Let's see what Virgil Ortiz been able to put together off the back of those 2 performances between Madrimov and Serhii Bohachuk. 22 grueling rounds. 24 rounds, right? I believe 24 or 22. I don't know if the Madrimov fight was a 10-round fight or a 12-round fight, but regardless, a lot of experience, Eastern Europeans. I'm into that kind of stuff. I think those type of fights help build a fighter, right? But we'll see what Virgil Ortiz is able to put together from those experiences into this fight. Keep in mind, guys, Virgil Ortiz Jr. coming off of hand surgery. So this is also his first fight on the back end of the hand surgery. Erickson Lubin, on the other hand, is the guy who's come in to put a wrench in the party, right? Coming off of 2 victories himself, off of undefeated fighters, but Erickson Lubin hasn't been that active ever since Showtime did their thing with the PBC, and the PBC's been doing this thing with Amazon. A lot of fighters on the PBC roster just haven't been as active as they should be. Erickson Lubin, someone who was able to find a home at Pro Box and able to make some fights happen over there, but a journey for him at this point. Crazy performance. You guys remember against Sebastian Fundora, where I think he competed at a high level, but his face just didn't do well with the shots. He swole up, one of the most swollen faces we've seen in boxing, right? And then of course, we know that he got stopped by Jermell Charlo very early in his career. These were big things here for Erickson Lubin on his journey. Going through his 3rd trainer at this point, landing here with Coach K. Karamo, leaving Kevin Cunningham. We got to see all these moves. What happened? How has it helped Erickson Lubin? And how has the last 2 fights helped him move forward? One of those fights being against Jesus Ramos. That fighter right there, similar to Virgil Ortiz, pressure fighter, can be a volume puncher. Erickson Lubin was able to show some different wrinkles to his game in that fight, keeping the fight in the center at times. When he did that, he found success in there, was able to convince 3 judges to give him a unanimous decision in that fight. Jesus Ramos, at times, Erickson Lubin would find himself on the ropes, right? And was it Jesus Ramos pushing him on the ropes, or was Erickson Lubin choosing to sit on the ropes? I can remember seeing Kevin Cunningham just digging into Erickson Lubin to keep his back off those ropes. I think if he does that tonight, it's not going to be a good night for him. Virgil Ortiz is a great show closer. If you give him the opportunity to, he's going to attack that body. He's going to throw those hooks. He's going to work behind that jab. He has bad intentions. He can stop Erickson Lubin in multiple ways tonight, whether it's to the body or whether it's a headshot to get him out of there. Erickson Lubin has to be aware of where he's going to be at into this in this fight tonight. And of course, if he's able to control the center of that ring, he has the athleticism, he has the acumen, he has power in both hands. You would expect that Erickson Lubin does have all the tools necessary to give Virgil Ortiz Jr. all of the issues he can handle. And of course, as I stated earlier, Jaron Ennis outside of the ring, watching all of this take place to potentially see who his next opponent is going to be, right? We've got a great undercard getting ready to kick off here as well. We've got Darius Fulgham getting ready to fight on this card. We've got Josh Edwards getting ready to fight on this card, up-and-coming heavyweight fighter. We've got Amari Jones getting ready to fight on this card. So we got some decent fights getting ready to pop out here. Right now, looks like we're getting ready to head into the Cruiserweight division. Is it the Cruiserweight division? I believe it's a Cruiserweight division. As we get ready, he's not on this. We got Robin. Is this going to be a heavyweight fight, though? No, it's a cruiserweight fight, definitely. Robin, Soren Safar getting ready to give it up with Derek Miller here. Both these fighters coming in with undefeated records, 18-0. This is going to be a big fight. I'm expecting somebody's to go tonight for sure. Let's hope it doesn't go to a draw. Safar was talking a lot of trash at the presser, looking past and speaking past Derek Miller, saying he wanted to get into the biggest fights in the cruiserweight division, wants to be in the biggest conversations. And Oscar De La Hoya had to humble him a little bit and let him know, hey, bro, you need to get through this guy in front of you tonight before you even think about none of those big fights. So let's see what Safar is going to be putting together, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Yeah, Berman, that judging was crazy tonight. Yeah, man. I put a little bread on the upset, though. I ain't gonna lie. I put a little bread on Lubin tonight. Let's see if Lubin's able to get me some money. I know it might sound crazy that I'm still leaning, obviously, towards Virgil. It shouldn't sound crazy that I'm leaning towards Virgil Ortiz to win this fight. But I think Lubin can do something special tonight, man. I think he can, man. And I haven't seen Virgil Ortiz Jr. make those adjustments the way I think he needs to make those adjustments against those slick fighters, you know? It's one of the reasons why I'm not going to lie to you. I favor Jerron Boots Ennis a lot in that fight with Virgil Ortiz Jr. because I don't think Virgil has the answers to deal with all that slickness. He's a straight, you know, he's kind of straight forward, high guard. You know, he has a great jab, works behind that jab, double, triples it up. He knows how to work that body. He has a pedigree about him. But when he was in the ring with Madrimov, I felt like Madrimov was schooling him in those first couple of rounds a lot, man. And, you know, like I said, the conditioning of Madrimov had Madrimov staying still a lot earlier in that fight when he was against Terrence Crawford. That didn't seem to be an issue. Granted, we have to give Virgil Ortiz his props and his respect for using that body work. I'm sure that had a lot to do with working the conditioning of Madrimov down, but still coming up with an upper respiratory infection. This fight tonight will be a little bit more telling about who Virgil Ortiz really is at 154 pounds, man. Y'all hold it down for a second. I'm about to go grab something out the microwave. Back at it like I never left. Hope you ain't missed me. This fight right here, cruiserweight fight right here. This card looks like it's going to be a great card here. We've got Robin Soren Safar, 18-0 versus Derek Miller Jr. 18-0. Let's see what the knockouts are looking like here. Derek Miller, 18-0 with 10 knockouts here, coming out of Michigan. And we've got let's see here, Robin Soren Safar with 18 wins, 13 knockouts here, coming out of Sweden, fighting out of Las Vegas. $47 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting them like buttons. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Cruiserweight action getting ready to go in here. 2 undefeated fighters in the ring tonight. Somebody looking to make a statement and move on and get in that cruiserweight conversation. We've got young cruiserweights. Normally for the cruiserweights, for me, I look for them to make moves into the heavyweight division, the special ones, the Holyfields, the Usyks, right? So these cruiserweights looking to make a name for themselves, and we'll see what they do. Last week, we saw Pat Brown from out the UK make a big statement in the cruiserweight division, getting his record up to 5-0 with 5 knockouts. These guys can end up in the ring with that guy any given Sunday, right? Because the cruiserweight division just isn't that deep. So both guys looking to make some big statements for themselves tonight. Let's see what Derek Miller is able to do, and Robin Safar is able to do as well. Fighters meeting in the ring right now. Robin Safar in the green shorts with the white trimmings, black trimmings, and Miller in the black and gold shorts. Black shorts, gold trimmings. Let's see here. Top of the first rounds, the referee's clearing the ring here, and the first bell goes off. Let's go. Safar taking the center of the ring, standing behind that jab right there, working that jab here. And Miller Jr. taking his time, being a little bit more tentative, keeping that high guard up there, trying to work behind that jab as well. Both guys trying to figure out who's going to get the jab and who's going to get the timing down. Nice jab by Safar, catches Miller coming in there. You already see Safar showing a little bit of generalship, a little bit of alpha domination in the ring a little bit. His body language is saying that, but Miller working behind that jab, tries to work the body here. Referee letting Miller know not to use that jab, to post up off that jab, to use that jab to hold Safar still. Miller doing a good job attacking that body right there. That's pretty much what Miller is doing, trying to keep that pressure off him by working behind that jab, level changing, working the body. Beautiful work by Miller, working a combination from off the body to go up top. Safar just stalking his food here. Doesn't seem to be discouraged as Miller's trying to get that respect and keep Safar an honest fighter, keeping him behind that jab. But Safar just walking him down, working behind that jab, doubling up over that jab, follows it up with a big overhand right. At this point, Miller working that body, still working that body, straight right hand to the body, check left hook, keeping Safar honest, holding the center of the ring, working behind that jab. But Safar still being the predator, walking, pressing the action. Miller continues to stay on his back foot a little bit, working behind that jab. Nice jab by Safar right there, doubling and using that jab as a measuring stick. You can already tell Safar looking for the big right hand. Hits Miller with a big right hand right there. Big right hand as we hit the minute and 15-second mark of the first round right there by Safar, measuring Miller at this point, getting that timing down. You can already tell what his intentions are, to use that big right hand to make that happen. Miller just sitting there working behind that jab, really, and honestly bringing that left hand. Beautiful work, I guess, to a degree. Miller working, but still fighting scary as far as I'm concerned, right? Working off that jab, but I don't know. Miller has a bit of hesitation and reservation with the way he's approaching this. That looks like if he doesn't assert himself in a more real way, that right hand's going to end up catching him. I'm not going to lie to you. Looks like Zafar is just waiting for that opportunity, doubling up behind that jab, taking his time to just process the data of the fighter he has in front of him. Nice right hand catches Miller. Miller's been hit with about 3 significant right hand shots in this round so far. About 3 shots, very significant shots. And I don't really see him coming up with the answers. Nice work by Miller right there in that exchange right there. Zafar continuing to walk, now working that body a little bit. Big overhand right by Miller trying to get that. Looks like the conditioning is getting tested by Miller a little bit as well. And the overhand right again by Zafar. We just passed the 10-second mark here. Great combination punch. Nice right hand catches Miller. Miller looks like he got hurt a little bit there. Big right hand by Miller. By Zafar catching him with those shots. I don't know. I mean, that's an easy round for me to score. I think Zafar did more than enough to get that round down in, but more importantly, body language-wise, looks like Miller's out of his element. Looks like Zafar is just waiting for an opportunity to connect with something bad on the right hand to make this Sports Center moment for himself, right? Trying to make a statement right here as Miller's trying to, I guess, stay in the fight. And it looks like Zafar's trying to take the fight as Zafar wants to make a statement and make moves, big moves in the cruiserweight division. Salute, 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 salute. Ill Will saying, Lubin a good gatekeeper, just like Porter. Yeah, I ain't even mad at you, Ill Will. I'm not even mad at you. Trini BX in the building. Salute, salute, Trini. Miller needs to do something special because right now Zafar has no respect for him and just walking him down, and he's caught him with about 3 to 4 significant big right hands, maybe even 4 to 5. So he doesn't look like he has a hard time connecting with that right hand. Miller needs to get some respect in this round right here. Miller doubles up on the jab and ends it with a nice check hook, working his time. We're at the top of the second round here, 2-minute and 40-second mark of the second round here, as Miller's trying to get way more active with that jab. But you got to ask yourself, it looks like Miller switched up too, right? Looks like Miller's sitting in that no, he hasn't switched up. He's still in that orthodox. Yeah. Miller needs to let that right hand go with some bad intentions there. I just don't see it, man. Trying to smother Zafar's offense a little bit. Once again, trying not to go backwards as much, becoming way more active in the clinch now at this point as Zafar continues to punch. I like Zafar's got short punches, so he's getting to his target a lot quicker than Miller is. Miller trying to stay behind that jab, almost acknowledging Zafar's ability to punch in those short spaces really quick, so he's making sure he stays defensively sound and just pop shotting, but Zafar doing a good job at just counter punching him at this point. Nice uppercut by Zafar right there. Real nice uppercut. Miller just punching lazy, real lazy punches. I mean, where is the intention behind the jab as he's pawing, pushing with the jab, not necessarily throwing the jab? It's kind of weird. I don't know if is he nervous? Is it a mental block thing going on? But the jabs don't seem to have any type of sauce behind him. There he goes, finally throws some bad intention with the right hand, but, telegraphs it, and Zafar sees it coming from a mile away, working behind that jab. It's not a good look. You just kind of feel the imminent danger for Miller in the air. Just a matter of time before Zafar hits him with something significant. We're at the minute mark in a All right, we at the 40-second mark here of the second round. Miller's working behind that jab. Now he switched it up. He's gone southpaw a little bit. Now he got the right hand in front of him. Now he switched it up. He's gone left. There we go. Nice combination by Zafar. Catches Miller right there. We at the 20-second mark right there. Zafar looks like, I don't know, the fight is not as action-packed as you want it to be, but Miller is just not giving him, I don't know. Is it me? Because as I'm speaking, Miller's doing some things, but it's straight right hand right there, lands right on Miller's chin right there. Left hand, big right hand. Zafar starting to find Miller a lot easier as Miller is pressing Zafar more, but he's making, okay, that was kind of interesting. Little headbutt at the end of there by Zafar. Oh, they took a point from Zafar. They taking a point away from Zafar for that last headbutt. That was kind of a little, hey, man, get your emotions in order, man. That was kind of crazy, man. Virgil Wimberly say who won the last fight. It was a draw, believe it or not, between Eric Priest and Ersnekia Korea. But I think Ersnekia Korea won the fight. Kind of feel like the judging. One of the cards was obnoxiously just, I don't know what fight they were watching. They gave Eric Priest a 79-73 score on that, and I thought Eric Priest was down on this round on that fight. A solid 5 rounds to 3, 6 rounds to 2. In an 8-round fight, it is what it is. A little bit of frustration showing by Safara, a little bit right there. Can Miller capitalize off that frustration and maybe walk him into something that he doesn't want to be involved in, right? Can Derek Miller make something happen? Let's see here. Zafar has a lot of emotion, a lot of passion. Down a point now. If you're going to score this, we have to acknowledge the point deduction at this point, right? So is that a 9-9 round at this point? That's what I'd have it as, a 9-9 round. So listen, man, keeps Miller in this fight here as Miller continues to work behind that jab. Now starting to let his hands go a little bit more. Oh, nice. Nice left hook by Zarafa. Oh, Zafar, sorry. I said Zarafa, Zafar. Minute 50-second mark here in the 3rd round here. Zafar just lost a point for headbutting after the bell. Well, headbutting period, right? But it was after the bell, so it made it even worse. They took a point off of there. Beautiful work by Zafar. They're working behind that jab, finally starting to find the home for that right hand. Miller continues to stay active with that jab, staying behind that jab. Great stab to the body by Zafar there. Great straight right hand to the body by the Zafar there. Continue to back Miller up. Miller getting hit with a lot of combination punching. Miller just looks plain. Overhand right, telegraphing a lot of his shots. Looks tired, looks exhausted already. Backing up, doing the Frankenstein, going backwards. Nice right hand by Miller. Miller is just looking like food. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. To be honest with you, I think Zafar, any of these guys get in a ring with a Pat Brown, they're going to sleep. I just see too many opportunities, and I don't see enough activity. And I don't know that either one of these guys are throwing enough power to get any respect from a Pat Brown or from a Zerto Ramirez or Jayo Patai or some of these fighters that are fighting the cruiserweight division. I almost feel like they need to go down to light heavyweight, cut the weight, because this right here, and they're small cruiserweights. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, Zafar is continuing to apply that pressure. We're hitting the 15-second mark here. He's continuing to apply the pressure, and he's winning this fight here, but he's not doing anything special right now. And listen, oh, nice. Miller gets hit with a nice shot right there. We're at the end of the round. Nice combination punching right there. Miller on shaky legs right there. Continue to move around here. Nice shot by Miller. Catches him right there. But Miller gets hit with his own shot. Saved by the bell, arguably the best round in the fight so far. Zafar coming back off of a penalized round right there for a headbutt after the bell, and gives on a great performance in the final 10 seconds of that round right there. Zafar almost got Miller out of there, but like I said, Miller's been looking like food for the majority of this fight right here. I still have this fight right here 2-1. One of those rounds being it's 3 rounds here, so I shouldn't even say 2 rounds to 1, but there's a draw round, right? A 9-9 round in the second round. Miller hasn't won any rounds in this fight. Miller's just not looking, I mean, not at all. Miller's not doing anything special at all. Very disappointed in him, to be honest with you. I'm not impressed at all with either one of these fighters, but at least Safar has that determination to hurt this guy. Body language not good, as we see Safar runs all the way across to the other side of the ring. Miller doesn't even meet Safar at the center of the ring, so that already lets you know where the conditioning of Miller is at. Looks can be deceiving because Miller looks like somebody who's in great shape, but man, the conditioning looks horrible. We're at the 4th round in a 10-round fight here. Miller trying to let his hands go, but Zafar letting his Zafar is comfortable throwing short punches, which does make him. I like that. He's comfortable showing those short punches, man. He'll throw shots to the body. He'll catch Miller with a shot he doesn't see coming. Great body work. Now, that was an opportunity. Miller doesn't even know to take a break right there and take the opportunity. He got hit with a low blow. The referee looked like he was going to give him a standing of 5 minutes or so to get on point from that low blow, and he just said, I'm okay. Miller just, I don't know. Disappointed in this guy. This guy Miller doesn't have enough wrinkles to his game, man. I'll be honest with you, bro. I mean, I try to be fair, but I'm not impressed at all with what that guy's doing. Sitting real low. His jab, he's pushing with his jab. He's not popping his jab. He's not throwing his jab. He's pushing it. There's no intentions on the back of the jab. It's his favorite punch. He's very rarely letting that right hand go where it needs to go. And every time he gets hit, it looks like he's on his final legs here. Great work by Safar at this point to work that body, because this guy looks like he's looking for a reason to leave here. I doubt Miller gets up if he gets knocked down. It looks like it's going to be it looks like if he gets knocked down, it's going to be hell for him to get back up on his feet. This guy is like, he's looking like inexperienced. He's looking like he hasn't been past 4 rounds in his career, even though his record, he only has 10 knockouts, 18 wins. But how? Why is he looking like this? Look at it. Big right hand by Safar catches Miller right over that damn jab. Right over that jab, over that straight left hand. Big right hand over the top again. Big left hand. Big right uppercut. Big right hook. Beautiful, back behind that jab. Safar continuing to catch Miller at this point at will. Big overhand right, straight left hand by Safar. Behind that left hand, staying on that jab, connecting with Miller. Miller throwing shots desperately to the body, trying to throw these desperate shots, ripping a right hand to the body of Safar. Safar shakes it off straight down. I love it. Behind that jab, works it. Straight right hand to the body, catches him with a hook. Miller is out on his legs. 22 seconds, 21 seconds left in this round. I'm going to tell you guys like this. It's a shot at Safar that he cannot get this guy out of here. Miller is on his way out the door, and Safar unable to get him out of here. Miller is barely standing on his legs. Yeah, Safar, I don't know about you calling out the champions in the Cruiserweight division fighting like that. Great body work by Safar. Miller drops his mouthpiece, comes out of his mouth as he continues to get worked over by Safar. Working behind that jab, applying that pressure. He is on his last legs. He is on his last legs. This fight is an ugly fight. This is an ugly fight. I'm not even scoring it no more. Safar is winning every single round. The question is Safar going to be able to stop this guy? A guy at this point who looks like he's supposed to get stopped. Is Safar is going to make an argument for what he's going to do in the Cruiserweight division, then this guy shouldn't be standing in front of him, as he's able to hit this guy pretty much with everything he's been throwing at him, but unable to even get a knockdown at this point. You guys tell me what you think. $55 people in the building. Let's hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. We're in the 5th round here. Robin Safar versus Derek Miller Jr. Safar has had some good moments in these rounds. Hurt Miller, but unable to put him down. Miller seems to be tired, pushing with his jab once again. Safar doubling up with that jab, trying to set up that big right hand. Great body shot. Right hand to the body for Zafar. Miller doubling up on that jab. Let's see. Staying behind that jab, straight right hand to the body. Ugly, messy fight, but regardless, Zafar winning this fight comfortably. Halfway through this, I have Zafar up 4-0. There was a point taken away by Zafar, by the referee, for a headbutt after the bell. So the second round is a draw, but regardless, the story is clear. If you're wondering and just walking in here, the story is Zafar walking down Miller looking like he has barely anything to throw back at Zafar. And Zafar, I'm starting to question his power and his ability to stop a fighter like this. He should be able to get this guy out of there. The guy looks like he's there he's food. I mean, he's keeping an active jab. I'll say that. Derek Miller is active with his jab, but at the end of the day, is how effective and what is he really doing with it? Should Zafar be taking advantage of this guy? What are you going to do? I just watched a 5-0, a 4-0 prospect who just turned 5-0 with 5 knockouts dismantle a Felix Valera, you know what I'm saying, an experienced cruiserweight, and didn't allow that guy to stay in the fight with him. Got him out of there inside of 2 rounds. What are you doing with a guy like this? Pat Brown will get rid of any one of these guys. I'm sure Eddie Hearns, if he's sitting out there with Jerron Boots Ennis right now, is probably like, I want to align the winner of this fight up with Pat Brown ASAP. I'd want to. You know what I mean? He keeps talking about fighting in the cruiserweight division. You know what I mean? Zafar needs to get in the ring with Pat Brown. If I'm Eddie Hearn, that's what I'm looking to do. You know what I'm saying? If I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm looking to get Zafar, Robin Zafar in the ring with my young bull Pat Brown as soon as possible. Shout out to G Tatted Up in the building with the $2. Man, I appreciate, man. Says, salute to my OG, wrench me on this one. Oh, okay. Hold on. Can I do it from here? No, I got to do it from the YouTube channel. There we go. 51 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button. Support the grind. Feel free to put some color in the chat, support the grind, and definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, man. Appreciate you guys in advance, man. End of that round right there. And once again, Zafar trying to make a statement. Robin Zafar trying to make a statement on his position in the cruiserweight division. Is this performance delivering that statement? I think it is, but I just don't think it's a statement he wants delivered, right? We are receiving a message, clear. Zafar, we are receiving a message. There is a message being delivered. I just don't know if that's the message you wanted to deliver to us. I got to be honest with you. I don't know if that's the message you wanted to deliver, but we're hearing you loud and clear. Salute F. Castro in the building. Yeah, I got you, G Tatted. I ain't taking person, man. I'm good with getting some flowers, man. I'm good, man. You know what I mean? I ain't too good to get some flowers, bro. Top of the 6th round here. Like I said, I don't want to sit here and just crap on Robin Zafar, but in all reality, man, it's almost like he let Derek Miller back into this fight as Derek Miller's starting to let his hands go more now. He's working behind that jab. You see him working, letting that left hand go. He's in that southpaw position. Good 1-2. Right hook and a left hook landed by Zafar. Not a 1-2, but 1-2 in the sense of 2 shots, but not as far as punch shot, the shot selection, right? Standing behind that jab. Derek Miller just gives you the vibe of somebody who's looking for a way out of this fight, right? He can easily be getting out of there. Zafar is letting off. Nice combination punching by Zafar now, just hitting him with short shots, kind of slapping him with his gloves a little bit as the referee warns him for those low blows. This is the 2nd or 3rd time the referees warned him of the low blows. So Zafar probably not going to get another warning. This will be his last one if he hits him with a low blow again. Good body shot by Zafar right there. Walking him down, letting his hands go. Short punches. not really putting any real spice behind the punches, but connecting regardless. Miller is being exhausted just by the activity of what Zafar is doing. He's just taking him on the conditioning. Miller has just got no conditioning, man. He looks like he's about to go. Minute and 20 seconds left. There's no reason for Zafar, in my opinion, not to put this guy at least down once, if not knock him out. Where is the sense of resolve? Where is the sense to press this fight and get this guy out of there, as this guy is on his last legs? I mean, he's not hitting him with anything significant. He's walking him back. This kind of fighter shouldn't look like this in front of a fighter supposedly like Robin Zafar, who's looking to get in a conversation of getting some titles. He just shouldn't be. No doubt, G Tatter, for sure. Salute, salute. I appreciate that for sure, man. Thank you, man. 56 people in the building. Hit the like button as we stepping in the building here. We are at this 6th round here of a cruiserweight fight here between Robin Zafar and Derek Miller Jr. A one-sided affair as Zafar continues to apply pressure, landing combination punching, good combination shots right there. Nice check left hook right there. Nice shot right there. Hurts Derek Miller once again. We're about to head into the 15-second mark here of this round here. And after hurting him with a nice check left hook right there, doesn't follow him up right there. Hold on, we got a timeout here. It looks like he's about to take a pointer. What's going on here? He's walking him into the corner. What is the referee saying? Wiping the floor? Was there water on the floor? What's going on? Oh, Derek Miller's mouthpiece got knocked out of his mouth. Good job by Derek Miller to get a breather, right? As he looks like he's tired or something. I don't know, man. He looked like he got cement running in his veins. Oh, man, starts off immediately as Zafar gets right on him right now. I like it. Zafar looking like he wants to end this dude. I don't know why Miller looks like that. Why does he look like that kind of fighter? What is going on here? Is Miller getting paid to move? I don't know. Let me stop saying something crazy. I don't want to say nothing crazy. Why is he fighting the way he's fighting? He's been fighting this way since the first round. I don't know. It's kind of weird, man. What did you drink? What did you eat before you got in the fight? Why does he look like that? Yeah. Oh, I like that. DP Hannum. I like that. Let's put Zafar in there with Jake Paul. This is a good fight for Jake Paul right here. This guy is undefeated. Looks like he's going to be 19-0 after this fight right here. Has decent knockout record. He's a cruiserweight. I like your thinking, DP Hennon. I really do, man. I'm putting that down. I'm writing that down somewhere, man. I'm looking forward to see if they're going to jump on that. If Jake Paul might jump on something like that. Make this fight right here to fight for him. I'm sure Oscar will sign off on him going to fight Jake Paul. At least to get a bag off of him, because I don't think Oscar thinks he has a champion in front of him right here with Robin Zafar, right? I think that'd be a great fight, man. No doubt, G-Tatted. Salute to everybody in the building. With the top of the 7th round here. Robin Zafar versus Derek Miller Jr. here. Derek Miller becoming more active with that jab. He's stabbing him to the body here a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe Derek Miller was playing possum. Maybe he's trying to get Zafar into the championship rounds and hope that he can get him to punch his load. Gas him out, pause. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what he's trying to do. I don't know. He's doubling up, tripling up on the jab now. Doing a little bit more motivation. Nice 1-2 by Zafar, continuing to walk down Derek Miller as Derek Miller is doubling up on that jab, continuing to work that jab there. I mean, listen, Robin Zafar has been looking forward to the jab all night long. He knows that jab is there. If anything, maybe the jab has convinced Robin Zafar that he's expecting more right hands, and that's why he's not pressing it as hard as he probably should be pressing it. I don't know. But, I mean, I'll tell you right now, Derek Miller hasn't been being honest and hitting him with no right hands. He's been pushing with that jab, stabbing him at times to his body with the jab, trying to time out these check left hooks that aren't hitting. There's a nice right hand by Derek Miller, but Zafar hitting him with great combination punching, attacking the body, using that jab. Straight right hand connects with Robin Zafar right there. Miller responds with a left of his own. Right back on that left, trying to push and get that space there and maintain that space as Zafar continues to work those combinations. Great combination punch by Zafar right there. Straight right hand by Zafar, straight left hand. Good straight right hand to the body, follows it up with a left hand up top, with another right hand to the body, rips another right hand to the body, left hand up top. He notices clearly that the conditioning is an issue for Miller, and he's trying to work that body. Zafar really committing to working that body, standing behind that jab, walking him down. 50-second mark here of the 7th round here as Zafar continues to work that jab and push Miller backwards. Miller trying to push his jab. Literally, he's not throwing his jab. He's pushing with his jab. I don't really understand what Derek Miller is doing, using that jab, trying to post him up. The referee's already warned Miller for using the jab in that way, but he's continuing to use it that way. So let's see, if the referee jumps in there. Nice left hand to the body of Derek Miller right there. There he goes, working just slapping punches, putting them together. Almost falls back on the ropes right there, just off the exhaustion of throwing punches. Nice check left hook by Robin Zafar. Catches him right there as we're about to hit the 10-second mark here of the 7th round here. And Zafar continues to walk down Derek Miller, working him, doubles up on that jab a little bit. Nice, works him to the body. Derek Miller initiates the clinch. Looks like we're at the end of the 7th round here. Easy round to score. Easy fight to score. It is what it is. Devontae Richardson said, good fight, Clay. Watching the fight through your glasses. LO. I'm calling it, but I think it probably is a better fight that I'm calling than you're actually seeing, right? G-Tad of TV says, Claymore, who you got in the main event and how, man? Man, I'm hoping Virgil. I got Virgil. I'm leaning towards Virgil, but I want to see what Erickson Lubin's able to do in here. I think Erickson Lubin could definitely win this fight. I want to see Virgil adjust, and I want to see Erickson Lubin force him to adjust. So it's a victory for the fans if Erickson Lubin gives a performance I know he can give. I'm leaning towards Virgil Ortiz, but Erickson Lubin very much so in that fight. I think Vegas has this fight way off. Plus 580, I think. I put like a quick little 50 on it just because it didn't make no sense. I put like $50 on it. Just those odds are crazy, man. I think Erickson Lubin is way more game than those odds. F. Castro in the building says Derek's tired. He's there for the taking. Yeah, that's the whole thing, right, F. Castro? Right there for the taking. So what does that say about Robin Zafar? How does that look that Robin Zafar can't get somebody out there who's looking for a way out the fight? Everybody can see that Derek Miller is tired, and Derek Miller is doubling up on a jab there, working the body, and just barely able to hold it. You know what Derek Miller looks like? He looks like Deontay Wilder in round 7 of the Tyson Fury fight. You know what I'm saying? Round 7, 8. Just think about Deontay Wilder, how he was looking. That's what he's looking like. Except he ain't been through no hard rounds like Deontay was with Tyson Fury. Just past the 2-minute mark here. Zafar showing no, why is he not pressing the action, man? This fighter is there for you to get out of there, man. Horrible opportunity missed by Robin Zafar to put on a performance that he needs to put on. I don't know if Robin Zafar thinks he's looking great. I mean, you're looking decent, but you're looking decent to a C-level fighter, D-level fighter. These kind of fighters, you're supposed to get them out of there. When they show you the openings that Derek Miller has shown tonight, Robin Zafar is supposed to get him out of there. He's not supposed to be in there in the ring with him like that. This is ridiculous. I'm going to be honest with you. 50 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so. Let's go. We're at the minute mark of round 8 here of a 10-round fight here. Robin Zafar in the green shorts and Derek Miller in the black shorts with the gold trimming. This has been a one-sided affair here as Derek Miller has no responses and hasn't been able to adjust at all. With the nice straight right hand by Derek Miller, catches Robin Zafar coming in right there. Doubles up, triples up, quadruples on a jab. Nice, rips a right hand to the body. He's letting his hands go to a certain degree, but Robin Zafar, man, he's there to be. I'm sorry, Derek Miller's there to be taken out. Like, he's barely. Nice big right hand by Robin Zafar. Big left hand, big right hand. Derek Miller catches him in between those shots with his own shots, of course, but nothing of any significance. Unable to get Derek Miller out of it. Derek Miller starting to push it. Robin Zafar blow his load a little bit. He's throwing those punches for sure, letting his hands go, working with some determination. Big right hand by Robin Zafar. End of the round right there. Robin Zafar hitting Derek Miller in that last 20 seconds with everything but the kitchen sink, but unable to get Derek Miller out of there. I mean, let's keep it real, right? What kind of argument is Robin Zafar making with this performance here, man? Horrible. I mean, the performance is there. He's outboxing this guy clearly, right? He's winning this fight. It's a one-sided affair. No arguments there. Derek Miller is not making this fight competitive. Robin Zafar is, right? Derek Miller is there to be taken out, to be food, to make Robin Zafar look good so Robin Zafar can make it an argument about what he wants to do in the cruiserweight division. That argument is not being made with this fight. It's a wasted opportunity by Robin Zafar to be performing like this. This guy is there to be stopped. You haven't even put him down one time in this fight. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Shout out Shelton Moore said it, kept it real, man. Clay, this Zafar dude is trash. He is. He gets in the ring with Pat Brown, the guy from the UK that I just saw fight last week, Eddie Hearn's dude. This guy, Zafar, doesn't last more than 2 rounds. He gets washed by that guy. If Oscar wants to make money with this guy, get this guy a Jake Paul contract ASAP. Get this guy a Jake Paul contract ASAP. Get some money off of him. Let Jake Paul do what he got to do with him. Hopefully he can, if he stops Jake Paul or wins that fight at least, that'll help build his brand up a little bit. And then we can set him up with a Zurdo Ramirez or a David Benavidez tune up. When David Benavidez comes to cruiserweight, we can figure a place to put him. But Robin Zafar is a dance partner at best. A dance partner at best. You know what I'm saying? It is. Shelton Moore, well, stop what? I'm keeping it real. He says, stop it, Clay. This Zafar guy can't stop a dog-tired fighter. Trash. I'm saying, I don't know. Maybe his pedigree, because he's showing pedigree. He can put his punches together. He can put his shots together. Jake Paul, I would say he's on the same level or better than Jake Paul, clearly. Maybe he can do the work and get Jake Paul out of there and expose Jake Paul, because Jake Paul ain't no top 10 fighter. It's not like you want to see Jake Paul in there with Jai Opatai, with any of the top. Jake Paul can't fight Pat Brown. This is the kind of fighter Jake Paul can fight, and at least this guy is up there in the cruiserweight conversation. He's fighting 10-round fights. He's undefeated. That's a fight that Jake Paul can make. There's good money in it for Robin Zafar, good money in it for Oscar De La Hoya. And worst case scenario, if he gets clipped by Jake Paul, cut him loose. Send him on his way. It is what it is, right? What do you want me to say? I'm just giving the best case scenario, trying to make it make sense. Robin Zafar is not up there. He's not a top level fighter. He has the power doesn't translate. He has a dead tired fire in front of him in Derek James, who's walking around on Bambi legs, and he can't even get the guy to take a knee. There we go. Nice combination punching. He's hitting him with shots, without a doubt. He's hitting him with the shots, but Derek Miller is way more tired off of exhaustion than the punches he's getting hit with. The exhaustion has him looking like that. He's not hurt because he got hit. He's getting hit with no hard shots. That man just got bad conditioning. Man probably hasn't done no road work in years, right? He's a guy who sits there in the gym, punching the heavy bag, punching the speed bag, sparring all day long, and not running. And his condition has been tested. Look at him. Nice body shot. Nice double up on the jab right there. Nice check left hook by Robin Zafar. Nice straight right hand by Robin Zafar. Listen, Robin Zafar is looking decent. If Derek Miller was a better cruiserweight, this would be a more impressive performance. But this guy is a C-class fighter. C-class. And I'm being nice because he's below a B. He might be a D-class fighter. I'm saying C-class because I don't know him like that. Right? It is what it is. Appreciate you, Shelton, right? Make some money with him. Send him in there with Jake. Riyad Rehemujanju from the AU. Yeah, I think it's going to go to the decision. I'm being honest with you. I don't think he stops this guy. I think he's supposed to stop him, so if he stops him, yeah, but I think it is going to go to a decision. Jay Gon says, Miller a tough dude, respectfully. He tough, but he's been out on his legs since the second round, bro. Since the second, third round, Miller's been out on his legs, man. You telling me you can't get that guy to take a knee? You can't get a 10 count out this. You can't get an 8 count out this guy. You can't get an 8 count out of him. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You should be able to at least get an 8 count out of this dude. Get the referee to stop the fight. How about that? Maybe you don't got the power. You can't get the referee to stop him by just overwhelming him with shots. Come on, bro. Something? Nah, bro. Safari needs to go back and recalibrate. This dude is not that guy, man. He is in a right now, Robin Safar is in a hard fight in the 10th round of a fight that shouldn't have gone past 3 to 5 rounds. Now he's in a hard fight. Now he's tired. Now he's going back and forth. The fight looks a lot more competitive now. He looks just damn near as tired as Derek Miller at this point. And why? Because the power isn't there. You know what I mean? He's not able to hurt Derek Miller. I mean, Derek Miller is an undefeated fighter, 18-0, but I'm saying just off the fight I'm watching here in the ring here, Derek Miller has not been a threat to Robin Safar until maybe right now, as I'm seeing him starting to let his punches go and potentially taking advantage of a tired Robin Safar who's walking forward, throwing his punches, and maybe Derek Miller is taking advantage of that to a certain degree, right? I don't know. I don't know, man. 61 people in the building. Let's hit the subscribe button. Let's hit the like button as we're in the building. I appreciate you guys. Thank you in advance. Here we're watching a cruiserweight fight here in between Robin Safar and Derek Miller Jr. This here on the main card, opening fight on the main card of Virgil Ortiz Jr. versus Erickson Lubin here. And we're down to the last minute of the 10th round here as Robin Safar is definitely getting ready to walk away with a one-sided affair win here. I didn't even score this card here. I'd have to say something like 100-90, right? Or something like that, right? 100-90. I haven't given Derek Miller not one fight here. We're at the 50-second mark here, not one round here. We're at the getting ready to hit the 45-second mark here as Robin Safar continues to put his punches together. Great combination punching, great short punching. Continues to walk Derek Miller and push him backwards with the pressure. Derek Miller continues to fade away. Honestly, this is probably Derek Miller's best round in this whole fight right here as he's starting to let his hands go and Robin Safar letting his hands go. Robin Safar, do you feel like you need to stop this guy? Let it go right there as Derek Miller's starting to double up and triple up on his jab and his straight right hand and trying to hit him up with great shots. The last round of this fight is the best round of this whole fight. If you would have just come in right now of the back end of this last round, you might think this was a good fight. There we go. As Robin Safar is catching Derek Miller with some shots right there. Good, nice right hand by Robin Safar. There we go, straight left hand. Nice punches right there. He might put Robin Safar down. It's the end. Doesn't make it. There we go. We're going to the decision as Derek Miller's made it to the final bell. The best showcasing of punching by Robin Safar in this last round right here. It is what it is. Got to ask yourself what's next for Robin Safar at this point. He looks like rabbit food for the right fighter. Did he make a statement? Did Robin Safar do that for you? Did he make a statement? Do you want to see Robin Safar versus a champion at Cruiserweight? Maybe Robin Safar versus Bout Jack. Is that what you guys thinking? Let me know. Let me know. For sure, Jay Gons. I agree with that. Great victory. I mean, listen, man, it's going to be 100-90, 10 rounds to nothing, Robin Safar. Or there's a draw round. I forgot in the second round, he got a point taken away for that headbutt after the bell. That's another thing. He needs to control his emotions a little bit. So I'm looking at what, 99-90 scorecard, 99-90. What do you guys think? Sorry to be eating in front of you guys. I'm eating my dinner, bro. I ain't eat calling the fights. Eating my little dinner, you know what I mean? Very unprofessional of me, I know. There we go. Robin Zafar walks away with some sort of a WBA title. So he paid his little 3% and got himself a title. Now he's in the same conversation as Zerto Ramirez. I mean, listen, man, he'd whoop my ass. So I ain't talking but so much shit. He whooped my ass. So I don't want no problems. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. But this guy did not deliver the message tonight. He did not make it happen. He did not tell the cruiserweight division that he's here for the long run. He didn't make that statement. You know what I mean? And he got a little emotionally, you know what I mean, out of control a little bit in that second round with that after the bell headbutt. F. Castro, I'm eating some protein, man. Some ground turkey, mushrooms, some mixed vegetables, got some cottage cheese on the side, some avocado. You know what I mean? We on the journey over here. You know what I mean? We cutting weight, we building muscle, we bringing it back. You know what I mean? So this is a meal prep meal right here. It's still good as fuck though. I ain't gonna lie. I cooked it. It's really delicious, but it's super healthy. Very protein orientated. No carbs on this plate. Maybe some of the vegetables got some carbs. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, F. Castro. I can see Chef Clark. Excel Salute said, Clay, did you notice he still had his glove on? Wow, he must have been cheating like Gerard. Excel, you dumb, bro. He must have been. Yep, must have been cheating, bro. Must have had something in there. G-Tad had said, got somebody next to me and I'm trying to tell him those high point 45 cows are trash. Yeah, high points are trash in general, but I'll tell you what, though. The high points have stepped up a lot over the years as far as aesthetically speaking. And I think quality-wise, they've probably gone up. The high points aren't as bad as they used to be. I'll never own one. Without a doubt, I'll never own I'll never own a high point. But my brother works in Charlotte. He works at Hyde Arm. I mean, not tell his business, man. But he works there. And he's been telling me a lot of the high points that got coming in. High Point's been doing a lot of they've been evolving, you know what I mean? So they're way more competitive than they used to be. They're still one of the cheapest handguns that you can buy, right? So cost effective as far as the price point. If your pockets are limited, the High Point is always there for you. But aesthetically speaking, they've stepped up a lot. High Point has stepped up a lot, man. But like I said, more importantly, still a gun I will never own. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, Mohab, man. Hey, man, listen, don't feel bad, man, because I'm doing the same thing from time to time, messing up. You know what I mean? I try to make my snacks as healthy as possible, whether it's peanuts or, I got a little trail mix here that I like, the Cajun spicy trail mix, but I shouldn't be eating that either. You know what I'm saying? A lot of salt in those trail mixes, and even a little, they got little toffees in them. You know what I mean? A little toffee peanuts or whatever covered. I mean, they taste delicious. You know what I'm saying? And with the trail mix, but I gotta, that's my vice right now is I'm eating them things like crazy. So don't feel bad at all, man. It is what it is, man. I'm on a journey, but I'm definitely nowhere near standing on the top of no damn mountain looking down like peasants eating like scum and savage. That's not what we're doing over here, bro. We're definitely not living like that. But yeah, this meal right here, I'm doing the right thing. You heard? I'm doing the right thing right now with this meal right here. You know what I'm saying? So you caught me in a good moment. Maybe it makes me look good. I don't know. But the reality of it is, it's an uphill battle, bro. We still trying to keep it. We still trying to stay thorough and stay dialed in and focused, man, over here, bro. But we doing what we got to do, man. We building. We want to keep building these up. These have gone down over the years. I went on a little fasting thing about a month ago. I want to say a little more than a month ago, and I cut some weight, but I think I lost some muscle too because I was fasting and not eating enough protein. So now I'm focused on dialing in on the protein. I'm getting the healthy fats in, and I don't cook with seed oils no more. I'm using, I can't remember what it's called, but I got it over there. Tao or whatever. It's like beef, like grease, and I'm using coconut oils and those things. So I'm staying away from the seed oils and trying to get away from the inflammation in the body. You know what I mean? My joints aren't like they used to be. It's harder for me to knock out push-ups like I used to. My elbows start hurting. I got a little tendonitis in my left elbow. My shoulder is a little. You know what I mean? I can do this all day. I don't want to give you my whole life story, but I'm trying to dial in and pull away from the inflammation, get away from the carbs, dial in on the protein, and obviously let's keep active with the strength training, right? And build it up the right way. You know what I mean? Salute to Jay Gons, gifted 1 membership level. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Jay Gons, man. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man. Michael James, welcome to the family, man. Hope you hang around, man. Let's see here. Yeah. My brother works there, man. He's in the finance department. Big deal over there. I know Hyatt is the biggest one, man. Every time I come out there to Charlotte, me and my brother go out because Hyatt has like a big shooting course resort out there as well. Outside of Charlotte, I don't know how many hundreds of acres, but they got lodges out there. It's like a big resort, cigar bar out there, restaurant. And we go out there and we wild out and spend way too much money shooting up the whole damn course, right? Shooting all types of guns and everything like that. XL says, who you got next week? Says, who do you got next week? Eubank versus Ben. Chris Eubank. I think Chris Eubank stops Conor Benn potentially or batters him. I think the addition of Bomac is going to make a big difference. I think Eubank has the pedigree and has the ability, but I think he's somebody who benefits off of a Bomac. Somebody who's going to show him how to control that distance a lot better, use that aggression that Conor Benn is going to be bringing to that fight against Conor Benn. You have enough power. You're the bigger fighter, a better weight cut, a healthier weight cut for Chris Eubank. I'm looking forward to seeing him adjust and have a better weight cut so he's not going through what he went through last time. Not get involved in the brawl, walk Conor Benn into a lot of shots, take advantage of Conor Benn where there is a space to take advantage of him at, which is in his IQ, his pedigree. Conor Benn is a fighter first and foremost. He can box too, great punching combination, a lot of energy, great conditioning. But at the same time, with all that aggression and you being the taller fighter, the longer arms, you got decent power. We seen you knock Liam Smith out. You got decent power. You just need to focus that energy a lot better, get a little bit more dialed in. I think Bomac is going to bring that element to the game, and I think you're going to see him potentially get a result just like he did against Liam Smith, conveniently enough, when he brought Bomac into that conversation as well. This one right here, I think Eubank has more room to improve. Conor Benn he needs to improve a lot, but is he capable? Is he that kind of a fighter? Is that his pedigree for him to develop and become a better boxer in this fight? That would be nice to see. I'm looking forward also to see what Conor Benn does in that conversation as well. But at the end of the day, I think Chris Eubank is going to walk into this fight with 12 rounds of good experience against Conor Benn and a better corner. And I think that's going to make the difference. I think that's going to make the difference in this fight. No doubt, no doubt. CJ Rich gifted a bunch of memberships too, man. I appreciate that, man. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. Welcome to the family, everybody in the building, man. Help support the channel. You know, renew those memberships when they come around. Renew those memberships. You know what I mean? I appreciate all you guys, man. Thank you, man. Hit the like button. 64 people in the building. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We're getting ready to walk into the heavyweight division right now. Big dogs in the building. This young bull right here, not the guy walking to the ring, but Josh Edwards, man, up and coming American heavyweight. As American heavyweight division is looking for some good representation. We're looking for some presence in the space. We don't have it. We thought we had it with Jared Anderson. We see Jared Anderson not really focused on boxing the way we'd want him to be. A lot of promise in Jared Anderson. Athletic, quick, boxing IQ, a lot of power, but he's missing the main thing you need in boxing. Mentally, he's not dialed into this space. As a great man once told me, 70 to 90% physical, 30 to 10% mental. I mean, sorry, the other way around, right? Let me correct myself. 70 to 90% mental, 30 to 10% physical. Jared Anderson is missing one of the most important pieces to making a great fighter in this game, and that's the will and the interest to do this sport, right? As the sport has a lot of adversity in it, without a doubt. It's not an easy sport to get up, run, eat right, do what you got to do. I'm not the one out there. I wouldn't do it. So I'm not knocking Jared Anderson for falling short in that conversation. But the reality is it doesn't seem like he's checking the boxes. When it comes to that, this guy right here, Josh Edwards, checking all the boxes. Great corner in Ronnie Shields, Olympic background, Olympian, good power, great IQ. He's been just performing and stepping up for every opponent that they put him in the ring with. This right here be another step up for him. And, you know, God willing, inshallah, you know what I mean? This guy, you know, continues to do what he does, and we see him in some big fights in the future. We see him against the Moses Atamas. We see him in the ring with the Richard Torreses, right? We see him as a dance partner, and ultimately, when the smoke is cleared, a heavyweight champion, right? For sure. For sure. Salute to everybody in the building, man. 60 plus people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the likes as we come in. Support the grind. Support the grind and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. We're about to walk into a heavyweight fight at this point with Josh Edwards here. And I'm not too familiar with the guy he's fighting against, but I think he's undefeated as well. Or one loss, Zeno Voris, 5-1. You know, this is a step up right here, right? 5 wins, all 5 wins by knockouts. So he's got knocked out once. This is a great fight for Josh Edwards, for us to get an idea of what direction he's going in and make sure that we're on the same page. That we're on the same page, that the eye test isn't lying. Great step up fight. Shout out to Coach Mark. Oh, hey, Coach Marcus, what's good? Salute, 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 family. Thank you for stepping up in the building, man. Says, what's up, bro? Thanks for all you do. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Coach Marcus Walker in the building, for sure. Let me hit him up with the salute, salute, salute. Big step up fight here. Zeno Voris, man, 5-9. Look, man, look, let's be real. Somebody's probably about to get knocked out, right? And more than likely, it's going to be the guy on the screen. But don't let me call it. Let's let the fight call it. You know what I'm saying? But Josh Edwards, definitely looking forward to see this kid do great things. This man do great things in the boxing space. And one fight at a time, man. The guy in front of him right now is game and has a 100% knockout ratio. So this is a step up for him there. And we see Ronnie in the corner, very proud, Ronnie Shields. who believes he has himself a talent in his stable, right? He's got a champion. Ronnie Shields used to work with David Morrell. No, does he still work with David Morrell? Am I bugging? Hold on, let me stop. Who did Ronnie Shields stop working with? Jamal Charlo. Him and Jamal Charlo ain't working tomorrow, so working together no more. So is David Morrell still working with Ronnie Shields? If he is, then he's got two great fighters in his stable. You got David Morrell and this kid here, Josh Edwards. Super promising career. Super promising. Oh, thank you, Kawan Ali. I appreciate it, man. It says subscribe. Best American live channel I've seen. Thank you, family. Thank you, man. And assalamu alaikum, King, for sure. He's finna try to drag old Josh, no doubt, man. This is going to be a good fight, man. He got that look on his face. Let's go. We're at the top of the first round here. And Josh Edwards takes the center of the ring here and does what he does best, man. Take that jab, stay behind that jab, and take control of this fight here as Voris is going backwards in the black shorts, walking back with the high guard, trying to get his timing down. But is Josh Edwards going to allow him to do that? Beautiful shot selection by Josh Edwards, and you watch Josh Edwards paying attention to his legs and paying attention to where his body's going. Beautiful work, man. Combination punching, breaking them down behind that jab, straight right hands to the body. It's completely a masterclass in session here. Masterclass in session right here. This guy is about to be food. This is what Robin Santos, Satas, or whatever his name is. I'm sorry. This is what he was supposed to do, bro. This is what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to be treating Derek Miller something like this. You know what I'm saying? Not all the way, because Derek Miller is a more pedigreed fighter, you know what I mean? But look how Josh Edwards is approaching this. You ain't supposed to be in here with me, bro. No way am I going to let you just stand in here me and just chill with me and try to jab with me. And no, you're going to get overwhelmed. We're going to overpower you with the pedigree. I'm going to stick you with shots that's going to make you keep that high guard. Now all I got to do is figure out how to get to that soft little stomach of yours and get to that chin. And we're going to figure that out with great combination punching, and we're going to set you up with shots. We're going to start stabbing you to the body, get you to lower them hands, and then we're going to come down with some straight right hands. We're going to get you out of here inside of 3. You heard? Inside of 3. As Josh Edwards continues to just show a masterclass, 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the first round at this point. And Josh Edwards like, damn, did I make you scared, man? You won't let your hands go at all? You're just going to continue to catch my shots like mitts? This catch mitts? Are you training me to throw punches? What are we doing here? Beautiful, beautiful work here by Josh. Spins him right there, catches him against the ropes. A minute mark just passed right here. Josh Edwards continues to try to focus on how is he going to get through the defense of this guy who's not going to throw not one punch in this fight. I don't know if this guy has thrown a punch yet in this fight. Has Voris thrown a punch yet as he sits here in the high guard and refuses to? There he goes. He throws something back at him at the body, kind of throws something at him. Josh Edwards is going to have to go back to the corner. Let's see what Ronnie Shields is going to give him as far as a strategy to get this guy out of his shell. Maybe he should go in his high guard a little bit. Maybe try to, sit in the low guard, antagonize him a little bit. Maybe let him get a shot off. I don't know. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Salute to everybody in the building, man. 66 people in the building. Let's make sure we hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. There we go. Voris tries to respond here and let his hands go. Let's go. We're at the end of that first round right there. Yeah. Ain't no shaking no hands after no round like that. Yeah, so what Josh Edwards is going to have a problem with is this guy does not want to throw punches. He sits there in that high guard. I mean, the reality of the situation is that soft little tummy, that Care Bear tummy, it says sunshine on his belly. Sunshine Bear. That little spot on his stomach, we're going to tap that. Yeah. We're going to rip. We're going to stab him to the body. There we go. As Ronnie Shields is giving him the instructions, I'll be telling him, stab him to the body, stab him to the solar plexus, rip uppercuts in there as he tries to get there in the midsection, but tag that body and you convince that man to defend himself or you put him down with body shots. You do not let this man sit there with a high guard in front of you all night long, wasting your time, wasting our time, wasting the viewers' times. Josh, go out there and do the damn job. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what adjustments Josh Edwards done here in the top of the second round right here as Josh Edwards takes the center of the ring, back on that jab. Let's see if he attacks that body like Ronnie was probably telling him to do. I can't tell. I can't hear what he said, but it looks like he was telling him to rip those shots to the body. So let's see if he does that. As Voris comes out with the same game plan. High guard, stand there and do nothing. No lateral movement, no back movement, no catch and shoot, no counter punching, no nothing. As Josh Edwards continues to take his time and jab at this dude and tries to set him up with an uppercut. Josh Edwards is not one to be part of a boring fight. Oscar De La Hoya, please take notes as this guy Voris should never be on another Golden Boy card again. He's boring. We're at the 2-minute mark here of round 2 as Josh Edwards sticks him to the body there. Looks like he gets the attention right there. Nice straight right hand catches Voris coming in. It looks like Josh Edwards caught attention punching him in the body there. Hold on a second here. What's going on here? Is the ref telling him that you're so boring you need to go somewhere? What's going on here? He's bleeding from the eye. The ref is looking for a reason to stop this fight. What's going on here? The ref is asking the doctor to take a look at him. Should we stop the fight? Let's stop the fight. Come on, ref. I think that's what the ref is trying to do. Come on, doc. Just stop the fight, bro. You can't see, right? Just stop the fight. Just stop the fight. No? I thought there was an opportunity there for us to get past this nonsense. Yo, I think the referee legitimately tried to stop the fight. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I think that's what we just saw. I think the referee tried to stop the fight, and he left it in the doctor's hands. Like, hey, bro, if you want to go home, here's an opportunity, bro. Look, he's bleeding a little bit from his eye, bro. All right, he can't continue, right? We got to put the fighters first. Let's go as Josh Edwards continues to work him here, hitting him with some good shots around the guard there, rips him to the body right there. We're at the 1:10 mark here as Josh Edwards doesn't even know what to do. He's about to fall asleep himself. He changes over back into an orthodox stance here, working behind that jab here, trying to figure out what to do. There we go, doubling up on the jab. He's hurting Voris. I wish, you know what? I would like Josh Edwards to double up behind that jab and then stick him straight right hand to the body. You know what I'm saying? Like, work that body. That body's there to be hit, man. Get this guy out of here, bro. Work behind that jab, straight right hand to the body. He's right there for you. You know what I mean? You can get him out of there. Nice straight right hand right there. Beautiful. Voris don't want no smoke, man. We're about to hit the 30-second mark here in the second round here, and Josh Edwards just switched back over into the southpaw stance. Trying to set him up for uppercut, but he's not ripping him to the body enough, man. We need more body work. More body work. More. Let's go. I mean, it's a little bloody, Jalen. Yeah, it's red. Okay. 15-second mark. Referee stops it again. Walks him around. What's going on here? 13 seconds left. Can we stop the fight now? Is that what's happening? Stop the fight. Stop the fight. Nobody wants to see the fight. Damn, he's saying 2-1. Come on, bro. Manuel LG, the referee's trying to stop the fight. He's trying. The referee's bored, bro. The referee needs to go get his insulin shot, bro. He's low on sugar, bro. He wants to get back in the locker room, bro. This dude is boring. He's about to pass out in the middle of this ring, refereeing this one-sided fight that don't make no damn sense, bro. He's trying to get the doc to help him. And the doc, like, I'm trying, bro, but he told, you know what I mean? The fighter wants to fight, man, and the cut's just not bad enough to stop it, bro. You know what I mean? Man, Manuel LG, bro, you should appreciate this referee who's taking us into consideration, right? You just don't realize the referee's trying to help us out. And the doctor is making it difficult. He's making it complicated. Advertising for Diego Pacheco versus Sajo in December as Diego Pacheco has gone away from Jose Benavidez Sr., now with his own team working out of California. We got to see what happens with Diego Pacheco, right? In the 168 conversation, Diego Pacheco is one of them guys holding some sort of a interim version of a WBA or WBO title. I think WBO title. So, on the back end of Terrence Crawford vacating titles, if he does choose to go ahead and compete at 160, 168 is going to open right up, man. And Diego Pacheco is right there in the conversation, but this time around without Jose Benavidez Sr. So we got to see what ends up happening. We're at the top of the third round here, 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the round here, as Voris seems to be more active here, letting his hands go, trying to make a fight out of it. I would imagine his corner's letting him know the referee's this close to stopping this fight. If you really want to get into this fight, it's time to do it now. Let your hands go. Josh Edwards is like, yeah, bro, let your hands go so I could put you to sleep. Great body work, great uppercuts by Josh Edwards, holding him against the rope right there, trying to make it happen. Josh Edwards, man, I know he feels like, damn, bro, you guys could have put a better, it's like, next time put a fighter with a pulse in him in the ring with me, man. Nice body work, nice body shots right there, but Josh Edwards, great. Ripped 2 nasty body shots on Voris. You know what I mean? There we go. Good combination punch by Josh Edwards, trying to get in between the guard of Voris here. You know what I mean? Salute, salute, salute. We got 71 people in the building. Take a moment, hit the like button as you step in the building. And of course, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that. We are on the Virgil Ortiz, Erickson Lubin main card here. Heavyweight prospect, Josh Edwards, trying to make waste of, what's my guy's name? Voris. Let me get his name. Zeno Voris. 5-0, 5 wins, 1 loss, 5 wins by knockout, but Zeno Morris is more impressive on paper than he is in real life. Unfortunately for us, right? Let's go. We're about to hit the minute mark here in the third round as Josh Edwards will continue to take his time to pick his shots here, level changing, attacking the body. Zeno Morris battling a cut over his right eye as Josh Edwards continues to try to pick him apart. Zeno becoming way more active in this round than he was before. I think Josh Edwards wants to get this guy out of here, but this guy is resilient. He's tough. He's taking some good shots. Although he's not participating in a fight in a significant way, he is a legitimate punching bag, right? As he's built to last, everlast Zeno Voris, as Zeno Voris is proving himself to be a great punching bag to let combinations off on and test new things on. As the referee has finally waved off the nonsense, he's gotten past the silliness of it all and says, brother, it's not about the cut, but we're going to use it. You're kind of trash. And nobody wants to see you fight no more. Nobody wants to see you fight no more, brother. Brother, we're going to let you go home and go get that eye stitch. You got a split over your head. Look like somebody hit you with a lead pipe in the back alley, bro, and took your money. Listen, brother, get your check, get your gear, get packed up, get the fuck out the building, bro. Get out the building, bro. Get your stuff and go. Just get your stuff and go. Please. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Just get your stuff and go, please. Yeah. Manuel LG says, great stoppage. 100%, brother. 100%, man. Get your stuff. What did she say in Waiting to Exhale? Get your shit. Get your stuff and get out. Go home. Get up out of here, bro. We not going to stand for none of that. We will not hobby door. Get your shit and go home, bro. What's next for Josh Edwards? That's the bigger question. And, Oscar De La Hoya and all those guys have come together and figured that out. But get this guy out of here. You know what I mean? Go get you on a Pro Box card or something. You know what I mean? I don't shout out to Pro Box. I shouldn't even insulted Pro Box like that. Shout out to Tiger Johnson, by the way. Great performance last night. What a performance by Tiger Johnson last night against a great litmus test of a fighter and Nicolas Floss last night, and Tiger Johnson showed up in spades, right? He laid down a royal flush on Nicholas Floss and said, yeah, bro, stop playing with me. I'm a top-ranked fighter. I appreciate Pro Box for giving me an opportunity to perform on the platform, but stop playing with me. 147 needs to put some respect on Tiger Johnson's name. Super excited to figure out what his next fight is going to be. Let's make it make sense. Let's make it make sense. Salute to everybody who's in the building. 70 plus people in the building. Let's get on that like button. Hit that like button like it's wifey. Like you ain't on the what? Hit the like button. Take that. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. I'm doing a lot. I'm going to dial it down. I'm doing a lot. I'm going to relax. I'm doing a lot. I'm just kind of excited for the next fight. Salute. Yeah, good fight last night. Tiger did his thing, man. Tiger did his thing last night. And I saw it. I should have put a little bread on it, but people was convincing me, oh, Nicholas Floss is on his way. He's a bigger fighter. He's the more acclimated 147 pounder. He's been looking good lately. And you know, Boca Chica should have been the denominator that made me that should have told me that Tiger Johnson was going to have that kind of performance last night. But Tiger Johnson came into that performance with a new trainer. And you know, he's been looking, his last fight, he looked decent, but this is a new weight class for him. 147 pounds is a new weight class for him. Transitioning from 140 to 147. That's a big jump out of the weight class when you think about it, right? Like that's 7 pounds, right? So we didn't know what Tiger Johnson was going to do all the way, right? But I did appreciate his first performance he had at 147, and I kind of knew by the way he competed with Boca Chica, I knew that what happened last night was possible, but still seeing it still was, you know, I was still like, yeah, right? So maybe a little bit surprised, but not so surprised, but more just excited. But I'm looking forward to see what Tiger Johnson is going to do. I'm looking forward to see what the next moves are going to be for him at 147. He's a definite player in the game, and you definitely need to put some respect on that man's name at 147. He can make big fights, right? He's a great dancing partner. I will not put him as a contender yet. Let's see. 147 is not that stacked. He may be. Is Tiger Johnson? Let me know in the chat. Is Tiger Johnson a contender, or is he a great dance partner at this point? Like, is he a contender? Do we want to see Tiger Johnson against a Polanco, for example? Do we want to see him in there with maybe a Richardson Hitchens who might want to come up to 147? Is that a good fight for him to get into with a Tiger Johnson, or you want to see him in there with one of the champions at some point? How do you feel about Tiger Johnson at this point? Let's go. Trini BX in the building says, for real, I had flaws, but I rewatched some Tiger fights the night before and was on the fence. That jab is sharp. Every fight he gets better. Flaws need to clinch. Yeah, Flaws needs to clinch, and Flaws needs to tighten up on his punches. He is wide with his shots, and he holds his head up high. So, yeah, that jab for Tiger Johnson was there all night, but also that right hand was there for Tiger Johnson all night. He was finding him with those right hands. And why? Because Nicholas Floss was getting wide with his shots, and he was keeping his head high. So Johnson was just doing a great job setting up that jab, and then, you know, at times just leaning a little bit over to his left and bringing that right hand right over the top, or straight right hands, real short straight right hands, was also catching Floss. Tight right hooks, tight check left hooks. Tiger Johnson put on a clinic last night. Nicholas Floss, that's another conversation. What does he do next? Where does he go? Does he continue to compete at 147 and try to get his respect back at the 147 division? Does he go up to 154 potentially and make some fights up there? I don't think that's what should happen with him. I think he should stay at 147, and I think his punches need to get a little straighter and tighter, right? And he needs to get that guard up, because he kept leaving that left hand way too low, man. He was just there to get clipped by the right hand of Tiger Johnson. It is what it is. Yeah, Omari Jones coming up next. Not Omari Jones, but Amari Jones coming up next. It's going to be a middleweight fight. Future of the middleweight division, 160 pounds. Amari Jones is going to look great up there, going up there to compete. New fighter for Golden Boy Promotions. He just signed the Golden Boy Promotion. So, you know, this is a fight right here, a building fight right here, a litmus test for him. Definitely a step up in competition for him tonight as well. This fighter who Amari's about to fight against, what's his name again? Bear with me here. Amari's about to fight against Shady Gamora, but this guy's coming in. I believe Roy Jones is training this dude. So, you know, this is going to be a good fighter right here. A good test for Amari Jones. Hold on a second here. What's this thing doing here? What the hell? What the hell? This guy's coming out of Broby, Sweden. So pretty much an Eastern European style to him, a European boxing style. Fighting out of Pensacola, Florida, obviously the home of Roy Jones Jr. Sitting at 14 wins, 9 of those victories coming by knockouts. He has 2 losses. His last fight was a unanimous decision between Devontae McDonald. Seems like it was a rematch. He had lost the majority decision to Devontae McDonald, came back and got his win back. And was coming off 2 losses before going into that. So really just got himself. Shout out to my guy Trice, who would tell you that he's on a 1-fight winning streak. He's on a 1-fight winning streak going to this fight, but this is a great fight for Amari Jones to really get acclimated to the division and, you know, make a statement and get welcomed into the Golden Boy guild, right? Into the stable the right way, right? Shout out to everybody in the building. We got 62 people in the building. Let's hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, man. We are calling the Virgil Ortiz, Erickson Lubin fight card. This is the main card. We're 3 fights into the card. We've seen some decent performances in here tonight. Josh Edwards coming in. No, we didn't see no decent performances yet. I'm gonna be real to you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Okay. Josh Edwards was in there with a fighter who probably is not supposed to be in the ring with him. And the referee did us all a favor and got him out of there. And this guy, Robin Safar, yeah, bro. He said he was gonna put us on notice about what's going on in the Cruiserweight division. Yeah, he put us on notice that he's food for somebody, and Oscar De La Hoya needs to move him accordingly. If you want to get your money back on him, watch the fight. I think he should. Shout out to D.H. Bennett, I believe, offered the solution of putting him in there with Jake Paul. I think that'd be a great fight for Robin Safar. He's a cruiserweight. He's undefeated. That'd be a good look for Jake Paul. Good money for Robin Safar. Good money for Oscar De La Hoya, and an opportunity for Robin Safar to redemption. Because if he's able to stop Jake Paul, then boxing will be forever grateful to Robin Safar, right? We'll be forever grateful to Robin Safar, and Robin Safar could get back into the cruiserweight conversation and get pieced up by Zotto Ramirez, or knocked out by David Benavidez, or knocked out by Pat Brown. You know what I'm saying? Great dance partner. It'll be good for any of those good fighters to knock the guy out who knocked out Jake Paul. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That's how I see it, at least. You know what I mean? Let's see here. We are getting ready to go into Amari. Is Amari Jones the main event of this card? I think he is. I mean, not the main, sorry, the co-headliner of this card. Let's continue to subscribe and hit the like button here. Got me in the mood for some barbecue here. F. Castro says, Clay, should I put $20 on Lubin? Yeah, man. Yes, Castro. Put that 20 right now before it's too late. What's the odds right now? Let me see. What's the odds on Lubin? You got to put that 20, man. I'll put 50 on him, and I'm pretty much thinking I'm gonna lose the 50. But if I win, Lubin is a dog, man. He can win this fight. Will he win this fight? Hey, bro. I figured I got 50 because if this was a pay-per-view, I had to pay for it, and it's not a pay-per-view, so I had 50 to play with, man. So I threw it in there and see. Let's see what ends up happening. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what the odds are though for Lubin. Hold on a second here. I got him at 580, right? But let's see where it's at right now. 570. Yeah, Erickson Lubin a plus 570 on FanDuel, man. Put that 20 in there, man. Get that 20 in there, bro. Put that 20 in there, bro. Exactly, Ill Will. Put some money on there, bro. Don't be scared, bro. It's just $20. You know what I mean, let me not judge. I don't know where you are in your life right now. I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? But if you got it, yes, I would throw some bread on that, bro. I would definitely throw some bread on that. Lubin plus 600 on DraftKings for the knockout, right? Not for the win. The money line is 570 right now on FanDuel. The money line. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Curtis. Yeah, Trini, just a little something. No doubt, Curtis. For sure, man. Try to hedge your bets. Make a little bit of money. Money line is plus 600, Ill Will. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'm bugging. Sorry, yeah, that makes sense. Over on FanDuel, though, it's I got it at 580. I got it at 580. But you're right, Ill Will. I don't know why I thought 600 was that much. I think 580 is crazy. What do y'all think about that, though? Ill Will, what you think about that? Do you think Vegas is bugging, or are they just disrespectful because of the judging in Texas? Because we just watched Eric Priest get a 79-73 round decision by one of the judges on a fight where I thought Eric Priest lost the fight. The judge had Eric Priest winning every round but 2 rounds. Diabolical, bro. Right? Crazy. Crazy, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button. Punch the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it here. Erickson Lubin, Virgil Ortiz, main card. We are about to go into Omari Jones. We're about to go into Omari Jones versus who's Omari fighting again? Shady Gamhor, right? Fighter coming out of Pensacola, Florida, coming in with Roy Jones Jr. is going to be cornering this fighter tonight. I think this is going to be a good fight. Great litmus test fight here for Omari Jones. Is Omari fought at 160 yet? Hold on, let me see here. Oh shit, he's been at 160. I'm tripping. I don't know why I thought he was at 154. Damn. I don't know why the whole time I thought Omari was fighting at 154, man. But at 160, regardless, a great fighter, man. 14 wins, undefeated, 12 knockouts. This fight right here is going to be a big litmus test to see how he should be moved forward. A victory over Shady Gamhor will probably be one of his most decorated victories and get him in the conversation of some title contention, right? Let me see where he's ranked at in the sanctioning bodies. Let me see here. Let's see here. Middleweight. Come on, bro. Let's see where Omari's at. If he's in any. Okay, so he's number 12 in the IBF rankings. He is. Yeah, this dude is not really. He's not ranked in any other sanctioning body structures. He's number 12 in the IBF rankings. I think I've seen Eric Priest up in here too. He's number 12 in the WBA rankings. Eric Priest, obviously holding one of those fake titles over there. I don't know. Maybe Oscar De La Hoya might want to get Omari Jones and Eric Priest in there. But if he has a lot of faith in Eric Priest, he probably doesn't want to. But I don't know what the world's gonna do, but I know one thing. This is a lot on me, baby, because I'm a dub. Jones still with DHP. I don't know. I don't know, Ray. I don't know. I was saying that yesterday. I don't know if Jones is still over there with DHP or not. There's a big fight right here for Amari Jones right here, who's looking to make a statement here. He's looking to you know, make a good impression on Oscar De La Hoya and get him in some big fights there at 150 one in the 160 division, the middleweight division. So let's see what he's able to put together tonight. Lisa Baumgartner, is she there live? Yes, she is. Man, Lisa Baumgartner, Tank played her. That girl vacated her WBC title. That fight didn't even happen. Anyway, let's go. Top of the first round here, Mari Jones in the blue and light blue trimmings shorts versus Gamor, who's in the red shorts with the black trimmings there. Center of the ring right there. Both guys working the jab here. Both guys very active with the jab here. As Gamor, first name. What's his first name, Gamor? Shady. I don't know how I forgot that. Shady Gamor. Both guys have a very active jab, but looks like Amari Jones's jab is going to be the protein on the plate for this run right here. Jamari continue to work that jab, level change, stab him to the body, invites Shady Gamor in, shoulder rolls to respond. If you're going to throw a right hand, he's probably going to respond to you with a straight left hand, a straight right hand. Sorry, right back at you. Amari Jones doing a great job of controlling the distance, winning the exchanges on the jab, now bringing it up to some great combination punching. There we go. Straight right hand, straight left hand. Right there as Gamor makes his way, uses his leg movements, using that right hand, using that left hand, that jab to control the distance, and as a range finder, as he looks to let that right hand go. You can tell he wants to let that right hand go. He doesn't want Amari to get too confident with the way he's carrying it right now. Great work by Amari Jones right there, setting him up with shots. Amari Jones really underrated pedigree in with his boxing, right? Let's go here. As Shady Gamor tries to use that, he's using that jab as a rangefinder, trying to set up that right hand. And really, he needs to get the respect of Amari Jones. Amari Jones is doing a good job controlling the distance, but also winning the jab war. And he has a nasty, and he's switching as well. He's switching at will. Amari Jones is really just he really encompasses the definition of that slick black fighter, right? Like he's switching stances, he's using his athleticism, he's got great counterpunching capabilities, great punch shot selection. He can hit you from awkward angles, and ultimately, at this point, if you're asking me, Shady Gamor is probably just outclassed. Nice check right hook. Nice right hook by Amari Jones on that little exchange there. You saw Shady Gamor really lose his legs a little bit under him. A nice check left hook on the way out the door right there. Nasty work. Good work by Amari Jones. We're at the 22nd mark here, round one, as Amari Jones is really just taking control of this fight very early. Shady Gamor playing catch up right now. And this is what happens with a lot of these fighters, guys, right? Like Shady Gamor probably trying to process data and kind of get the timing down of Amari Jones. But Amari Jones is stepping up just early in the beginning of that first round, turning it up, working that jab, took control of the jab, then started the level change, hit him with the body, then started to hit him with some jumping check left hooks, straight right hands. He immediately got active in there, and Shady Gilmore trying to catch up to all of that. I mean, hands down lost that round, right? But more importantly, I don't think Shady Gilmore got any real information process data-wise. What is Shady Gilmore going to do? What kind of adjustments is he going to make going into this next round? Omari Jones is not giving him any time to think and develop a strategy or develop, you know what I'm saying, and execute a game plan, because I doubt that's a game plan that Roy Jones gave him, was for him to perform that way, right? But let's find out. Shout out to Virgil Hunter in the corner of Omari Jones. I didn't even know Virgil Hunter was over in that corner. We're at the top of the second round right now. We have Omari Jones, middleweight fight between Omari Jones in a dark blue and light blue shorts. And we have Shady Gilmore here in the red and black shorts. Shady Gilmore coming out of Sweden, residence in Pensacola, Florida, being cornered by Roy Jones Jr., Omari Jones being cornered by Virgil Hunter. Omari Jones really staying active with the jab, winning the jab game here. Here we see Shady Gilmore getting a little bit more active with the jab and trying to come off with a nice little check left hook off of the jab. But Omari Jones clearly has the reach advantage and is really controlling the game with his jab. He's level changing and setting up for a big right hand. You can see it happening. Shady Gilmore trying to discourage him, obviously. Let's see here. Shady Gilmore trying to use some feints and trying to stay up on his toes. But Omari Jones just laser dialed in, just sees everything he wants and is letting his hands go. Very nice, big right hand, big check. Big check right hook, by Omari Jones, who's fighting in a southpaw spot right now. Just very comfortable switching, going back and forth. He's been orthodox tonight. Now he's back. He's in a southpaw, and that lead hand, probably the power hand. So he's that those jabs are coming with some bad intentions. Straight left hand down the middle. Nice right hook right there. Omari Jones doing a good job. Nice. Tries to throw a little bit of a check left hook now as Omari Jones has switched over into an orthodox position now at this point. Has that left hand in front of him right there. Judge warns Shady Gilmore of hitting behind the head there. Let's go. We at the minute 20-second mark here, the second round. As Shady Gilmore is pawing with that hand. Big overhand right by Omari Jones as Shady Gilmore retreats, uses that lateral movement to get away as Omari Jones is hitting him with anything he feels like hitting him, sitting in that orthodox stance, setting up for a nice right hand. Great feint to the body, and it comes right over the top with a left hand on Shady Gilmore, feinting him. Beautiful left uppercut to the body right there. Shady Gilmore is crumbling slowly but surely as we've just passed the minute mark. We're at the 45-second mark right now in the second round, and Omari Jones is just really taking his time and breaking this guy down. Shady Gilmore seems to be desperately reaching out for clinches and reaching out to measure the distance with his jab so he can let the right hand go. He's not even throwing that left hand with any type of bad intentions, right? Like he's just using it as a rangefinder there, looking to, as soon as he touches Omari Jones, he's trying to let go a lot of combinations, but in real time, Omari Jones is just drowning him and really has him on the edge because Omari's winning the counter punch game. Omari's winning the jab game. Omari's switching as he sees fit, as he's continuing to fight in an orthodox stance right now. But we've seen him fight in a southpaw stance earlier without any problems, just doing what he feels like, being very comfortable right now, walking down Shady Gilmore, letting his hands go, scoring shots, level changing him, attacking him to the body, attacking him with overhand rights, check left hooks, check right hooks when he switches stance. He's just doing whatever he feels like doing. So far, 2 rounds and nothing. Omari Jones putting on a clinic here. Shady Gilmore is out of his league thus far. Let's see what Roy Jones has for his fighter right now. Let's see what kind of adjustments he's going to try to bring in here. Shout out to everybody who's in the building, man. Go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I appreciate everybody in the building. We are getting ready to walk into the third round here. Roy Jones Jr. cornering here. If you're watching it on television, you're seeing Roy Jones cornering Shady Gilmore in the corner and Omari Jones coming out of his corner, Virgil Hunter in his ear. Omari Jones very comfortably doing what he wants to do, third round right now. Let's see the adjustments from Shady Gomorrah. What can he do? What can he do? What can he do to make this more interesting here? There he is, feigning to the body, trying to walk down. Amari Jones now allowing Shady. You have to think he's allowing Shady Gomorrah to come forward. He wants to walk him into some shots. So if you're going to be confident enough to come forward, maybe I might let you take the lead a little bit. You know, I want you to start letting your hands go a little bit more and stop running from me so I can get you out of there. There you go. There you go. There you go. Shady Gomorrah doubles up, triples up on the jab, tries to come over the top with the right hand. Amari Jones, nice body shot, straight right hand to the body by Amari Jones there. Real quick and easy and simple. Big overhand right by Amari Jones catches, has Shady Gomorrah stumbling backwards right now. Shady Gomorrah continues to try to get the timing down. Beautiful right uppercut right up underneath the jab hand of the lead hand of Shady Gomorrah there. Beautiful timing there. As he caught him with that uppercut. That was a great timed uppercut right there in the middle of that. Here we go. Amari Jones hits him with a stiff jab, using that jab. Nice check left hook by Amari Jones. Timing is great with Amari Jones. Keeping him on the end of that jab right there, setting up that big right hand right there. There we go. 1-2 by Shady Gomorrah. Hits nothing but air in real time. Big right hand, nice jab right there. Disrupts that right overhand right that Shady Gomorrah tries to throw right there. We're at the minute and 25-second mark here in the third round. Beautiful work by Amari Jones. Beautiful jab. That left hand's finding home. Amari Jones very comfortable in the orthodox position right now, not even thinking about switching right now because that jab is just there for him, and he just wants to land that big overhand right hand. Doesn't need to control this guy because this guy's not pushing it, right? So, boom, just like that, Amari Jones switches over into the southpaw position, right hand out in the front. Wants to use that hand, become a little bit more offensive with that strong hand. Big left hand over the top. Misses Shady Gomorrah as he uses that lateral movement to spin around, tries to turn Amari Jones around. Amari Jones doing a great job of cutting that ring off as well. Real good job, not allowing Shady Gomorrah to just move around freely, really like cattle, moving him as he sees fit, right? As Shady Gomorrah is trying to put something together. Amari Jones switches right over into that orthodox position. You really don't even see it. Beautiful work here. Big overhand right by Amari Jones. Switches right over into the southpaw position. Amari Jones just switching, bam, right back over into an orthodox. There he goes. Puts Shady Gomorrah down with a big overhand right hand. In that exchange, I saw Amari Jones switch from southpaw to orthodox about 3 times inside of 30 seconds and put him down, man. That was it. Shady Gomorrah makes it on top of his feet, beats the count there. Big body work, good body work by Amari Jones. Big overhand right by Amari Jones. Big nice left shot. Big right hand catches Shady Gomorrah and puts him down. And Shady Gomorrah doesn't look like he's going to be in this fight no more. It's over with. Referee waves it off. Big victory for Amari Jones. Is that a statement enough for 160? As Amari Jones gets on top of the ropes and begins to crank it up for the crowd. Crank it up. Crank it up. Crank it up. Good victory for Amari Jones. Great stoppage right there as Amari Jones is letting the space know. 160. Say my name. Say my name. Big victory for Amari Jones. Let's go. Let's go. Great win for Amari Jones. Roy Jones, is Roy Jones a good trainer? I mean, Roy Jones is my favorite fighter of all time. Arguably, I came into boxing, loving boxing off the back of Roy Jones Jr. I've always grown up watching boxing, the Mike Tysons, you know what I'm saying, and always grew up watching boxing. But Roy Jones was probably when I made my own decision out of my own free will to become a fan of boxing. Right before that, you know, my grandfather and my uncles, and they used to Debo the TV. You remember back in the day, man, we only had a TV in the living room. We ain't had no TV in our bedroom. I don't think I had a TV in my bedroom until I was like 16 years old, bro. Like dead ass, right? TV was always in the living room, bro. And you already knew news. The grown-ups would come and take the TV for the news, and the uncles and the granddad and all them would come and get it from you when boxing was on. You ain't had no TV during that time period. You watch what they watch. But Roy Jones was definitely like my first free will boxer. Like I was watching boxing on my own free will by myself because of Roy, man, because he just brought so much entertainment and excitement to the game. But as far as the trainer is concerned, Roy, trainer-wise, what has Roy really produced? I mean, this guy right here would just I mean, he competed, I guess, right? But Amari just really made it look like he shouldn't have been in the ring with him. Right? It is what it is, right? I didn't make the rules. I ain't make the rules. Does Amari call somebody out here? Does Amari call somebody out her? Shout out to Critical Toe in the building here. What Critical Toe say, Roy was very talented, but he was not a master of fundamentals. Yeah. He was. I know what you mean, but I do disagree a little bit. I think there's a difference sometimes. Like when you look, for example, you look at Jerome Boots Ennis, and people feel like he fights reckless at times. You know what I'm saying? But people also compare him to Roy Jones for a reason because he takes chances. He'll have his guard low at times. He'll jump into shots. He'll take shots sometimes to make the fight more exciting or to get a stoppage. He'll take a lot of risk, right, and get hit sometimes. But is he fundamentally not there? No, he's very fundamentally sound. You know that he comes from a deep background in boxing. He's in boxing ever since he was like 7, 8 years old, right? So he's there, but sometimes you get a little too comfortable in the ring. And I think Roy Jones is a fighter who I agree, if anybody would make an argument that Roy Jones had gotten way too comfortable in the ring and left himself open for fundamentally sound fighters to take advantage of the holes he had in his game. When he was younger, that athleticism, he was able to recover and move around and get away with a lot more. As he got older and slowed down, that athleticism went away. The fundamentals that he wasn't always holding up at the highest regard, a lot of people took advantage of that. Hence the, Antonio Tarver knockouts, Glenn Johnson, things of that nature, right? So I think he is fundamentally sound. It's hard for me to say he doesn't have the fundamentals, but he got away from it. He definitely got away from it. Let's see, master fundamentals. He himself did most things wrong. That's why he sucks as a trainer. And that might be why he sucks as a trainer. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah. Now we're about to go into the Darius Fulgham fight, right? That's gonna be a good fight right here. This fight could seal the show right here. +70 people in the building or something like that. Let's hit the like button as we're stepping in the building. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Let's help the channel grow, man. Shout out to all my new subscribers in the building, man. We're building something special over here in ATP, man. Covering boxing in a I don't want to say in a different way, but probably in a different way. But I would say in a more traditional way. I'd like to think that we're covering boxing in a more traditional way. We're covering these fights every Saturday here. We're talking about them on Sundays. The shows that are about fighters, they're about fights, they're about matchups, they're about boxing. There's no way that this channel right here is going to be focused on talking about one fighter for 3-4 hours or 1 to 2 fighters for 3 to 4 hours. It's ridiculous. There's so much going on in boxing. I take it as my responsibility to communicate to you guys as accurately as I can on what's actually going on in boxing, so we can get an understanding of what's happening in all of boxing in all these divisions. I hope this channel right here sits as a spot to support all the up and coming fighters, right? Mostly American boxers. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting familiar with the UK boxers a lot better. I have a lot of UK fighters that I'm a big fan of. Obviously, we know the heavyweights. The UK run the heavyweight division, but even with fighters like Mark Chamberlain and what's my guy's name, Ben Whitaker and Joshua Boatsie's kind of like playing Jane. I don't know what happened with him. Anthony Yardy, Caleb Smith, right? We try to support boxing on a broad level here and talk about it. And that's what you can expect when you come over to ATB Combat. Everything else is right? And yeah, we'll talk bad about Gervonta every now and then. We'll talk about good stuff when he's doing good stuff as well. But yeah, definitely not going to shy away from talking about the bad stuff too. Let's see here. We're talking about boots, and I see the chat going crazy right now as the debates are starting to circulate this space about boots and Virgil Ortiz, right? I get it. Hey, man, but we can't look past Erickson Lubin. Can't do it. Shouldn't do it. If you do, you might derail that whole thing tonight. Virgil might derail the whole entire Virgil Ortiz train tonight, man. Y'all sleeping on Virgil. I mean, y'all sleeping on Erickson. I'm saying Erickson might derail the whole Ortiz thing tonight. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. F. Castro says, I got Lubin on points or Ortiz fourth under 6th round. What you think, Clay? I want Lubin to win. Man, it's a 50-50 fight. I told you already, F. Castro. I ain't going to lie to you. I think Ortiz is going to win tonight. You know what I mean? I'm going to have a good time calling this fight, especially if Erickson Lubin wins it. I'll tell you that. Because I want to see, I have a question about Virgil Ortiz's pedigree. I have a question for myself. And it's not something I'm about to tell you guys right now necessarily, but I want to see, because I'm thinking about the Jerron Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz fight, and I'm saying to myself, Virgil hasn't shown me what I need to see to put him in a fight with Jerron Boots Ennis as a winner. I think Jerron Boots Ennis it seems like light years ahead of Virgil Ortiz as far as the eye test is concerned, as far as boxing abilities is concerned. I think Erickson Lubin brings a lot of those issues to the table, and I want to see how Virgil Ortiz deals with that. This is the biggest fight I've seen Virgil Ortiz be a part of. People give him a lot of respect, and I give him the respect as well, but I don't believe I've ever seen Virgil Ortiz in a fight with a fighter like this. And not to make Erickson Lubin like the biggest end-all be-all, but the slick black fighter with power in both hands, he hasn't been in a ring with that fighter yet. And Ortiz is a flat-footed fighter when he's happy, in his happy place. In his happy place, he's flat on his feet, he's working behind his jab, he's attacking the body, and he's breaking you down and getting you out the way. But I've seen him in the ring with Israel Madrimov, and for the first 3 to 5 rounds, Virgil Ortiz couldn't get in his happy place and arguably didn't adjust, even though people would say that he was attacking the body of Israel Madrimov and Madrimov slowed down off the strength of that. I'm not sure if that's what happened. I give him his respect for working that body. I think it was part of the issue, but I don't know if Madrimov would have been there to get punched in his body the way he was if his conditioning was in a better place, right? So we got to see. We got Jerron Ennis and we got Jerron Ennis and Eddie Hearn right here in the building, man. Let's see what they're talking about.
Sorry, guys, bear with me. I'm trying to listen to this interview so I can comment on how I feel about it. Bear with me. So listen, man, that was great, man. Listening to Eddie Hearns and Jerron Boots Ennis going at it right now, speaking with Chris Mannix here and explaining why they're here in the building, man. And I told everybody this before about Jerron Boots Ennis, and I love Jerron Boots Ennis. First of all, shout out to Jerron Boots Ennis, who this is the most I've heard him speak on a fight in the longest time. Right? Shout out to Jerron Boots Ennis. Just speaking directly, answering the questions directly, no middle fights, no tune-up fights. He wants, importantly, the winner of this fight. He doesn't care who even wins, right? And Jerron Boots Ennis has always done that. I held him accountable for not calling Terrence Crawford out directly, right? But he's always been the kind of person who's just like, listen, the best guy, the guy holding the belt, the guy who's in my way for where I want to be, that's the guy I want to fight. He doesn't necessarily call out fighters by name, but here he is in the building in Virgil Ortiz Jr.'s backyard, adding pressure to Virgil Ortiz Jr. to put on the performance that he needs to put on tonight against a gamed opponent in Erickson Lubin, and letting him know, like, listen, it's me and you next, and if you lose, I'm going to fight Lubin next, right? So I'm going to, you're bad, right? So he's talking the right way. He's talking about making a fight, but where's Virgil Ortiz Jr.? Where is that team's mindset at? Where's Oscar De La Hoya's mindset at this point? And guys, listen, we got to be fair, right? Unbiased and objective to say that, does Virgil Ortiz Jr., or ask a legitimate question to say that, does Virgil Ortiz Jr. at this point in his career, working at 154 pounds, working his way through his tune-up fights, fighting Fred Lawson, fighting Thomas Delorme, fighting Serhiy Bahachuk, collecting a WBC interim title, fighting Israel Majimov, putting on a performance and beating a fighter in a more dominant way than Terrence Crawford did, a guy who really ran it back and forth with Terrence Crawford. And at this point right now, where there's arguably been 2 opportunities for Jon Boots Ennis to fight Virgil Ortiz Jr., do we fault Virgil Ortiz Jr. for not necessarily being excited to jump into this Jon Boots Ennis fight next, as he's close and he's right at the end of getting a championship fight as an interim title holder? He's arguably waiting in the background, as if he wins this fight right here, he would probably ideally would want to fight the winner of Sebastian Fundora and Keith Thurman, right? So we don't know if the stars are going to line up the right way for Jon Boots Ennis tonight, but we do know one thing's for sure is that Jon Boots Ennis means business. He's in the building. He's showing up. He plans on probably stepping into the ring. He wants to make that next fight his best fight, and that's what we want from Jon Boots Ennis. We want him doing things like what he's doing here tonight. He's catching a lot of hell for the Usama Lima fight. He caught hell for not taking the Virgil Ortiz fight on the Riyadh season card. He caught hell for not fighting Teofimo Lopez at 147 once he beat Stanionis. He's catching hell from every direction for missing on another Virgil Ortiz potential fight, according to the Ortiz team, and Oscar De La Hoya saying that instead of taking that fight, which Turkey Al-Shi tried to facilitate, he asked for a tune-up, right? Whether you agree with it, disagree with it, that's what the narrative is. So here Boots is changing the whole entire narrative to the story. He's doing a great job. He's in the building. He's doing interviews. He's speaking clearly to the situation and speaking and letting the fans know exactly what he wants next. And what he wants next has a lot to do with the fight tonight between Erickson Lubin and Virgil Ortiz, right? So this is what we want to see from Jon Boots Ennis. Let's go. Look at Eastside said, make him wait the same way he made you wait, Virgil. Hey, man, listen, man, that's a fair assessment and take, man. I mean, we got to be honest, right? Virgil Ortiz is, and listen, man, it's not even about being petty, right? It's not about playing tit for tat. At the end of the day, Virgil has aspirations of doing great things in boxing, just like Terrence Crawford isn't the end-all, be-all for Jon Boots Ennis. Jon Boots Ennis isn't the end-all, be-all for Virgil Ortiz. Now, the narrative will be that Virgil Ortiz and his team ducked Jon Boots Ennis if they don't make this fight happen. I think 2 things can coexist in the same space. I think it would be a duck, being that this is in high demand and this is a fight that everybody's talking about. But I would kind of understand it to a certain degree, because at the end of the day, Virgil is in a position that he's worked to be in. He has a WBC interim title that he's never been a champion this far into his career. It's been a struggle and uphill battle for him to get to this point. And does he pass up potential opportunities to become a champion to fight Jerron now? Well, yeah, if he believes himself, he'll do that. But at the same time, would you fault him if he didn't, and if he didn't hang back and stay patient and wait for Keith Thurman and Sebastian Fundora to figure things out to get his title? Listen, Rob, we just watched Joseph Parker lose out on an opportunity to become undisputed champion of the world, right? He takes a chance. He gets in the ring with a Fabio Wardley because he wants to stay busy. He gets clipped. There's a stoppage. You know, maybe politically, I don't know. People are upset with the referee's decision to stop the fight, but regardless, does it make a difference? With hindsight, if Joseph Parker would have sat back, been more patient, and didn't fight Fabio Wardley and waited on Alexander Usyk, is there an argument to say that he would have gotten an opportunity to become undisputed? We don't know what would have happened from there, right? I mean, a lot of people would favor Usyk, but it is what it is. So where does Virgil Ortiz sit at this point in his career, where he's at, earning his right, fighting the harder fights, being an active fighter, competing at the highest level that 154 has to offer him? And does he derail and hit the crossroads and go the other way right now for a little bit of time to fight Boots Ennis, a fighter who's had 1 fight at 154 and who has turned down the fight with him twice, right? It's a big, it's something to think about. That's all I'm saying. Let's see what happens. And at the same time, what are we missing out on? They don't fight next. The reality is both of these guys are probably future champions at 154. They'll meet up at some point. And at that point, let's be real, a unification, titles on the line, that's an even bigger fight. This happens to be one of those fights that's going to age like wine, not like milk, as long as these guys are in the same division, right? It is what it is. Guys, you in the building, take your time to make sure you hit the like button, show some love to the channel. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. We're here covering the fights here. We're giving it to you live. Erickson Lubin versus Virgil Ortiz. This is the main card. We've watched 3 great fights so far. We watched a fight between I'm lying. Not 3 great fights. Let me stop saying it. I don't know why I keep saying that. I think I'm programmed to say that. There was a great fight we just watched with Amari Jones putting in that work. We watched Robbins. Anyway, it is what it is. We got Darius Fulgham in the ring right now, getting ready to put in the work right here. Both guys coming off of Darius Fulgham coming off of a loss here against Betkamir, and David Stevens coming off of a victory here, beating Petrov, Kamakov, and Eastern European. So these guys here to show up. Darius here to redeem himself on that last fight. We're at the top of the first round. Let's go. David Stevens doing a great job working that body and being active very early. Great footwork, spinning Darius Fulgham around as Darius Fulgham tries to stay active behind that jab. Nice. Times a nice right hand by Darius Fulgham. Sing on that jab right there, taking his time. David Stevens working that jab, gets up under him again and spins him around. Let's go. Let's go. Referee warns Darius Fulgham. I'm not sure about what, to be honest with you. Darius Fulgham trying to stay active behind that jab. But I'll tell you right now, Darius Fulgham is leaving that left hand low. Is he athletic enough? You know, great work by David Stevens on the inside right here. Both guys working themselves out the clinch. Darius behind with that jab. But like I told you, he's sending out that left hand, but he's bringing it back down to his waist. He's not bringing it up high. You got to think that at some point or another, David Stevens is going to start letting that right hand, that straight right hand go coming over the top. I mean, as soon as he's able to close that distance and test that range the proper way, I'm anticipating big right hands coming down the middle. But right now, just working that jab, working the body, doing a great job. I like the way David Stevens is working on the inside, clinching but not clinching. Nice uppercut right up the middle right there. Nice. A little bit of a check left hook comes over the top right there to catch Darius Fulgham. Stevens doing a good job of just being dirty, being a smaller fighter for all argumentative purposes, as far as shorter arms, shorter in height. You know, he wants this fight to be a mid-range fight, so he's trying to keep this fight as close as possible. Darius Fulgham getting warned here for pushing down on David Stevens' head. There we go right there. Good inside work here as David Stevens is keeping this a dirty fight, working, hitting him in that body, hook him off to that body right there, and then working out those uppercuts as well inside those clinches. As in the perfect world, I think Darius Fulgham wants to work behind that jab. He wants to maintain that distance. He wants to be able to use his distance and that right hand, that beautiful overhand right by Darius Fulgham. As Darius Fulgham gets a final warning here for pushing down and hitting him on the back of his head. Both guys get a warning here. End of the first round right there. I don't even know how to score that first round. That was a crazy first round right there. Do we give it to Darius? What do y'all do? How do y'all feel about that first round? That was a very close first round. I don't know how to call that one. I'll probably give it to Fulgham. I think Fulgham was operating well behind that jab. He was hitting with some shots there. Salute Sam from Jersey was good. There we go. Stevens, top of the second round right here. Stevens doubling up on that jab. There we go. Nice. Times him up with straight right hand, walks him right into it. Darius spins him. Yeah, I gave it to Darius as well. Kai Fly, Curtis. Yeah. There we go. Darius is sitting there working behind that jab. Great head movement right there. They stay away from to get away from that jab, that lead hand of Stevens right there. Stevens looking to frustrate him with these. Stevens got him against the ropes right now, letting off some good body shots. Nice jab. Nice. By Stevens. By Fulgham, sorry. Fulgham doing a great job on that jab. Becoming way more and more successful with that jab hand. Nice overhand right by Stevens right there. Back on the jab. Straight right hand by Fulgham. Ends up in them clinching. Let's see if the referee has to get there. Yep. Salute to everybody in the building. 70 people in the building. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We're at the 50-second mark here in the second round. Darius Fulgham versus David Stevens here. This one a super middleweight fight right here. Darius Fulgham coming off of a loss in his last fight against Bekimir. Fell short for an opportunity to become a champion in the division or an interim champion, a regular champion in the division, whatever it is. And here, looking for redemption today with David Stevens coming off of a victory himself in his last fight right here. Both guys share a loss with Bekimir. David Stevens has 2 losses on his record. Bekimir, a split decision loss against him, and against Joshawn James, a KO loss to him. So he's on his way trying to make it back. And Darius, both guys looking to make a name for themselves and get back in the 168-pound super middleweight division conversation. And Darius looks like he's on his way to doing that, taking his time, working behind that jab. I got to give that round to him as well. But Stevens is applying that pressure. Let's see how if that pressure can be something he capitalizes off of in the later rounds in this fight. Ronnie Shields in the corner of David Stevens. Ronnie Shields giving that instruction about basically how to get past and underneath that jab. And, of course, working that body, man. You got to work that body and set it up to be able to come over the top with these hooks. That's how it works with these fighters, these tall fighters like Darius Fulgham who work well behind their jabs and want to have the fight at a long range. How do you get inside past the mid-range, from the mid-range to the close range, back out to the mid-range? Well, you got to get up underneath those punches, underneath that jab, underneath those hooks, and you got to make it count. Once you get under there, you're smothering your work with those clinches, right? Instead of working when you get up in there and working the body, make it count. You worked your ass off to get in there, do something. Don't just get in there just to clinch him and then try to dirty box him and the ref separates y'all off. Make something happen at the end of all that work. We're at the beginning of the third round right now. No doubt. Curtis, big fighting for Pacheco on December 13th. Salute Sam from Jersey. Salute Brian Deal, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you guys for the compliments on the commentary. Thank you. Yeah, this is 10 rounds to zip. I got Darius Fulgham taking the rounds, but I agree with you, Brian. Close fight. Any of those rounds can be swing rounds depending on what the judges like to see. But I'm gonna be real with you, right? This fight right here is giving me Joshua Buatsi, Caleb Smith energy. If you guys remember that fight, I'm saying Joshua Buatsi was spending a lot of time getting past Caleb Smith's jab and working to get on the inside, but not working when he got in there. Kept clinching and smothering all his work, and Caleb was getting off and end up having the better uppercut and the better inside work than Joshua Buatsi, who historically is a fighter who was able to apply that pressure. And he just didn't do that, you know what I mean? And end up being in a Fight of the Year Classic because it was a competitive fight to a certain degree. But Caleb Smith walks away, as an interim title holder right now, in line to fight for, a championship belt. Here you're watching David Stevens do the same thing. He's doing the work. He's slipping the shots. He's getting on the inside. But what is he doing? He's clinching. He's holding. He's not working. Where's the body work? Where's the uppercuts? Where's the ability to turn him? Where's the boxing acumen that's going to give you what you need to take advantage of the inside work looking like that? You're making it ugly, and you're not hurting Fulgham for it on the end of it. Meanwhile, beautiful, man. He hit him with like 3 left hooks to the body right there. Great. You got to invest in that body right there. But Fulgham looking good on the mid-range and the long-range version of this fight. And it's looking like he's hurting. Beautiful check left hook by Fulgham here on that separation. And there he goes trying to grab onto Darius Fulgham. David Stevens needs to make a better argument for himself inside those close range exchanges, or he's not going to be convincing the judge he's doing anything, because it just looks like you're clinching. It doesn't look like you're doing anything efficient with your time. There you go with the clinch again, punching on his elbows and his arms. Meanwhile, he's working it out, making the distance. Big overhand right. Nice right hand by David Stevens right there. Catches Fulgham right there. Beautiful. That was a great straight right hand by Fulgham. I mean, by David Stevens, taking advantage of being there on the inside. There we go. Straight right hand to the body. Darius Fulgham weighs it off. Beautiful. Off that jab. Nice hook. Fulgham letting his hands go in a nice way. Great. Nice check right hook to the body of David Stevens right there. Just getting the best of these exchanges right now. There we go. We about to be at the end of the 3rd round, and it's up. That was one of the better rounds for David Stevens. But I still think Darius took it. I think he took it in the last 10 seconds of that round. I got it 4 rounds nil. 4 rounds nil. Yeah, Manuel LG says hug fest. Yeah, by David Stevens. We're looking at Virgil Ortiz in the back, smiling, having a good time, relaxing, looking like he's in a good place. Doesn't look dehydrated at all. Looks like he rehydrated well. Yesterday he was looking a little bit drained, just a little bit. Errol Spence in the building. Shout out to Virgil Ortiz. Errol Spence in the building, showing love. Okay. Everybody's seen Errol Spence up in there, man. F. Castro says, is my live behind? Hold on. No, my live is it says that it's on point. So I think I just might, just not in sync, I guess. Top of the 4th round right here is David Stevens tries to make an argument here for himself to win his first round, as far as I'm concerned, behind 4 rounds nil here. Let's see if he makes any adjustments to make anything happen. 10-round fight here, man. We're at the 4th round mark right now. Well, we're 3 rounds into it, sorry. 4 rounds in the 4th round right now. Wait, hold on. We in the 4th round? I felt like maybe I'm tripping. Thought we was in the 5th round, but yeah, almost nice on that jab, catches Fulgham there. Fulgham is winning the jab game here. Now Steven seems to be more content to try to work behind that jab, but every time they get inside and close to each other, David Stevens is doing this clinch, hugging him like a daddy he done missed, like he missed out on his daddy. Yeah, Brian Dale, Errol Spence was just in there. Yep. Definitely a little bit of a delay on your side. Kyle Fly said they ain't paying me today, so I'm not paying the zone. Always wanted to see Spence at 154. Yeah. Spence is in the building tonight. It's a Texas fight, so that's good to see Spence in the building, because it's good to know Spence is still, active in the boxing space somewhere, that he's still coming to the fights. He's still making his presence felt. Look like he was in great shape. Look like he was in great spirits. So maybe we might see Errol Spence back in 2026, maybe at 154, maybe 160. We got to see, right? Charlo was there too. Okay. Texas in the building. David Stevens is just clinching this whole fight, man, just trying to make this fight dirty. And it's just, I don't know why it's benefiting him, man. I don't know if he's just trying to tire him down? Is he trying to, what's the game plan? No doubt, Curtis. That's why I'm hearing Charlo there too. That's good. Darius Fulgham starting to open up on him in that corner right there. Referee warning him as he's getting physical, trying to make things happen there. Great exchange in there. I think Darius Fulgham got the best of that one. It's hard not to give him that round, man. It is what it is. Moderators, I need you to get up in there and block this dude, bro. Okay. Yeah, block who? It's already blocked. There was this dude over here spamming the channel. I think I already blocked him. Oh, yeah, I already did block him. I blocked him. Yeah, he's gone. I blocked him from okay, it worked. He's gone. Man, he's gone. 3-1 Darius. I got a 4-zip Darius. We're at a 2-minute mark here in the 5th round. F. Castro, I already blocked him. I already got him out of there. It was a dude in there. He came in and he gone. I blocked him quick. What's going on here? I guess his mouthpiece came out his mouth. We're at the minute and 50-second mark here. Well, the clock ain't even going, amazingly enough. Oh, there we go. It finally started going. Stevens is just clinching Darius Fulgham. It's frustrating to watch. He's doing nothing. He's getting inside of the jab. He's getting underneath the punches, and he's in there in a close range where he can do something. But what is he doing? He's clinching. He's holding on and clinching and doing nothing. At some point, I hope the judge gets involved here. No doubt, Curtis, for sure. We just hit the minute mark, past the minute mark here in this 10-round fight. Round 5 here is Darius Fulgham is outworking David Stevens. David Stevens, I don't know, trying to make the fight dirty, clinching, trying to do whatever he can do to slow down Fulgham with a nasty straight right hand right there. Catches David Stevens right there. Yeah, it's a messy match, man. Shelton Moore, yeah, it's a messy match, man. Messy match. Mel and Boots had a nice little back and forth just now. Did they? Where did you see that at? Stevens is just clinching. Can somebody warn him, man? He is doing a horrible job. That was an easy. That's 6 rounds to zip. 6 rounds to zip for wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 5 rounds to zip for Oh my God, Mark got is it Mark Hunt? No, the Juggernaut. Is it Mark Hunt? Is that who he is? Bare knuckle fighter Mark Hunt? I think it might be Mark Hunt, the Juggernaut. He got a fight coming up. Let's go. Mel out here panhandling. He said Mel out here panhandling. Mel out here looking for a fight, man. Maybe he's looking for one for Jerron, man. That might be the fight he needs to make happen. Is one with Jerron Ennis, man. That's where Mel needs to be at. He said he don't want to leave 154, so stop calling Terrence because Terrence ain't 154. If you want to only fight at 154, then Jerron Ennis is the next big fight for you, man, or Errol Spence. Top of the 6th round right now, as David Steven working behind that jab, trying to slow down Darius Fulgham. I'm tired of this clinching. He is warning both guys right now. The clinching is crazy. Let's make a fight. Let's make a clean fight. You guys show out for the audience. Nice double jab by David Steven, catches Fulgham as he tries to come in. Fulgham tries to time up an uppercut right there. Nice check left hook for Darius Fulgham. Nice jab, catches Stevens off guard right there. Stevens trying to rip through these shots, get past, Fulgham trying to rip through past Stevens, clinching, heavy clinching, holding on to Fulgham. How frustrating. When is the ref going to get involved in this part of the fight right here where he's giving some warnings out here about what he's expecting? Because he is over clinching. He is. No, Naquan Commission, not Mark Hunt. His name is the bare knuckle fighter, light skinned dude. What's his name? Oh man, what's his name? Lorenzo Hunt, my bad. Lorenzo Hunt. Oh, Trini, that'd be crazy. That would be crazy, Trini. Straight like that. If Jamel Charlo or Errol Spence came in there and ruined that fight, could you imagine if that's a fight next for Virgil? Whoa. Could we be mad at Virgil for taking a fight with Errol Spence or Jamel Charlo over Jerron Boots Ennis next? Could we be upset at that for real, in real time? Yeah, Lorenzo Hunt, Godfly. Let's go. My guy back there with the Mexican outfit on with the what do they call that? The mariachi outfit. This is a big fight for Erickson Lubin, man. He's set to derail. He's set to derail. Open up, take that jacket off, let him breathe so he doesn't dehydrate back there. Yeah, I was wondering why he's fully dressed like that, man. Get him all sweating up underneath that outfit. El Jefe. Hey, but I'm gonna be real with you. He looks dry. But I mean, he had all that clothes on. Maybe that's what it is, but he doesn't look, he's not sweating. That's not a you guys gotta watch it for what it is. He's not sweating at all, right? Like he's been running mid work and doing all that, but he looks fresh. Why? Why does he look like that? Is there a potential rehydration issue jumping into this fight? Did either one of these guys have a bad weight cut? Erickson Lubin looked very dry, not sweating, right? Oh, look at the scorecard here. Wow. Chris Mannix has his tied up. He's given Stevens the last 3 rounds. That's interesting. Wow. What do you guys think about Chris Mannix's scorecard? Nice uppercut by Darius Fulgham, catches the David Stevens in the middle of that. What do you guys think about that scorecard? Chris Mannix has it 3 rounds at 3. He has the last 3 rounds for David Stevens. David Stevens is having a good round here, though. Oh, nice. Nice. That's crazy. I don't see it that way. Can we get some scorecards in the chat here? Maybe I'm bugging. What's the scorecard? What do you guys have it here? That's crazy. I got to revisit my scoring. They're giving a warning to Darius Fulgham there. Says he's going to take a point after that. This is the 7th round here. As Stevens is starting to apply, though the pressure is starting to apply, but Darius Fulgham is still hitting him with the more significant shots, in my opinion. Oh, nice body shot by David Stevens. A nice straight left hand right to the sternum. You seen his hair shake. Is David Stevens, is there a change in the tide here? If this fight is truly as close as Chris Mannix's scorecards would have you believing it is, then this fight is a better fight than I thought it was. Thank you. Kyle Fly says, yeah. Yeah, Chris Mannix says that he's high, 5'1", 4'2", 100%. I'll give you a 5'1". I'll give you a 5'1". A 5'1" is the best I got for you. I don't even got the 4'2". Referee warning Stevens, I'm assuming for the clinching there. Nice work. And Stevens is starting to become way more aggressive. Maybe Stevens was trying to take the gas from out of Darius Fulgham's tank a little bit. He's trying to clinch him and fight him a little dirty, but now becoming a way more active fighter. But Darius Fulgham still finding the opportunities to work inside those clinches the best. Beautiful uppercut by Darius Fulgham. Back on that jab, straight right hand by Darius Fulgham. Nice, standing behind that jab. We're at the end of the 7th round there. I'll give that round right there to I'll give that round to David Stevens. I'll tell you that right now. I'll give that round to David Stevens. I'll give that round to David Stevens. All right, Mansa Musa for sure. Yeah, I'm with that, Coach Marcus Walker. I'll rock with that. I'm not doing 4-3. I'm not doing 4-3. I think I'm going to do 5-2. I ain't going to lie to you. 5-2. That's where I'm at. 5-2. I'm not 4-3. Nope. Nope. I'm definitely 5-2. I'm 5'2". Well, I'm definitely not no damn tie. We're going to the 8th round here. 8 rounds out of 10 rounds here. These are very significant rounds according to Chris Mannix's scorecard and my guy, Coach Marcus Walker here. This is a way closer fight than I thought it was. So listen, man, this is the championship round. So all that work that David Stevens did, clinching and holding Darius Fulgham, did it take anything from Darius Fulgham's gas tank? As Darius Fulgham was a more active fighter, punching and letting off punch combinations and things of that nature, did David Stevens' game plan work and help him out? Let's find out. These last 2 rounds are going to be 3 rounds, 8, 9, and 10 are going to be very significant rounds for David Stevens and Darius Fulgham, according to the scorecards. Okay, it will say Stevens landing the clear, effective shots. I got you. Okay. Darius Fulgham seems to be one initiating the clinches now. Good. Yeah, nice overhand right by Darius Fulgham off the back end of some good body work by David Stevens. Minute and 25 seconds left here in the 8th round right here. Just hit the minute 25-second mark here. David Stevens trying to walk him down here and apply some pressure. Now Darius Fulgham being the one really initiating a lot of that clinching. Nice left hook by Darius Fulgham. Back of the head by David Stevens right there. As Darius Fulgham's trying to get some attention from the referee. Darius Fulgham David Stevens lets off a nice little couple of combination shots like, hey, protect yourself at all times. Ryan Dow says, Clay, you giving the fight the benefit of the doubt. It's a hold fest. Hey, man, I'm trying to read what I can see, man. I'm trying to read the shots. You know what I mean? I'm trying to deliver information on the actual exchanges, man. The hold fest is ridiculous, man. It's hard to call it because a lot of this is happening inside the clinch, but the cleaner shots seem to be Darius Fulgham, in my opinion, who's landing the cleaner shots. But David Stevens is being effective at times with his pressure. But it's hard to give these rounds to David Stevens. It's hard, man. I mean, this is a dirty. I don't know how the referee's looking at it or the judges are looking at it, but I mean, I'll give David Stevens that round too. I ain't gonna lie, because I feel like Fulgham's kind of getting caught up in it a little bit. Both guys into the center of the ring right there. Fulgham initiating these clinches, but at least he's getting a jab going. Nice work by David Stevens inside that body right there. Hits him to the body and one over the top. Nice left hand to the body. Man, this is a big old hold fest. What are they doing? What is Darius Fulgham doing? He's like leaning on him and leaning on the back of his head. Coach Mark's Wall got it 4-4, man. Let me see. I might have it. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. No, I got it 5-3. Darius Fulgham. I got it 5-3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5-3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Nice uppercut by Darius Fulgham. This fight is nasty, man. The referee love giving warnings, bro. They ain't gonna take no points from the wife and do nothing. Great body work by David Stevens right there. Great body work. There we go. Investing in the body. Good work by David Stevens. Fulgham's starting to fade. You see Fulgham fading, though. He is fading. Davis Stevens has done a good job getting away with leaning on Darius Fulgham and holding him, and it looks like he's tired. He's making him work, and that is working, but he needs to capitalize off of that and do something with that. Great body work by David Stevens. Beautiful uppercut by David Stevens, working Darius Fulgham. This is definitely a David Stevens round right here, as Darius Fulgham's holding on for dear life. We're about to hit the 15-second mark here. Beautiful body work again by David Stevens, not letting go of that body, doing a great job of working that body. Nice left hook by David Stevens on Darius Fulgham in that corner. David Stevens is taking this round right here. Okay, this fight is officially 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds of 5. Teofimo Lopez in the building with a lot of jewelry on his hands. Yeah, 5. Oh, Coach Marcus Walker has it 5-4 Stevens. Uh-oh. I got it 5-4 the other way. I got it 5-4 the other way. I got it 5-4 the other way. 5-4 the other way, Coach Marcus. This round right here is a big round, though. This fight could be a draw, though. Nice straight right hand by Darius Fulgham right there. Fulgham up by 3 rounds. Well, by 3 points. No, 1 point. Sorry. No, Stevens is up by 1 point. I'm bugging. Stevens up by 1 point on the Chris Manning's scorecard. Nice body shot and a left hook. Beautiful shots by David Stevens. Hit him with a nice left hand to the body and came right over the top, caught him with a left. Beautiful work, man. Stevens is turning up, though, in these championship rounds. Stevens has turned up and taken a lot of these rounds, and looks like he may be taking this round as well if Fulgham can't figure something out. There we go. Fulgham comes with a straight right hand of his own, misses it. Great left hand to the body by David Stevens. Stevens is hitting Fulgham with these body shots. I don't know if anybody's seeing it. Great uppercut, right hook right there by David Stevens, as Fulgham is pretty much being overwhelmed by the physical prowess of David Stevens. Oh, nice uppercut by Darius Fulgham in the midst of all that. Wide punches, man. Short uppercut caught David Stevens right in the middle of that. One minute left in the 10th round right here. This fight is ugly. I feel bad for the judges who have to score this. I'm scoring it here, and I'm just feeling like, damn, I don't even know. I'm thinking it's going to end up in a draw because I'm giving David Stevens his last round as well. I'm giving him this last round. $25 seconds left here in the 10th round. Both fighters look to close this round off strong because this round means everything going into the decision here. Nice. That's the end of it. End of 10 rounds right there. I'll be real with you. I've got a draw, and I think it's a draw. I think it's a draw, man. 5 rounds of 5, man. 5 rounds of 5, man. I've got it a draw. Okay. We both got to the same place, coach. Yeah, I got it a draw as well. I got it a draw, but you didn't give him that last round. I gave him the last round. Yeah, you didn't give him the last round, though, right, coach? You didn't give him the last round. I gave him the last round because I don't feel like Fulgham did anything special in that round. I think it's a draw, man. I know Fulgham ain't over there looking confident in that corner. I know he's sitting in that corner. I know he don't look confident. I know he just got a nursing degree about a year ago. So, hey, man, don't feel bad. You good. Now, not to say his career is over, man. He's a great fighter, man. You know, there's going to be opportunities there for him, but 2 losses in a row could stress you out a little bit. He might want to take a little time out. Kai Fly has Fulgham 6'4" in a Fulgham in a nasty fight. Okay. 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 Shout out to everybody in the building. We got 70 plus people in the building. Let's hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. If you haven't done that, take a moment and go ahead and do that as well. But definitely at a minimum, hit the like button. Let's support the algorithm here. Share the channel with a friend. Let them know that we're here calling these fights. Getting ready to go into the championship, into the main event with Virgil Ortiz and Erickson Lubin. Big fight right here. We got a lot of stars in the building. Errol Spence in the building. Jamel Charlo in the building. Jerron Boots Ennis in the building. Teofimo Lopez in the building. There we go. Majority draw. There it is. 95-95 across the board. We called it right, ATP. That's what we do. You know what I mean? It's a draw, a legitimate draw right there. Do these guys rematch each other? Do we want to even see these guys back in the ring with each other? Yo, I think these guys should just go their separate ways. They've both been in a nasty fight, real dirty. I can see Darius Fulgham could be a little upset with David Stevens a little bit, just off the strength of the excessive clinching. The referee didn't seem to really get in front of that too much. You know, there was a lot of clinching, a really nasty fight, and most of the nastiness seemed to be coming from David Stevens. Fulgham had a hard time letting his hands go the way he wanted to because of the excessive clinching. But David Stevens in the second half of this fight was able to make a lot of opportunities off of the clinching. Inside work, body work, great body work, was able to catch Darius Fulgham in the middle of his punches, punching at the same time as Darius Fulgham. And it ended up turning into what we've seen in here, which is a draw fight. I doubt anybody wants to see that fight again, right? I doubt anybody wants to see it again. So let's let these guys move in their own direction. They walk away with draws on each other, and it is what it is. And hopefully we never see them again. Oh, man, look how even the fight was right there. 99 punches landed for Darius Fulgham, 97 landed for David Stevens, 359 throw by Darius Fulgham. So definitely the cleaner, more accurate puncher in Darius Fulgham. But David Stevens able to make it up in volume, right? Make it up in volume and only be down by 3 punches. So I think a draw really describes what we saw in that fight by definition. Not mad at the call at all. Both fighters in the back right now. Virgil Ortiz working that mid work in the back right now. Looking comfortable. 1-2. 1-2. There we go. I think that now they're opening up again. Are they opening up again? I don't understand what's going on back there with Erickson Lubin. That's the second time I see him taking the outfit off. That's a lot of stuff to be wearing in the back. I hope Erickson Lubin doesn't tire himself out, doesn't drain his energy. He looks like he's real anxious, really dressed, really ready to get outside in that ring. And sometimes when fighters do that, it's like they burn their energy in the locker room. You know what I mean? They put in so much pressure on themselves in that locker room, pacing and being over anxious, and he's put on his outfit on, taking it off, putting it back on, now he's taking it off again. And meanwhile, Virgil Ortiz is in the back, punching the mitts, being relaxed, working on his just confident who he is going into this fight. So far, the language of what I'm seeing, we seem to have an Erickson Lubin who's very anxious. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. We'll see what happens in the fight, right? He's not relaxed like I see him in this picture right here coming in the ring with the what do they call them? What do they call them in Detroit, man? Those sunglasses. The Bluffs. Is that what they call them? The Bluffs? I don't know. But he's not looking relaxed like he was in that picture. Oh, damn. Was that me? Was I on mute the whole time? I hope not. Because I was running my mouth like I wasn't on mute. Buffs. Yeah, Sam from Jersey. The Buffs. Exactly. The Buffs. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run to the back for a bathroom break real quick here, guys, so I don't have to feel no kind of way during the middle of this fight. You guys hold it down for a second. I'll be right back. We back. Salute to everybody in the building. Hope you ain't missed me. Oscar De La Hoya about to say something. I'm about to mute y'all so I can hear what he's talking about because I need to hear how he's feeling about Jerron Boots Ennis being in the building tonight. Hold on. Okay, so let's speak on it. Dial in. Dial in. Come on in. Let's talk about this real quick before this fight starts. We just watched Oscar De La Hoya do an interview here with Chris Mannix, and Oscar De La Hoya addressed all the elephants in the room for the most part. But of course, when it came time to the Jaron Boots and his Virgil Ortiz fight, he gave that smoke. He's not speaking directly, right? He's beating around the bush. So let's talk about, first of all, Ryan Garcia versus Mario Barrios. They're talking about making that fight happen. He believes that's the fight that should happen. The WBC took Ryan Garcia off that ban list. We know Ryan Garcia, coming off of a loss against Rolly Romero, has never won a fight at 147 pounds. The WBC is doing what the WBC does, right? Just ruining the credibility of the belt, making it look like money and popularity run it, not actual earned accolades. And Ryan Garcia will be in a ring with Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios coming out of the ring, or in his last fight with Manny Pacquiao in a draw decision that most people felt like Manny Pacquiao won. I mean, Mario Barrios legitimately probably is the weakest champion in boxing today. Definitely the weakest boxing champion in the welterweight division. So low-hanging fruit for Ryan Garcia. You got to think that that's what Oscar De La Hoya has his eyes focused on. Good and the bad, right? The bad is the WBC sanctioning body looks horrible for doing this. The good is if Ryan Garcia can collect the belt at 147, it does make the conversation more interested in the welterweight division, right? It's an interesting conversation. You put Ryan as a champion. Now we're looking at unifications with Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. Whoever wins between Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. We're looking at unifications with other fighters in the division, the other champions in the division, as well as bringing in the likes of Richardson Hitchens at some point in time, who probably will put himself in position at 147. You could look at fights with Teofimo Lopez, who may step up and come to 147 and challenge and try to get in the conversation. So Ryan Garcia being a champion for 147 is probably a lot more pros than cons. Although, like I said, the elephant in the room is the WBC is out of pocket, bro. You guys is wilding, right? In my opinion. It is what it is. But he talked about Zurdo Ramirez as well. Said Zurdo Ramirez is coming great off of his surgery. He expects him to be back in January, February, tune-up fight with a top 10 fighter. And then ultimately the conversation is going to be either Zurdo Ramirez unification with Jai Obatai or potentially a David Benavidez fight if David Benavidez comes up to the cruiserweight division. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'd like to see David Benavidez fighting for an undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world. That's what I'd like to see him do. We'll see. David Benavidez getting ready to fight Anthony Yarde on November 22nd. Then the elephant in the room, which is Jaron Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. Once again, asked a direct question by Chris Mannix about the fight happening. What did he say? It's a great fight, this, that, and the other. But in comparison, said basically him and Eddie would have to get in a phone booth, whoever comes out unscathed or in the ring. And I think that's metaphors for negotiation, right? Clearly, I think that Oscar De La Hoya holds the leverage in this negotiation. So does Virgil Ortiz. Why? Because Boots Ennis passed up on the fight twice, right? And Virgil Ortiz is the one with the options, not necessarily Jaron Boots Ennis. Now, from the outside looking in, it could look like Jaron Boots Ennis has a lot of options, but Abbas Baharu being a strong number two behind the Virgil Ortiz seems to have locked in a fight with Xander Zayas, right? And that fight will be happening towards the end of January. So listen, that's not on the table for Jaron Boots Ennis right now. And if you guys know anything about Jaron Boots Ennis, he doesn't like to not be active. He wants to be active. So Virgil Ortiz is not going to be the next fight. What is going to be the next fight for Jaron Ennis? So if indeed, and we're speaking as if Virgil Ortiz beats Erickson Lubin, obviously, right? But if he does beat Erickson Lubin, then what's going to happen is Virgil has the option to sit back, wait for Sebastian Fedora, Keith Thurman, or he can fight. Maybe we just saw Errol Spence walk into the locker room. We see Jamel Charlo in the building. There's a lot of fights out there for Virgil to make. He's in his hometown. And like I said, Jaron Boots Ennis turned down the fight twice. So Eddie Hearn is going to have to be ready to play B-side, potentially give Virgil Ortiz a home field advantage of some sort, or some sort of, a high, a lion's share of the money. But Jaron Ennis is going to have to, once again, more than likely sacrifice and concede to something if he wants to make this fight his next fight. That's what I'm hearing. It is what it is, right? Salute to everybody in the building. as we're watching Erickson Lubin make his way into the ring right now in his Mexican attire in Texas, coming in his mariachi outfit. Oh, is that even a mariachi outfit, or is that more like a, that's not a mariachi, is it? I don't know. It's a Mexican outfit, right? It's a Mexican outfit at the end of the day. Worst case scenario, that's what it is. If it's not a mariachi outfit, right? Making his way into the ring. Ill Will says Bakram. Maybe Bakram getting ready to fight Josh Kelly. So he's really not available either, right? And you know, Eddie Hearn doesn't like to play those games with Boots, likes to keep Boots active. So if this fight's not going to happen with Virgil, they're going to find somebody else immediately. And Jaron Ennis cannot get in the ring with another Usama Lima. I don't think his career does well on the back end of bringing a fighter who's not supposed to be in the ring with him. So it has to be somebody significant and somebody available. So I think everybody hopes that the Virgil Ortiz fight will happen. They're hoping that's a fight that's actually going to happen. But like I said, the one thing that Virgil has over Jaron Boots Ennis is that he agreed supposedly to fight Jaron Boots Ennis on 2 different occasions, and Jaron Boots Ennis moved away from that fight happening. So here Virgil is now with an interim WBC title. He's fought the better fights. If he beats Erickson Lubin tonight, he's beaten Serhiy Bohachuk. He's beaten Israel Madrimov. He's ranked #1 in Ring Magazine right now. Listen, he has a lot of the cards on his side of the conversation right now. Jaron Ennis and Eddie Hearn is going to have to come across the table humbly as they're here in Texas tonight to make this trip a worthwhile trip for them that turns into an actual fight. It is what it is. Let's dial into this fight right now as Virgil's making his way to the ring. Relax, breathing, taking his time with coach and trainer Robert Garcia next to him, looking to make a mark tonight, looking to announce himself to the 154 division. Packed out arena in Dallas here to support Virgil Ortiz. Like I said, we've got some 154 pounders who are supposed to be making their return into the space 2026, and Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence, who have shown up. Is that potentially the next fight for Virgil Ortiz, who's also, you know, listen, Sebastian Fundora and Keith Thurman did not fight this month. They pushed out their fight. I don't even know what the final date is for those guys to show up against each other, but I think it's fair to say that they're probably not going to be on the table, the fight of Virgil Ortiz, until April, May next year, right? Maybe even June, May, June next year. Is Virgil going to sit outside the ring for, 7 months, right? 7+ months, 8 months before his next fight in order to secure himself a title shot? Or is he going to get active and fight somebody? And if it's not going to be Jaron Boots Ennis, who is Virgil going to fight? I'm trying to give it to you guys. Curtis, I don't know what's Pat. I'm trying to sell the damn fight, man. There's a lot of people in here in the building to see Virgil. I don't know. The lights is kind of weird. I don't know how many people in the building, man. I'm trying to sell the fight, man. Come on, brother. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let me see here. What do you say here? Let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. I'm trying to find you here. He said, "Put the wrench back." I'm trying to find you, Curtis. I thought I already gave you oh, it's back green. Hold on. Let me. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right, I got you. My bad, bro. Boom. I just fixed it. Woo! The nerves is racked up, man. Let's see if Erickson Lubin can make it happen. Listen, we've been talking about the story. We've been talking about Boots. We've been talking about Oscar. We're talking about Jermell. We're talking about Errol. We're talking about all these potential conversations, but we have a real conversation in front of us, a real actual fight in front of us right now between Erickson Lubin, who moved out of a mandatory position to fight for an IBF title against Bakram Murtazayev to come and show out tonight in Texas right here. Erickson Lubin also on his redemption campaign, the best version of himself today, experienced, been in the ring with undisputed champion Jermell Charlo, been in the ring with Sebastian Fundora, right? Defeated Jesus Ramos a little bit earlier this year, right? Or last year, sorry. Beat Jesus Ramos. Put a beating on Andrell Holmes, right? Both of the last fighters he fought were undefeated. We've seen him become more poised. He's a way more experienced fighter. I like the way he's looking right now. He doesn't look dry. He looks okay. There we go. He's worked up a little bit of a sweat. This is his night to show out. New trainer on his team, Coach K. Karamo. He's made the adjustments. Wherever he thought he was weak in, he's strengthening it up, right? Career 154-pounder Erickson Lubin, 100%, in my opinion, the biggest challenge of Erickson Lubin today. This is going to be a slick black fighter with power in both hands who's going to show us exactly, or give Virgil Ortiz to show us exactly who he really is. This may be the litmus test. How does Virgil Ortiz look in front of those fighters? How does he look in front of an Errol Spence, in front of a Jerron Boots Ennis? How would he look in front of a Xander Zayas? How does he look at the higher level boxer standing in front of him? We saw him in front of Israel Madrimov in Riyadh earlier this year, or last year. Was it last year? I can't remember the dates. Regardless, in his last fight, I felt Israel Madrimov was outboxing Virgil Ortiz confidently, easily inside of those first 3 to 5 rounds. I saw Israel Madrimov take his foot off the gas. We saw his conditioning suffer. We saw his win go away. Was that Virgil Ortiz and his great body campaign that took that away from Israel Madrimov? Or was Israel Madrimov truly suffering the lasting effects of an upper respiratory infection, pneumonia, that he had, which the reason why he had to jump out of the fight he had with Serhiy Bahachuk, right, on that Dmitry Bivol or Torbeta card. So listen, it is what it is. We're going to get a lot of the questions answered right now. Both guys in the middle of the ring, both guys ready to go. Both guys have a decent sweat on them. Both guys look like they're rehydrated pretty well. I mean, I'll be honest with you, looking at Erickson Lubin, he is looking a little dry on the chest, a lot of grease on his face, but he's looking a little dry. I don't know, man. I hope he's not dehydrated. I hope he's doing his thing. All right, let's see what's going to happen here. We are at the top of the first round as the referee's clearing the ring, trainers, cameramen, everybody to get outside of the ring and get in your proper positions. This fight getting ready to start right here. Let's go as we begin the fight right here. Both guys take the center of the ring right here. Not to mention Erickson Lubin in the southpaw position, doubling up on the jab right now, working with Erickson Lubin as Virgil Ortiz is taking his time working his own jab, standing in there. Nice head movement by Virgil Ortiz here as Erickson Lubin is trying to work that jab. Who wins the jab game? That's what happens when you get in the ring. Beautiful stab to the body of Virgil Ortiz by Erickson Lubin right there. This is what the fight is all about. Virgil Ortiz really needs his jab to play a big factor in setting up everything else he does in his game. So if Erickson Lubin's able to take away that jab, that could be a mark or a strategy to get himself to the victory. As Erickson Lubin is staying on his guard, working on that jab movement. Great movement by Erickson Lubin, pumping that jab out there, tying up Virgil Ortiz's jab hands. Virgil jabs to the body right there. Great work by Erickson Lubin, stabbing that body. And that was something I thought was going to be significant. The patience of Erickson Lubin and his commitment to work that body early in this fight right here to invest. There is Erickson Lubin on the ropes. On the ropes, a place where I don't want to see Erickson Lubin at right here. Back on the ropes, clinching, working with Virgil Ortiz as Virgil Ortiz didn't necessarily make him pay as bad as he could on those ropes. But at the end of the day, we don't want to see Erickson Lubin on the ropes. Back at the center of the ring here as Virgil Ortiz is walking down Erickson Lubin. Lubin taking his time, making sure he's being defensively responsible, but not forgetting the body and trying to win. Both guys trying to win the jab game right now. That's what's happening right now. We're a minute and 25 seconds left inside of the first round right now. Both guys are really feeling each other out right now. Who wins the jab as it's a big sword fight? Pause going on in the ring. Both guys trying to dominate with the jab. Erickson Lubin making sure he's pumping that jab out there and staying active. Great work by Virgil Ortiz. Feints a left hook and really just gets right back to the jab right here. Great work by Erickson Lubin to use that lateral move to get his back off the ropes, but puts himself right back on the ropes. There we go. Back on that jab. Back on that jab. Nice check hook by by Erickson Lubin. Virgil Ortiz catches it on his gloves as Virgil Ortiz continues to be very patient, working, fading up and down with that jab. Back on that jab, straight right hand by Virgil Ortiz, rips the left hand to the body of Erickson Lubin. Straight right hand by Virgil Ortiz. Straight right hand catches Erickson Lubin here. Probably the biggest shot of the fight so far in this round right now. A straight right hand catches Erickson Lubin, pops his head straight back. We're down to 25 seconds left here in the first round. Erickson Lubin is continue feign him to the body, work him to the body. Virgil Ortiz doing such a great job of taking his time and really has a lot of good head movement on here, keeping his head off that line right now as Erickson Lubin is making his way. Virgil Ortiz takes a bit of a dip break. Nice straight right hand to the body, straight body. Great body work by Virgil Ortiz on Erickson Lubin, who's on the ropes right now. And Virgil's going to make him pay. Right back on that jab, taking his time. Straight right hand down the middle with a check left hook. That's a round for Virgil Ortiz. Got to give that round to Virgil Ortiz easily, especially in Texas. That's a Virgil Ortiz round every single day in Texas. Probably anywhere in the country, but definitely in Texas, right? Ortiz 10, Lubin round 10, round 9 right there, right? So it's 1-0 Virgil Ortiz. There we go. There we go. First round in the books. The awkwardness gets to get moved out the way. Everything's felt out. Virgil Ortiz looks good. Nice sweat on Virgil Ortiz, which means he's nice and hydrated. Taking instructions from Robert Garcia right now. My screen is on mute, so I can't hear what they're saying, right? It is what it is, but Robert Garcia looks very pleased, very happy about what he's seen happening in the ring here with Virgil. Haven't seen what's going on in the corner of Erickson Lubin here, but both guys got a round to process here, and let's see what adjustments both guys make to make the round more theirs. Last round, Virgil Ortiz. We're at the top of the second round right now. Erickson Lubin back on his jab right there. Now you're seeing Virgil Ortiz begin to take wider and hit him with check left hooks, trying to get around that jab and make Erickson Lubin pay right now. So if Lubin is going to be shooting that jab out there, then watch out for the big left hooks that are going to be coming back from Virgil Ortiz, and watch out for that straight right hand that's coming right down the middle from Virgil Ortiz as Erickson Lubin is continuing to measure and use that right hand more as a rangefinder more than actually trying to do damage. Nice straight right hand, straight left hand to the body, of Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz doing a good job of slipping those jabs right there. Great straight right hand. Oh man, Erickson Lubin, he got hurt a little bit there with that straight right hand. Big overhand left, big right hand, big left hand to the body. Erickson Lubin trying to recover on the ropes right here, getting tagged up right here. Oh man, nice left hand puts Erickson Lubin right back on those ropes right there as Erickson Lubin's trying to get active, trying to let his hands go. Erickson Lubin shelling up right there as Virgil Ortiz is ripping him to the body. Uppercut, right hand uppercut by Erickson Lubin. Back on that jab. Erickson Lubin trying to let his punches go and find Virgil. Virgil's doing a great job of staying inside that high guard. I would hope that Erickson Lubin would have worked the body a little bit better, but he's allowing Virgil Ortiz to take shots at him on the ropes. This is not where Erickson Lubin wants to be. Big overhand rights, big overhand right. There goes Erickson Lubin, and it's over. Second round knockout by Virgil Ortiz as Erickson Lubin found himself on those ropes, taking those shots. FanDuel took my $50. Second round knockout. Virgil Ortiz in his bag. Listen, what a performance here against a great opponent, a way better opponent than Jerron Boots Ennis fought in Usama Lima. Virgil Ortiz solidifies himself potentially as a number one fighter on that Ring Magazine chart, earns his right to be number one up there, ends it very quickly. Let's see what Jerron Ennis does. Light work for Virgil Ortiz, gets Erickson Lubin right out of there. Man, horrible job by Erickson Lubin. Kept his back on those ropes. This is where I did not want to see him at. If you guys watched my breakdown of this fight a few days ago, I said one of my main things was Erickson Lubin has to keep his back off those ropes. He did the same thing against Jesus Ramos. He was able to get away with it. Where he was going to win this fight was going to be the center of the ring. It was going to be built around his ability to move around the ring, work that jab, use his athleticism. He allowed Virgil Ortiz to back him up on the ropes, thought he could catch a lot of those shots. Virgil Ortiz had a lot of great big looping hooks that were getting around that high guard, and ultimately we seen what happened. Easy work for Virgil Ortiz. Easy work. Wow. Staying on those ropes. He allowed Virgil Ortiz to get him on those ropes. Instead of clinching, he should have clinched off those ropes or use his movement to get off those ropes, but just staying there. A bad habit of Erickson Lubin to stay there against the ropes, try to stay there in that high guard and try to sit on his punches from off those ropes. But here, Virgil Ortiz, a big overhand right, big overhand rights hitting him around that guard. Beautiful body work. Look at the punches. Oh my goodness, man. He was just hurting Virgil Ortiz, man, and had him there standing there. Horrible, man. Erickson Lubin, man. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I'm very disappointed in what Erickson Lubin did. I think at the end of the day, Virgil Ortiz is a mean SOB inside that ring. He's definitely a big puncher. This fight right here didn't check the box on any of the questions I wanted answered as far as how he would deal with the slickness of a slick black fighter, right? Of a fighter with movement, athleticism, a great boxer. Erickson Lubin just stayed on those ropes, man. Found himself on those ropes and just couldn't get off those ropes. Just knew it was a matter of time. And while he's on those ropes, it's just not going to be a good look for you, especially with a puncher like Virgil Ortiz. Jerron Boots Ennis. Next, let's see what's about to happen here. Let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, Erickson Lubin either goes up to 116, fights up there. He's done at 154, in my opinion, respectfully. Erickson Lubin is done at 154. There's nothing left here. What are you going to do? What fights are you going to make happen? You get some big money fights. Get yourself in a position to do something significant for yourself here. But 154 is done for Erickson Lubin, 100%. It's done for Erickson Lubin. Go take Virgil Ortiz up on that barbecue. Take him up on that barbecue. Yeah, not a good performance at all. Not a good performance at all. Manuel LG said, I bet over the 9.5. Hey, bro, I bet on Lubin winning the fight. I tried to give him a chance to win this fight. He got washed. We'll never believe you again, Erickson. Salute to Erickson Lubin, though. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say we throwing him out, but, brother, you came in here and laid a big goose egg, bro. You did not. I don't know what you thought was going to happen sitting on those ropes. Bad habit of Erickson Lubin to sit on those ropes. I don't know why he does that. It makes no sense as to why this early in the fight as well. I mean, some people rest on the ropes to get, maybe they're resting, maybe they're a little tired, but that's just pure laziness and just poor decision making to have a puncher like Virgil Ortiz leaning on you on the ropes inside the second round, hitting you with anything he wants to hit you with, believing that you can just take it, betting on that. Horrible decision making by that corner, man. Horrible decision making. Let's see what happens right now, man. I'm gonna put you guys on mute for a second because I definitely need to hear what's going on and see what goes on with this Jerron Boots Ennis saga. Let's see. Horrible by Erickson Lubin, man. Staying on those ropes, diabolical. I loved every single moment of what I just saw. That was worth my $50. I put $50 down on Lubin to win this fight because the odds were just too great. But deep in my heart, ladies and gentlemen, I knew what the end results were going to be. Hold on, let me just wait for Oscar to speak and to see if he ruins this moment with his mouth. Hold on. All right, so Oscar De La Hoya is talking that talk, right? And I'm going to tell you guys straight up right now, I'm going to give you my take on this and take this to the bank as I am being as honest as I can. And I'm telling you guys right now, who you need to keep your eyes on is Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Hearn. You already heard Oscar De La Hoya speak. He's going to make this difficult. He's going to make it difficult for Eddie Hearn. He's talking about leverage. He's talking about holding all the cards. Jerron Boots Ennis may very well have to make a sacrifice to make this fight happen here. Now, depending on how Oscar tries to negotiate this, in my opinion, will speak to how much and how willing Golden Boy is and to allow Virgil Ortiz to do his thing. Now, I'm going to tell you this as well. Virgil Ortiz Jr. may have to get involved in this. Very similar to how Errol Spence had to get involved in the negotiation for the Terrence Crawford fight. So in other words, if indeed Oscar De La Hoya is going to play his cards to his chest and make this about his pockets first, about the money first, which, listen, it's business, it's prize fighting. That's part of the conversation. But at the end of the day, this fight right here, the whole world wants it. This is a huge fight for both of these guys right here. I think you guys may have to concede to certain opportunities and concede to certain things in the negotiation to make it as fair as possible. Let's make it as fair as possible and not let this fight fade away to the side because of greed and boxing, politic negotiations, pricing people out. Let's make sure that this happens the right way. But for the most part, super excited about what I watched tonight. That was worth everything that I went through tonight. I lost $50 on that bet because I wanted to be there to pick up some money just in case, right? So I let, you know what I mean? It's $50, right? But listen, the $50 was worth this moment right here. This moment right here to see these guys face off, speak to each other the first time. Right? And you heard the confusion. You heard Virgil Ortiz communicate. We wasn't talking. Your dad said something. Then you heard Jerron Boots Ennis said your people was saying something. But what you did not hear is Jerron Boots Ennis was saying anything or Virgil Ortiz was saying anything. The teams get in the way sometime. It was great to see both fighters get in the ring with each other, get past the silliness of it all, and make a fight happen. Now, I believe that this moment was really important, guys. Why? Because without this moment happening, without the world seeing this, now you'll see pressure on Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Hearn to make this fight happen. We all have to keep our eyes on them. I'm going to tell you right now, my eyes is more on Oscar than Eddie, right? Eddie can be a certain way, but Oscar's been so dismissive of the value of this fight. He's been dismissive about Virgil Ortiz needing to make this fight. Here he is weighing out Virgil Ortiz's accolades and talking about leverage and whose hands the cards are in. He's talking about the negotiation, and he's not happy about it. I don't care what nobody says. Oscar De La Hoya is not happy about this. Look at how he's communicating to the space, talking about this is another Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Tank Davis situation for Oscar De La Hoya. He does not want Virgil to get in that ring with Jerron Boots Ennis. He knows Jerron Boots Ennis can derail everything he's working for. He's trying to make Golden Boy the next best thing in boxing right now. He wants Virgil to fulfill the agreement to become a champion, a unified champion, and to fight in the biggest fights and get the biggest bags of money. This is not the way he wanted this to roll out. In an ideal situation, Virgil Ortiz would be a champion, Jerron Boots Ennis would be a champion, and this fight would probably happen on a turkey card, right? So that's another element to this conversation that I need to bring up. Turkey Al-Sheikh may need to get involved in this. We cannot allow this fight to fall to the sideline. Both these guys are going to want to get their paydays. They both have promoters who are interested in getting the highest paydays. Eddie Hearn has his responsibilities. Jerron Boots Ennis. Oscar Della has his responsibilities to himself. And Virgil Ortiz. At the end of the day, we need somebody to come in here and take the money off the table. This fight needs to happen next. The excitement is there. You saw it in both eyes of these fighters. Both of these guys want this fight, but we're going to have to keep an eye on these damn promoters, a close eye on these promoters. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and throw the link up there real quick. Allow a couple people to come up. If you want, speak on tonight's events, any stick out. Hold on a second here. Any anything that stuck out to you tonight, let me know what you think. But man, what a great moment right there. I love that face off. Jerron Boots Ennis, that's what we needed from you, brother. That's all we want from you. That's how you do it. That's what we want Gervonta Tank Davis to do. That's what we want the best fighters in the world to do. We want them to step to the business of the fights that need to happen. We want them to let us know that they're not the ones in the way of these fights happening. They're ready to make it. And I love how Jerron Boots Ennis said, yeah, it doesn't even matter what was said. It doesn't matter who said what. At the end of the day, the most important thing is right now at this moment. What's really good? F all that. Damn my tune-up. Damn me talking ish. Damn me not taking the fight twice. Damn whatever you went through at 147 when you said you needed 4 years to get ready. Your team said you needed 4 years to get ready. None of that matters right now. What matters most is right now at this moment. Let's make a fight happen. And I'm loving every moment of what I just saw right there. That is exactly what you want to see. That's how it works. That's how big fights are made. You take it out of the promoter's hands. You walk into the ring. You step directly to the fighter, and you put the fighter on the spot, and you said, let's get it happen. And I love the way Virgil worked it out. Jerron Boots, come here. I love it. He called him to the table. I'm not running from you. I see you. I'm ready to fight you any given Sunday. This is boxing, baby. I'm a gladiator, bro. I said I want to be the champion of the world and the best fighter of the generation. That means better than you. So why would I stray away from fighting you, big bro? Let's get it in. What are you talking about? Let's rumble. Let's run the squabble. And Boots was hearing music to his ears, right? Boots was like, man, this sounds like a brand new Meek Mill's album to me. Damn, bro, this sounds like a drop right here, bro. Wow. Music to my ears. You want to fight me? Little old me from Philadelphia? You want to fight me? Oh, man, I thought I was going to have to chase you around the ring. And tackle you to the ground, bro. But you met me right here in the middle. Let's get it, man. Both those guys was talking that shit, man. I'm loving every moment of what I saw, man. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That right there is a moment for 2025 at the end of the year. That moment needs to be recognized at the end of the year, for the awards given at the end of the year, for the best fight of the year, for the knockout of the year, for the fighter of the year, for all those accolades we give at the end of the year. I don't know what that moment right there is. Maybe it is the moment of the year. Is that what that would be? Is that the moment of the year? It deserves a reward. It deserves one. That is exactly what we want to see happening in boxing. Shout out to Big Herm in the building, says, $2 chop says, Eddie won't let Boots fight him next. Too much risk. You're crazy. Crazy, Big Herm. You out your rabid mind, bro. Eddie can't get in the way of that. Are you crazy? Them boys didn't come all the way over here to not make that fight happen. Ray, what's good, family?
What's good, Clay? Yo, man, you know I couldn't wait to get on. I don't know what's going on with this. Just I can't do my little profile picture, which is cool. It's all right. We're gonna rock with this.
Well, you got to put it in there. It doesn't just transfer over. You got to put it in there.
No, it ain't letting me do it on my phone. I'm about to walk to my locker real quick because I have to switch my headset out. But yo, that was
Yo, hold on, Pete. Whoever P is, your volume. All right, let me take care of you real quick. There you go.
Yeah, there it is. So yo, man, I did not see that coming. And the wobble was crazy, right?
Oh,
but you know what got
He fought a horrible fight, bro. That was just
Yeah,
horrible.
he did. Yeah, he did. He started off. I thought the first few seconds, you know what I mean, utilizing the like distance, but he just let him close in. And when I see him change levels, Clay, I was like, yo, he's getting smaller than him. He's the bigger fighter. Why is he getting smaller? Once I seen him get smaller, I was like, yo, it's a wrap right there. I
Yeah,
was like,
I saw a
that's
problem when he started using his jab as a rangefinder instead of like really
right.
sticking it out there and like really getting that respect and backing Virgil up by making his head pop back and hit him in his body. He wasn't using. He went into a shell pretty much at the beginning of the second round. He went right into that shell.
Yeah. Do you think it was that body shot he hit him with, like in the first like 40 seconds?
Yeah,
Think that could have did it?
100%. And I'm
He
real with you. I think I'm be real with you. I think he was very dry, bro. He was very
yeah, it's
dry,
crazy.
bro. I don't think his
Sorry for the noise, bro. Sorry for the noise. I'm at work. You know that.
Yeah, no
Trying
problem.
to trying to keep it down. What's up, Angelo, my brother, man? What's
Yeah,
going on? I
What's
see him
up?
up there.
What's up, Ray? What's up, bro?
Chilling.
I'm worried about you in the guillotine league, man. But anything,
Don't worry. Anything can happen, bro. If I lose, I lose. I made a bold move. It didn't look like it panned out. It's all good.
yeah, just like Lubin. It didn't make sense. Like with all of the things that you guys were telling me about, hey, Corona, and maybe this is a good move, and Lubin was going to be more defensive and
Yeah.
high guard. I mean, at first I was like, is he trying to maybe do rope-a-dope? But again, man, yeah, I mean, I don't know, Clay. You have to explain that one to me because Lubin looked worse
100%.
than Luis Maluma.
100% he looked bad.
Right? He looked worse. So now for all of the Boots, the people that go against Boots, and as you know, Clay, when I go on the show, it always sounds like I love Boots so much. I'm just speaking facts, man. And the way Lubin looked tonight, I don't know if he could have beaten Lima. And Boots put away Lima in the first round. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
So, at the end of the day, I hope that this fight does happen. I agree with your sentiment that when you're reading Oscar's language,
Yeah.
He brings this indifference. He brings this indifference to this fight, bro. He's just indifferent with it. You can tell he can't hide it. He does not want this fight to happen, bro. You know, it's like it's ridiculous. It's like, damn, bro. Did you just see what just happened? You should be trying to make this fight happen by any means necessary. And here you are going, let's see. We got the cards, bro. If you don't go it's a negotiation. But why did he say it? It's just bad. It's a bad look, man. And he's done this over and over again. He did it with Floyd Schofield and Shakur Stevenson. He's done it. You know what I'm saying? He's always been this guy who wants to move his fighters in a way to where he can keep them winning. He doesn't like to put his fighters in risky fights, bro.
And honestly, too, Clay, like based on what we've seen now, remember when we were having this conversation, you, me, and Ray were having the conversation at 154, and why I'm so against Fundora being that high? Mm-hmm. Dude, you're looking at the two best right there. Abbas Baru is going to fight Xander Zayas, so that's going to happen at another time. But Ray, man, look at that fight, that Virgil Ortiz fight versus Jerome Butsinas. If and hopefully Turkey gets involved, so that we don't have to deal with this whole A side, B side money crap. Turkey will just do a deal with Virgil, then Turkey will do a deal with Eddie, and then that's done. I know it's not normal to do it this way. Hopefully, I know it's not normal to do it this way, but in my opinion, the winner of that fight should be the Ring Magazine belt holder. Because the other guys haven't proved nothing to me.
I agree. I'm gonna let the mic get passed around real quick, but I just want to respond to what you said earlier. I seen something though with Lubin, and I think we seen it in his last two fights. When he was fighting the last two guys, he looked like he was a shell of himself on the pro box circuit. You know what I mean? He didn't look like the Erickson Lubin that we knew he could be. That last fight, he looked better than what he did the fight previous. A lot of people were in question of him taking a big fight like this. I was for certain. And I said that fight actually showed me a lot, and if he can handle shots. So that right there says something. As far as the Jerron Boots in this fight goes, I think that's going to be the fight. First of all, Boots is over 6 foot tall. That's clear. I could clearly see how much of a giant he was against these dudes. And if Erickson Lubin is 5'11" and Virgil's 5'10", Boots is like 6'1", 6'2", because he was towering over this dude, bro. Maybe it was the Timbs, maybe it was the Butters, Clay. Who knows?
It might
But
have been the Butters. It might have been the Butters. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? We know
you know what I
Philly's in the
mean? But
building.
I was like, yo,
Philly's in the building,
Boots
you
is,
never know.
yeah, Boots about to crush this dude, bro. But let me get back to the job, man. I'm gonna tap back in later.
All right, no doubt. Salute, man. Shout out to
All
who's
right.
this? Is this Anton or is this this is Adele, right? Adele? Adel? Is it Adel?
Yep, so I'm living. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Walaikum salam, rahmatullah, bro. What's good with you, family?
Man, over here in Frisco Airport, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to be in and out. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look here, man. This is the worst card I didn't see in a while, man. This was ugly. God damn. You know what I'm saying?
I had to call it. I hope I made it a little bit more exciting, but I'm not gonna lie to you. The card was suspect. It was a suspect card.
This was horrible. I mean, all the way through, even Virgil's, you know, who he was fighting. I mean, Lubin, it was. I already knew Lubin was like a crash test anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope this was his last check. Don't nobody want to see anybody. You know what I'm saying? 20 years from now, not being able to make a complete sentence. And you know, we really got to start stopping guys like Lubin from getting in the ring, man. Because I mean, one hit. You know what I'm saying? And it was over. That was the first clear shot that he gave him. You know what I'm saying? And the man just froze. His whole body froze. I mean, the ref seen it like, oh damn, his lights is off with that hit. He jumped in there, you know what I'm saying, like Superman and saved him. Captain Saberho, man, Captain Saber Lubin. So man, Lubin, man, go get some rest, man. Go chill out, bro. You know what I'm saying? And we got to get some other type of gatekeepers, or you know, I don't want to call them gatekeepers. That's a bad term, but we got to get some other people to show what levels people are on, because you putting this guy Lubins and Lima Bean or whatever the guy's name is, we can't do this to people, man. They're going to get some serious brain damage. It wasn't really a test. This is really kind of like an advertisement, a commercial. You know what I mean? So we got to use if it's going to be a commercial, I guess. But you know, these people, man, like Lubin, it was just scary. It was just scary, man. So I'm just glad he got out of there. But the face off was kind of real, you know what I'm saying, nice, you know what I'm saying, real smooth. You know what I mean? I like how Virgil stood on his business, you know what I'm saying? And I like how Boots, you know what I'm saying, kind of like him in there with the hoodie, you know what I'm saying, like a little YN, you know what I'm saying? He got the YN attitude, you know what I'm saying? My daddy said
Black Air Forces on, right? I think he had
yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can always tell a little. He hasn't grown out of his father's shadow as much as he is now. The man, he still kind of like hides behind his crew. And Virgil's like the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Virgil's in front of his crew, like, no, Oscar, I want this. You know what I'm saying? And then Boots will go back like, so what you guys think? You think I should still fight him? He probably still asking his daddy if he should still fight. You know what I'm saying, Virgil? Because he's just unsure of himself. He hasn't made that level yet. You know what I mean? But hey, man, thank you for having this performance. Thank you for giving the calls, man. What you said was more important than the fight. So, man, I'm gonna go on mute now, man, because I got too much going on.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Yep.
Peace. Yeah, man. What a fight. 1 second, coach, because I definitely want. I'm. By the way, welcome to the channel. Thank you for popping up here, man. It's a pleasure, man. Thank you, sir. Pop Shop, you in the building, man? Talk to me, man. Pop, you muted. Let me unmute you. I got you.
All right, there you go.
Yep.
What's good? Pop? What's good? It's a new setup, man. Trying to get used to it.
Oh, for sure, man. I had to make the move, man, and come over to Restream, man. StreamYard, I got smoke with StreamYard. I don't like the way they've been treating me, bro. This is I like this better. So
right. But like you said in the beginning, bro, it's all about Boots and Ortiz tonight. You know, everybody's waiting to see, you know, what Boots is going to do. You know, I think he probably gained more fans tonight of what he did, finally getting in there, you know, just having his voice be heard. You know, he's not the best speaker, but you can tell that his energy was there. And I was thinking like he's gonna take off on him. It felt like, you know what I'm saying?
It felt like it. It did. There was a feeling of it could happen, because every time Virgil would get a little serious, like he kind of got the serious look on his face, Boots was looking at him like, "All right, now, boy, don't play with me, man. I'm really like that. Like, I'm really not supposed to be standing this close to you, bro." You know what I'm saying? It was this feeling of just like, and I loved it. It was tense, and I'm happy nothing happened, but it just added to the fight. You just want to see the fight even more because of it.
Facts. It was genuine, man. It's genuine. I mean, I think that'll be a great fight to start off the year next year with. You know, it has the makings of possibly being a trilogy because both of these guys are skilled. So I mean, I think it's going to be a very competitive fight. You know, it may be a close fight if nobody gets KO'd. So if that does happen, I can see we wanted to run it back. You know, so it has a lot of potential in that fight.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Coach Marcus,
what's up, brother? How you doing? How y'all doing? What's up, panel?
What's good? What's
What's
good,
up,
Coach?
How y'all doing?
No doubt,
Man.
no doubt, man. Hey, coach, right? First of all, did anything stand out for you tonight outside of that moment we just saw? Was there any standout moments, anything that you were impressed with seeing happening in any of the fights tonight?
I mean, the card was, it was kind of like a subpar card to me.
Right.
It's pretty subpar. So you just kind of got what you got, and just go with it. We all made it to this, the final card, and it didn't live up to anything. I think Lubin should retire, and I like Lubin as a young man. Been knowing him for a while from the amateurs and things in the Florida circuit and stuff. So I think he should hang it up, man, before he really gets hurt. Because you can just tell like he's at that point where the chin isn't there, the heart isn't there anymore. I think he's had a couple of fights where he's given his all, and really he's been in some wars,
Right.
And I just think that for the best of him, his family, things of that sort, it's time for him to just kind of like maybe step away from it. If they give him a couple more fights, just to, some money makers, just does he want to be a gatekeeper, that kind of thing,
Right.
and just get him a couple more paydays, nothing too serious, harm's way or things of that sort. But I think he should just hang it up. I did like Ortiz looked good. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do. You can tell he was the hungrier guy, like he was fighting with purpose, So, I mean, it wasn't much to see, but we got what we were looking for. He got the win. Now we got to see if they can put this fight together and make the fans happy.
100%. And something you said that was significant is that there wasn't much to see, right? And once again, I'm in the dark on Virgil Ortiz when it comes to how he deals with a slick black fighter, right? I'm in the dark. I don't know how he deals with it. I keep referencing to the Israel Madrimov performance, the first 3 to 5 rounds. Please, guys, take an opportunity to rewatch that fight. Madrimov was taking him to school as far as boxing was concerned. He had the middle of his face red. He was leaking it by the end of the second round. He was getting tapped up by Madrimov. Now, he worked the body of Madrimov, and I give Virgil Ortiz the credit for the way he attacked Madrimov and was able to break him down, and that work to the body. But that upper respiratory infection was also a legitimate player in that game that night. And the Madrimov that was in front of Terrence Crawford, I don't know how Virgil Ortiz would have done with that Madrimov. In this fight, I was hoping Erickson Lubin would show us that, at least test him and push him in that direction, to where even if he lost, he tested Virgil, moved around, forced Virgil to make those adjustments. I didn't see it. So bringing it full circle back to what you said, as far as not much to see, is that a good or a bad thing as far as going into a fight with Jerron Boots Ennis? Well, first of all, where are you leaning in that fight, as far as who do you give the edge to in that fight? Who do you think wins that fight?
I look at it as a 50-50 fight.
Okay.
I really do. Because I also look at it, Boots has a large hype train behind him, because really you're thinking about 35 fights. This is still beyond, I think, as far as anyone he's faced, the biggest test. I think Virgil Ortiz has been tested more in the ring amongst opponents. So I give him that edge by far. I still think this is probably Virgil Ortiz will be the most athletic fighter that Boots has fought, based on certain things, So, we got to look at Boots, as far as like getting in there with this type of fighter as well. Boots, even with the level of guys that he's fought, Boots still get hit a lot. And people are taking that into consideration, like, okay, Now, when you get in here with somebody that can crack, can hit, and pretty much on your level that we see, how are you going to react to this? Because I think Boots is more out of his element than I think Ortiz is.
Wow. And you know something? I was going to go into that. That was going to be my next question to follow up and say, well, now seeing the way Boots fought at 147, especially towards the end of his 147 campaign, ideally, I would say the David Avanesian, the Karen Kukudajin, and of course the Stanionis fight. Those fights, he got a lot of criticism for getting hit a lot in those fights, right? But people would say, and I would say, off the eye test, I feel Boots can do better. But, sometimes you need to be motivated to do better, right? We saw what he did with Usama Lima, knocked him out in the round. So at the end of the day, what does that mean as far as does Jerron Boots Ennis need to tighten up on his defense to fight quite possibly, looking at the performance tonight? I don't know, but this was the first stoppage for Virgil Ortiz at 154. Just want to go on record. And, I don't count Thomas Delorme and Fred Lawson. I'm talking about Serhii Balchuk, Majimov, and then Erickson Lubin. And you alluded to the fact that Lubin's chin might be gone, right? That he might be a compromised fighter when it comes to his punch resistance. So I don't know, does this fight speak to Virgil Ortiz's power as much as it could? Like, is this fight right here speak to the power?
I mean, he still fought some dogs. That Boychuk is still, you don't see anybody on Boots' radar that compares to Boychuk. I think so. I still think that the level of competition that he fought is still a little bit, to me, just better overall. I think, but I think, it's going to be a very competitive fight. One thing they teach you, you don't want to get hit. And, I've seen him with guys with slower hands, stagnant, and he's pretty much had these type of guys that, like cookie cut guys that they pick for him. These guys are slow footed. Nobody has really hand speed. Nobody's athletic. That Stanionis had a name, but he got 12 fights. What is that, like 12 fights or something like that?
I don't remember the number, but yeah, it wasn't that many.
Yes, Stanionis didn't have a lot of fights, but he had a belt, but he hadn't. We had a name, as far as what we knew, but as far as I think the boxing acumen that we look for, as far as what.
No, he's 16 fights. Well, 15 fights at that time.
15. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So I mean, I just think I think Boots it's going to be a test for Boots. But like I said, we have to see what Oscar's going to do. This all boils down to what Oscar De La Hoya wants to do.
Yeah, no doubt.
And you made a point. I'm just saying, you made a point too. Like, if you're this close to getting a belt, do you want to go seek and get your belt, because that's what you've been fighting for? And just to say, and my thing is, even with Boots, like I said, Boots sitting there still mentioning money. And I told people, if they're going to risk a loss, it's going to be for the money. If not, they looking at the money they're going to make from this fight. That's why he was hollering, at that time, Spence and Bud at the time. And I was like, why everybody trying to put him in there with them? And at that point in time, he hadn't fought anybody in the top 15. But, everybody was like, these guys are scared of him. And I was like, he shouldn't even be on their radar, at that point in time, so I hope they make it, but like we said, I think at the end of the day, it's all in Oscar De La Hoya's hands.
Right. Go ahead. Hold on a second here. I see something pull up here. Go ahead, Reyes. I know you wanted to speak on it.
No, I mean, I think I've been very vocal here at ATP Combat Media, Clay, on Boots. He will absolutely destroy Virgil Ortiz. After what I saw tonight, I still believe he will absolutely destroy Virgil Ortiz. And at the end of the day, that's why I think Oscar might try to do anything that he can to stop from making this fight, unless Turkey comes in and says, I'm just going to give so much money that you couldn't possibly say no. So if Turkey doesn't get involved, I don't think this fight happens next. I think that you'll see something else. If Turkey does get involved, then I think this fight will happen. Unfortunately, again, and this is what, and my takes are always surrounding just how do we make boxing a mainstream sport again in the United States, right? Because I've always said, Clay, boxing is top 4 sport, top 3 sport outside of the U.S. But when you come into the U.S., this is a problem that when you looked at that arena, it didn't look like it was that packed, just like we talked about the Boots Enos arena.
Right.
It didn't look like it was that packed.
There was a reason behind the Boots fight, though. The Boots fight was people didn't want to see it, but yeah.
But here's the thing, though. But you see what I'm saying about like what we're talking about is a movie, right? Like You didn't, oh, well, that movie sucked. Well, yeah, but you're not going to know until after. So if we really think about it, what would I have rather seen? Boots coming up for the first time from 147 as the king of 147 to 154 to test himself and get that first round knockout? Or everyone trying to convince me that Lubin actually had a chance only to look like that? Like, I'm more disappointed at the Lubin Ortiz movie than I am at the Boots movie. The Boots movie, I was like, oh, well, I like Boots anyways. And now that I saw him on a different acting role at 154, I really like that movie, right? The Ortiz movie, I'm like, well, I already know how good Ortiz is. I already know what Ortiz does. I already know that he's a power punching machine. Okay, great. What I wanted to see is what you said, Clay, which is like to see him go against a slick defensive fighter who maybe can show some different wrinkles. And I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Boots, because what I will say is Boots showed, or I mean on Virgil Ortiz. I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Virgil Ortiz, because instead of saying Lubin is shot, what I'll say is the way Virgil Ortiz set up those last set of combinations, that's really dangerous and quick if you're in a phone booth with Virgil Ortiz. Which, to your guys' point, if Boots gets in that phone booth with Ortiz, that's what's going to show us, are we looking at Boots Ennis as that Matrix-style fighter that even in the pocket, he doesn't mind a punch coming at his face the same way he knocked down Lima? Because remember, that hook was coming, and Boots set up that uppercut perfect.
Yeah.
So can I see Boots doing that to Virgil Ortiz? And my answer is absolutely yes. Because as many times as everybody wants to act like, oh, well, Boots gets hit a lot, so does Virgil Ortiz. It's not like I didn't see Virgil Ortiz getting knocked down by Bochuk. It's not like I didn't watch Madrimov piece him up early in the early. So again, I hope this fight gets made.
Salute, guys.
I doubt that it gets made unless Turkey gets involved.
No doubt, man. And I think Turkey might need to get involved. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shout out to Trini Bronx in the building. What's good, Trini?
Real quick. Yeah, I agree with him, man. Turkey does have to get involved. Respect Mike Grangio, respect Coach Marcus,
Yes,
and
sir.
salute to the rest of the panel. Yeah, man, I think he has to get involved. Yeah, man, I hear you. I feel you with the waiting for the weigh-in, Clay. I got caught. I put in the bread a little earlier. I felt Lubin did look like he was, a little drained, making weight. He's a career 154 pounder at 30 years old. So yeah, man. But I always go with Lubin as a hard little $30. The fight was entertaining enough. And homie was talking about movies. Yeah, Boots, make your own movie, bruh. You the Philly kid, make a real life Rocky story. Go after the big bad Russian, bro. Get a conditioning coach, work that shit out with the 10-pound thing, concentrate on that, and go there, or you will get frozen out. I got a strong feeling after Thurman Fundora moving up to 160. Virgil Ortiz clear the storage. You're gonna get a thick email coming through. Zaya's the real champ at 154. He gonna take on a bat. That's almost finalized. I might be there live. Puerto Rico weather calling me. Word. And if that happens, you can't fault Virgil for sitting back and targeting a belt. If he picks a belt instead of Boots, I'm not mad. If Turk throws the bag, Virgil Boots happens. You know what I mean? Because Golden Boy can't put too much shit behind Brian Garcia. They're gonna protect Ortiz to make sure they get the biggest bad possible. And targeting the Abbas Zayas winner, even though I think Zayas takes him with the boxing. So it's up to Turk, man.
Yeah, Blue. Shout out to my brother Blue Blood in the building. Blue, if you want to come up, feel like coming up, man. I'm loving to hear your take on this one for sure, man. Whatever that might be, man. Yeah, man. Listen, man. So many different things to peel back as far as layers are concerned. I don't know if Erickson Lubin needs to retire. I'm not sure. I'm not all the way there yet, but I definitely see. I kind of get where you're coming from, but also, like I said, I know that he was very dry. You know what I mean? Greasy face. They did a good job greasing his face up, but no sweat on his body. You got to wonder, there's got to be a wondering, and I wouldn't be shocked if Erickson Lubin doesn't wonder, if his team doesn't speak to him and say, listen, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. Your punch resistance just wasn't there at 154, and maybe a 160 move might be an easier weight cut on you, and because you got hurt very early. You know what I'm saying?
That's 160 out, man.
He got hurt very early. So it's like, is his chin cracked? or was this
Mhm.
another bad weight cut for Erickson Lubin, who's been at 154 for what, 10 years now? You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to think 154 isn't a natural weight for men in America, right? I'm just being it's like we're normally like a normal weight's probably like 175, 170, you know, and up, right? We're an obese country, right? People don't walk around 6 foot tall, 150 pounds in America. So he's
And then
cutting
he
weight
has that
to do
muscular
that.
build. You know, Virgil step on the scale with that swimmer's body. You know, that's better for boxing. You know, when you're playing with the weight and stuff. And he's been through some weight shit that caused, you know, weight problem. You know, actual problems with him. You know, had
Yeah.
him
Right.
sick up. You know, but what you think about you, Boots? Just you know, bring in the strength and conditioning, bring in some nutritionists, and target the backroom Kelly winner. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
mean, he's going to do whatever he has to do at the end of the day, because one thing for sure is Jerron Boots Ennis likes to be active. So if the Virgil negotiations fall to the wayside for whatever reason, I'm sure he'll get active and take the next best thing. And I think Bachram is definitely on the menu. I think he's part of the conversation. One thing's for sure, anybody who's trying to paint the picture of Jerron Boots Ennis running from fights or not wanting to fight, that's just hype, bro. That man will fight anybody, bro. I mean, clearly
yeah,
he has
I think so
he has
too.
his management in Eddie Hearn, so he's going to move accordingly. But everything's on the
But
table, I'm
it's
sure.
I want to, like Coach K was saying, I want to see the challenges though, because at 35 fights, the way
Yeah.
he fights to his level of competition, coming out of that gym that's always training champs, he's
He,
borderline catching that sparring shit, man. When you there to make
yeah.
you turning every fight to a sparring competition, man. And I'm worried if that happens when you put him there with the champs, bro. You relate to that
That's
mind
it.
frame
I
because
mean,
he's going up and down with competition. He gets tagged with certain shots. The competition is what builds you up. Shout out to Tiger Johnson. You know what I mean?
Oh, beautiful performance. That's
The
right.
border wall fights lived up to the hype. This shit right here let me down a little bit, but I appreciate all your commentaries, man. I had that shit on mute listening to you.
Hey,
I'm
thank
gonna
you,
stay
man.
tuned in. Let me get back to work. Respect, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Respect to the third shift, man. Peace. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. So and just to add a little bit more to it and saying that, okay, the weight cut for Erickson Lubin as far as that's concerned, Virgil Ortiz, Jerron Boots Ennis, two fighters who want to fight each other, a promoter in Oscar De La Hoya, Coach, did you speak on that, by the way? Like, what did you think about Oscar De La Hoya? How do you feel about Oscar De La Hoya's position on this fight? Do you think he wants to put this fight together?
If he has to pay for it, no. You know, it's just one of those things. If he has to, you know, put the money up, most of the money up, of course he doesn't want it. But if it's something like we said, if Turkey comes in and makes it happen, he'll definitely step to the side and say, okay, because I don't think the belt would mean that much to him as far as
wait, not to cut you off, but Turkey and Oscar aren't really on the same page as of late. So do you think Oscar would get in the way of this fight happening off the strength of that? Like, even if Turkey wanted to get involved, how willing is Oscar De La Hoya? How willing is he to give away this fight to Turkey Al-Sheikh and put this on a Riyadh card, on a Ring Magazine card, to make this a super fight, in a fight that he can't be 100% confident that Virgil's going to win this fight? Maybe 75%, but at the end of the day, there's a risk of losing a lot of work put into this fighter to allow him to go collect his payday. Virgil doesn't lose, he gets his money, but Oscar De La Hoya being somebody who's been known, I mean, look what he did with Ryan Garcia. He wasn't gonna let Ryan Garcia get in there with Jake Paul because he's like, bro, I'm not doing that, bro. We're gonna get some real money out here. We're gonna do some things. I'm not allowing you to go on Netflix, right, to make some money over Netflix, and I can't be involved in it. Do you think, or could you see him getting in the way of something like this happening, of the strength of that control he wants to keep, and how he's on the other side of a lot of conversations when it comes to Turkey Al-Sheikh?
Yeah, but I think it's going to take Ortiz Jr. and his team to really voice their opinion on and just basically stand up. This is what we want, you know, because we got to think. Ryan did it also with the tank. You remember he said, "I wasn't fighting anybody else until I get this fight," you know. So you have to just stand up. You and your team just have to stand up to him and say, "Hey, this is what the hell we want, and we're not fighting anybody else until you make this fight." So I think if they voice their opinion, if that's what they really want, then I think they'll go with it. But I mean, I could see it either way it goes. If he wants the belt, I think it's all on Ortiz and his team. If he wants to be a world champion, you fought and got here, you know, and it's been a long time for him. You know, you finally, and you're right here on the cusp, you know. So do you want to? I think it's really up to him. If the money is there, If it's going to be a great payday for him, I think he'll take it. If not, I can see him going to get his belt, and I wouldn't blame him. You know, I wouldn't look at him like he's ducking. I wouldn't look at him like, you know, but it's hard to say when you stand in the middle of that ring and say what you just said tonight. You know, so that's the thing as well.
Yeah, I appreciate Boots and Virgil doing what they did, because what I saw happened is they put the pressure on the promoters. They put the pressure on Oscar. Oscar got put on the spot because of that way that happened. That was an awkward position for Oscar to be into. And he still sounded like he was being shady towards the fight, but he was definitely in a position where he's like, but I wanted it. That was Virgil. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? After all of that just happened in that ring, you don't know? Shut your ass.
Salute the great Blue, man. What's up, Blue?
What's good, family?
Salute. Bro, man.
Salute. What's goody?
Chilling, family. Well, what the night was it, right? The fights was it, right?
Yeah, that was
Come on, Blue. Be honest. It wasn't great, man. I was talking. Me and my wife were watching it, and we were like, "Who the?" She literally looks at me, Blue, and she goes, "Who the fuck matchmake this? This is terrible."
Yeah, it was bad, bro.
It was a horrible. That Darius Fulgham fight was horrible. Josh Edwards got in the ring with a punching bag who just didn't want to throw no shots. He just sat there curled up and took whatever. The referee, literally, I believe wholeheartedly, the referee got that fight stopped. He kept on pulling him to the corner. Dude had a little trickle of blood here, and Rev was like, "Look at him. He's messed up. He can't fight, right?"
Rev was like, "Let's get on out of here, man."
The doc was like, "Nah, we got to fight." He's like, "Oh, man." As soon as he bled a little more, he brought him back. What about now? Come on, man. He gushing blood all over the place. Like, all right, bro, just end the fight, bro. Just stop the fight.
This is what it did. It highlighted the importance of Turkey Al-Sheikh, right? Right, that's what it did, right? It just showed us that the sport is in a very weird place, because Turkey, bro, you talk about catching lightning in a bottle. Yo, Turkey had the best. He just seized the best moment in boxing history, bro, where every promoter, every network just said, "We done with this." He bought it. He bought into the zone, right? It's like he knew, like, bro, y'all ain't got nowhere to go. I'm about to corner the market for real.
He prize fighting.
Yeah,
you made it about money. When boxing made it all about money, Blue, you left the door open for somebody who can dominate you with money. That's it. Right. You can't be mad at the player. You got to be mad at the game, bro, because you gave him this is all about money. Oh, this is what I do. And he came in and took it over. You know what I'm saying? It is what it, and he showed that the cap limit is an issue for the Oscar De La Hoyas and the Eddie Hearns. And even though Eddie Hearns had a decent card, in my opinion, his last week Matchroom card I thought was better than this one. But you need that budget to put together these kind of cards, because you got these fighters used to these paydays, bro. And we saw the cost. Ortiz, Lubin, and everything else was trash.
It was looking bad.
Right.
Can I add this too, Clay, real quick, Blue? That
there was nobody in the arena.
Right. No,
hold on 1 second, because it's sitting here in the middle of the screen and it'll sit here forever, and I want to get rid of it. So Ill Will 85, I appreciate you, brother, for the $5. Thank you for the support in the super chat. Says Bakram Kelly winner is an option for Boots. That's why Hearn picked up the fight. Appreciate the work tonight. Earn played out great moves for Boots, man. And yeah, man, Eddie Hearns deserves to be celebrated for the work he's doing for Boots, man. He is working for Boots, bro. He is putting his best foot forward for Boots, man. Shout out to Eddie Hearns. But go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just gonna say, Blue, that when Clay said, well, Eddie Hearns' Matchroom card last weekend is better than this one. My point to that, though, Clay, is it shouldn't even be compared, because what Eddie was telling us for the Caribe Royale fight card is, hey, this is like a next gen card where I'm going to show you some of the future young prospects of boxing. What Oscar was doing with us tonight, he was selling that to us like it was HBO World Championship boxing. And that undercard is now HBO World Championship boxing. You know, Virgil Ortiz is a world championship, HBO World Championship boxing type fighter. And I wouldn't have minded the knockout either. If to Blue's point, if we would have gotten a way better undercard, right? Just like HBO World Championship Boxing used to give us. So Oscar, man, I like the talent that you have, but y'all are fucking up right now, man. Because Dana's about to show you what
I'm glad you brought up Dana.
Like.
I promise you guys, remember I told you this. Dana White's events will never look like that event tonight with nobodies, with names you don't even know. Watch the difference in production. Watch the difference in the amount of the people in the building. They're going to show you, like, you don't even want us to work with the big fighters because you guys wouldn't even be able to speak to us. But we're going to do it with no names. You're going to be like, who's that guy? Where'd that guy come from? Who's that guy? He's going to do it with those fighters, and watch the production. Watch the level of marketing and production.
The storytelling.
The storytelling is going to be crazy.
And you know why, too? He got revenue coming from UFC.
100, and of course he got Turkey too, right?
He got Turkey, but even if he didn't, right?
7.7 billion.
He still got a bag that they don't have.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Still, you know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show where boxing is. I'm legit. I was embarrassed watching it.
Yeah,
because I'm like, as a fan of the sport of boxing, right? I'm watching. I'm a Bulls fan, right? I'm watching the Bulls game, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, bruh, like the level of, just to be honest, trash, right? I'm looking at it, and I'm like, bro, this is trash. Like, I almost feel like I'm wasting my time. Like, bruh.
Shout out Kai Fly. Kai Fly says, shout out to Clay. You do make the undercards exciting with your coverage, but they be ass.
Your description is better than the fights.
Oh my goodness.
It's like, it's like, what's the argument? There can't be an argument. Like, bro, they are legit the old grandfather neighbor that's saying, get off my lawn. Bro, it's over. It's over. Let it go.
Sell your damn house to a young family that's trying to build a family, bro, and get about this neighborhood, bro.
The grass ain't even growing no more. You know what I'm saying? Everybody around you got turf.
With that loud ass push lawnmower, taking you cutting your grass all day, bro. Will you hire somebody to come in and knock that out in an hour, bro?
Turf.
So the neighborhood can rest.
You out here, and you out here still with seeds and on your knees trying to turn it over.
Out weeds.
It's over. Just go ahead and concede the turkey, bro. It's best that again, Top Rank talking about going to Tubi.
Right.
Bro, they doing everything in their power to not just concede to, bro, it is over. Go to the zone. Y'all have destroyed boxing. You did it to yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
When you made it all about money, when you started overpaying fighters just to compete with each other, when the PBC did what they did to take the fighters from Golden Boy by overpaying them and do all of that, what you did was you set a pace that you can't keep up with because the fighters are dialed in and they know their worth now, and you can't afford to keep them active, bro.
But Clay, not even that. You could have got away with that if you matchmake correctly and didn't play the sides of the street game.
That's it.
Right?
You're so correct.
You tried to keep the product. You tried to hide the connect, right? But you didn't want to bro, you can't. Okay, if you want to overprice, you got to. Okay, we're gonna overprice, but we're gonna matchmake. We're gonna deal with y'all.
Right.
Everybody tried to keep everything close to chest. No, we're gonna do it by ourselves. Mm-hmm. We don't need y'all.
Yeah. We even with PBC when they had the when they were with Fox gave you all this money, and then you putting the BS cards on there, and they're like, we giving you this money, you've given us this BS, and then everything else was going to pay-per-view. And it was like, right. Yeah, that's why HBO got out of there, Showtime got out of there. And
hey, I want to ask y'all this. How many of y'all was embarrassed to see when I'm looking at Errol Spence and I'm looking at Jamel Charlo this fight?
Right.
And Jamel Charlo talking about, hey, hey, call me, Eddie. It just looks
begging,
like,
bro, begging.
You are a man with no land, bro, because for so long You was out here talking about we don't need nobody, and I'm the pay-per-view star. When we was trying to fight against it, like, bro, stop. It's just you robbing us. You know what I'm saying?
100% Blue. Like it, and a lot of that is getting exposed because they're trying to bring some normality back into the space, but you can't work that under the budgets you guys are putting up. You just can't do it, bro. Like it's not there for you. No fighters. You just saw Errol Spence go back there and shake hands with Erickson Lubin. The man's chest was lit, bro. You're not paying that guy $750,000, $1.5 million to get in the ring, bro. He's got $1.5 million around his neck. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's not trying to hear none of that. And the trap was set the day you guys thought that you were going to plan for the long run of this game. The marathon version of this game was we're going to continue to trick networks into giving us millions and millions of dollars to pay fighters, bro. It wasn't a sustainable business model.
Right.
And Clay, that's what it is, right? It's one thing when you know, I'm not ashamed to say I'm one of the people that was on these corners. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing when you're dealing with the custies, right? When you're dealing with the custies, you know, you get over, you know what I'm saying? You know, maybe dudes on your level you get over. Then you start out thinking yourself. Then you think you could get over on the connect.
Right.
And then
the connect then the connect tell you had to get spanked.
Right.
It was one thing you was getting over on other promoters, right? It's one thing you're getting over on the fans.
You gonna try me?
Then you started trying to get over, like the brother said, you started trying to get over on the network, which is the connect.
Right.
And they gave you a leash long. All right, man. They kept warning you. Okay. Now see y'all later.
Hang yourself.
And then on top of that, you destroyed your reputation to the point where the other connects is like, bro, we can't trust you.
Oh yeah, you got a reputation now. Now you got a reputation. You running off with work. You keep coming up short on the pack. We be balling. Me and the connects. We at the same clubs. We popping bottles in the same clubs, and we talking to each other. We're respecting each other's blocks. We're respecting each other's territories, but don't get it twisted. We not enemies. We talking more than we respect each other more than we respect you. So trust me, when that dude is telling me, yeah, bro, you can have him. What do you mean I can have him? Hey, bro, ain't worth the trouble, bro. Bro, keep messing the pack up, bro. He don't wake up on time. Every time, last 3 times he paid me, I had to go and take the nigga's whip. You know what I'm saying? And wait for him to get the money back. I don't need all that, bro. You can have him, bro. I'll pay you to take him. Nah, what are you talking? Before you know it, nobody want to give you no work. There's no consignment. And when you're working on consignment, bro, that's another thing. You guys didn't. Shout out to Dana White who said this. You guys never invested enough back into the sport. You never built your own connect and built your own supply. You kept living on consignment. You kept being like this everywhere you went. You never was like, yo, I'll pay for half the pack. I pay for 50 of them. You front me 50 on the 50. Make me, I'm gonna work with you and show any kind of growth. You sat there on consignment for 10 years on consignment. So when they turned it off on you, you went from a penthouse back to the hoopty in the hood just like that. You never did nothing. You know, we see people do that. I hate that we had to take it to this type of conversation. but what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is to keep it simple, at the end of the day, you guys just sat there and spent like a YN does. You bought a bunch of stuff, but you never built for nothing. You never invested in no real estate. You didn't do nothing with your money to make it to where if you couldn't play this game no more, you could still be rich still. And now you look real dry and nasty out here, looking like you need some Carmex, bro.
Yeah,
looking real nasty out here.
They didn't invest in any infrastructure.
Right.
Hey, how about this? How about this though? How about AI was right again? Is that
really
not bizarre, bro?
Second round?
Yeah, yo, I put a video before the fight. They predicted it again.
Wow, that's scary, Blue.
Bro, they predicted the Terrence Crawford fight. They predicted the Carissa Shields fight. They predicted the what fight was it, Clay, that we was watching?
Was it Amanda Serrano and Katie?
Yeah, they predicted that fight. It was a few other fights.
No, there's
Jake
definitely-
Paul, remember? Jake
Who?
Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Right,
Yeah,
Jake Paul,
yeah.
yup.
Yeah, they dropped that prediction when it was in the 7th round, remember?
Right. No,
And
you're
they
right,
dropped
bro. That's crazy.
They dropped this prediction talking about you could go see the highlights. That was before the fight. I dropped the video at 8 o'clock. 3 hours
Wow.
before the fight.
That's crazy. Scary, Blue. It's scary,
Yeah,
man.
and it said Virgil Ortiz, and it went to the T. Virgil Ortiz is now 24 wins, no losses, no draw, 22 wins by knockout, knocks out Erickson Lubin, moves on, blah, blah, blah. Bruh.
Yeah. Well, I get
We
my
live in the
college-
Matrix,
my college
Blue. I don't
football
know.
picks. I get my college football picks from AI. I do it. I run it every time, and it hit like anywhere from like a 70% clip.
Wow. And look, I got to be real with you. The odds were diabolical from my point of view. To see Erickson Lubin at a plus 600, I felt it was crazy for the odds to be like that. I just really did. I'm like, plus 600 just is crazy to me. I just didn't see it. I thought, plus 200, 250, plus 6. I had to. I put a 50 spot on it, bro. I just had to play it. I just had to, bro, knowing I was going to lose.
Check this off.
You never know. I just didn't want to believe it, bro. But the way, and then you know what else? The knockout was like a minus 200.
Wow.
A minus 200 for Virgil Ortiz and knockout Erickson Lubin. A minus 200, bro. Oh, bro. Now you're telling me about AI. First. Oh, shout out to everybody in the building. 77 people in the building. I just got to remind them. I get caught up sometimes. Hit the like button, please. Help the channel out. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, go ahead and do that. I apologize. I'll send it back to you guys, man. That's crazy, Blue.
Yo, bro. I'm an old head. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I know some may not understand what I'm about to tell y'all. But there was a movie when I was young that came out by the name of Maximum Overdrive.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Right? And every day, bro, I look at what's going on and I keep, it's bizarre. I don't know why I keep going back to that movie specific, but in my head, I keep being like, because it was the parts, remember, it was just the like when everything took over, and it was like, I'm looking today between that and the Jetsons,
Right.
bro.
Yo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Like, for all the people that may be too young, go watch Maximum Overdrive and go watch the Jetsons.
We're in a different time.
The stuff that they was doing, like, bruh, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
AI is changing our voices, bruh. It's
AI is making. Do y'all remember the Javante Tank Davis, Jake Paul?
Jake Paul.
Tell me that not look real as hell. That looks
real.
crazy to me.
Yo, bruh.
It was like, what? When did that happen? What the hell? What they got going on out here?
You don't know what's what no more. I can't tell. I'll be on Instagram like, is this AI? Is this?
Yeah, I've been watching
I don't know
Tupac
the
and Michael Jackson and
Right. That should look real crazy.
Yeah, yo, bro. Listen, they put this girl. Hopefully my wife don't slap me, but this girl is on Instagram, right? She got like 1-point-something million followers, right? So somebody sent it to me and said, yo, bro, this AI. So I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
I swear to y'all, like, she got all these on the beach pictures, bikini pictures, and I'm like, bro, so all these people are following it, thinking this is a person, is AI.
AI. Bro, they got AI like rap artists now that are signing the labels. Yeah, they're coming up with a label, and you can just make a song.
Crazy.
Bro,
No, they're writing lyrics. They're doing everything. I mean, you see them manipulating 50 Cent. They're doing the old songs from 50 Cent and Wu-Tang, and they got dudes singing, and they got. I mean, yeah, man, AI, and this is just the beginning, bro.
Very, bro. And now it's beginning. This thing though, it's predicting actual real events before we can, like what? How? Like we talking about fight. Like, I'm confused because I'm like, yo, Lubin was out on his feet. It's not
Right.
like it's not like he laid down and did some.
He got clipped. He got clipped.
He got
Caught that
clipped,
chin.
bro.
He
Like,
caught that chin, bro. And he
yeah,
went to sleep standing
Yep.
out. At least, and I was happy he seized up that it kept his hands up. I
yeah.
was like, yeah, good
Bro.
job. It kept his hands up.
Yo, but the worst, it gets crazier because then it has reports. When I looked at the Jake Paul one, it said that Julio Cesar Chavez started to come on in the 9th round or something.
I remember.
Wow.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
started to speak on that part.
Yeah, it started. I'm like, bruh.
It said that. It said he's coming on. It did that, bro. It did
Yeah,
that,
like
man.
it started giving details. Like, bro, that's scary, bro.
Nah, man. AI is definitely here. AI is definitely here, and
That's
and
scary,
people don't
bro.
understand that it's a thinking situation. It's something that's learning us every day. It's processing our data. It's in the algorithm. It's looking at what we're looking at. It's looking how we're reacting thing. It's listening to our phone calls. It's listening to us react, and it's predicting us fast. The fear, I think, is AI one day will get to the point to where they realize the reality. And what's the reality? These motherfuckers ain't supposed to be running shit. We are.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Right.
It don't make no sense. Logically speaking, for the preservation of the planet, for the preservation of humanity. And so these guys don't blow each other up because they can't get over their emotions. We might have to check their temperature, bro, and check the energy and get them together. And before you know it, AI is smart enough to do it to where they make a person, you feel me?
Right.
And we don't even know that the leader of the new world is a robot, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't even
We
realize.
living in a movie.
That people can
We
buy the
living in a
robots now that
movie.
people are buying.
What'd you say, Coach?
I said, look at the robots that people are buying now. There's a walking around and socializing and stuff like that. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see the boxing one in
Yeah.
Times Square?
Yeah.
Bro.
We living in a movie.
We're in a different place. But that being said, bringing it back full circle, because you're gonna make it hard for me to sleep tonight. I don't want to deal with that. I want your opinion on well, first of all, shout out to Tiger Johnson last night. Did you see that?
Right.
Yeah, great fight.
Wow.
Yeah, very well set up. And by the way, that's how Haney could possibly knock out Brian Norman. I'm just saying, like, that's a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I don't think so, because Nicholas.
I don't think so either.
Nicholas Floss was very.
I'm just saying it's possible.
You know, yeah, but not like that. I mean, what I'm saying is Nicholas Floss was wide with his punches. He got reckless and nasty. Tiger Johnson really set him up from the beginning. You saw it. The jab was
he landed that first jab, and it was like he with no head movement. I was like, this is a wrap.
Yup.
Did you hear his interview after the fight?
Nah, I was
Tiger Johnson.
What do you say?
Yo, he was actually speaking on how he was setting him up. So it's not like it was just some random thing. He actually, because Paulie Malignaggi was talking to him, and he actually broke it down to how he was actually setting him up. So dude is smart, man. He knows what he's doing.
Tiger's very intelligent.
Yeah.
I like to see Richard Hitchison there with him.
He's nice though.
Do you like him at 147? I liked him at 147. I feel like the weight looked good on him. I feel like he was strong. He was fast. He didn't look small, because he just came up from 140. How do you guys like him at 147 in the conversation, especially where 147 is at right now? Kind of dead a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Does he fit for you guys?
He does.
Yeah.
Yo, I want to see him in with Richardson Hitchens. Right now. Yeah, I want to see him in with Richardson Hitchens, because I think they got a little backstory going.
They do.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, I like to see that too.
What do you think, Coach Marcus, about him at 147?
I like him at 147. I think it's there for him to flourish, where he can gain more fans, gain more support and things of that sort, and shine. And I think he will move from 147 to 154, after a while. But I think right there. But then you got people are going to move up from this 35, 40 to 147. So he needs to get there, establish himself. And I think it works out great for him.
Yeah, he looked great, man. I really was happy to see him look like that last night, because I knew that it could look like that. But in his last fight, he looked, he was a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? content with the bare minimum. You know what I mean? He
Yeah,
was doing what he
he
had to do, but
wasn't
he didn't.
aggressive.
Right. And then he switched his trainer going into this fight. So I was like, I wonder if this is a good or a bad thing, because I 100% saw why you would switch the trainer to a degree. You know what I'm trying to say? But I'm like, damn, what are you going to do in one camp against somebody? Believe it or not, as bad as Nicholas Flores looked last night, he was on the road. He was on his trajectory, making his return. He was looking good at 147 for a little bit there. So that was a great litmus test for for him. You know what I mean?
You know what I thought?
It reminded me of when Raymond Ford moved up, how good he looked.
Yeah.
You know what reminds that?
Yes, 130, the way he looked at 130. Yes, that's why I asked you, how do you guys feel about the way he looked, like in comparison to obviously 140 version of him and this 147, more hydrated, stronger, healthier looking, confident Richardson, Tiger Johnson. I say Richardson, Tiger Johnson. Like, did it look good on him? And I think you guys kind of delivered. 1 second, Adult Choice in the building with the $2 super chat says they about to arrest you today for a crime tomorrow. Yeah, that's that. What
That's
is
a
that,
fact.
man? That's Minority Report.
Yeah.
Minority Report. Salute to you, Adel. And then CJ Rich with the $10 says dope stream, Clay. Shout out Boy Reyes. No doubt. Salute CJ Rich. But go ahead, Coach Marcus. You about to say something if you remember. I don't know.
No, I was just saying I think he wears it well, man. And it was just, I think it's gonna suit him. I think that 147 is gonna suit him very well. Like I said, get in there, establish yourself. He can become the man there, and then as they can, the other ones, the lower weight guys come up, that he's reigning supreme there, and he's the guy, and everybody's battling to get to him.
What I was going to say is that when I saw the knockout, and I don't know if you might agree, and I love this dude. It reminded me of when Zab got knocked out. He had that look on his face when he, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, he didn't know where he was at, and it's like he was ready, but then the ref was like, nah, it's over.
Yeah, you talking about Zab and Kasazu, yeah. That was a nasty knockout, man. He got him out of there, and I'm looking forward to see what he does at 147, without a doubt, man. So what about this whole? I never got to talk to anybody on this panel about this. So Ryan Garcia versus Mario Barrios. You know what I'm saying? Where are we? I'm going to tell you straight up. I'm tired of the WBC and the way they carry it, bro. I don't like that nonsense, bro. It don't make no sense. This man went from being on a ban list, just lost against Rolly Romero, bro, and you're going to walk him right into a championship fight, and you already had him on a ban list. This man does not have a victory at 147. He doesn't have a win at 147, bro. He has, on top of that, he has a loss at 147. How does this guy end up in a WBC title match on the back end of that, bro? What are we talking about here? And I know it's about money, but still.
Why isn't he even rematching Rolly? That's crazy.
Well,
get that back.
Yeah, the thing again, Clay, and we've talked about this over and over and over again, that the only good thing about Ryan Garcia fighting Mario Barrios is that block of boxing is so non-mainstream. I mean, the only mainstream name there is Ryan Garcia, that most casual people just don't know any better. So if you tell them Ryan Garcia deserves a world title shot, most people don't even really know. Now, to us who do pay attention, who are the aficionados of the sport, and we're watching it, it's insulting, right? We're insulted by it. And this is an opportunity. If Turkey really does, and I hope that Turkey gets involved, this is the perfect opportunity for USA Boxing to be involved in a big way, for Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis to put on, for the first time, 5v5 or 7v7 Matchroom versus Golden Boy. Showcase your best versus best in America. And now let me see Ryan Garcia for Golden Boy against one of now that, to me, I wouldn't be mad if Matchroom said, hey, we're gonna have Lewis Crocker do a voluntary defense against Golden Boy's Ryan Garcia. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. You know, the IBF allows a voluntary, and they want to do 7 versus 7 or 5 versus 5. I'll buy that. Sure. On the undercard of Boots versus Virgil, sure, why not, right? But to tell me as an educated person, oh, well, Ryan Garcia deserves a title shot against Mario Barrios. That's where I feel like you're just insulting me, man. Just don't insult me. Just tell me what it really is, and then I'll be fine.
I mean,
Yeah.
you want us to respect the belt, but
He's getting a title shot after a title shot. After
that's crazy.
a title shot that was made up, right? That the WBA wanted to get involved in the big conversation to make some money and gave Rolly Romero and Ryan Garcia an opportunity to fight for a title that didn't even exist.
But to make it worse, coming off of
a
steroid suspension and fine and overturned.
You banned him out of your sanctioning body for playing games with. You banned him and recognized the nonsense, and you took off the ban and gave him a title shot.
Right. A title shot.
You didn't put him in the sanctioning body, like make him number 5 or 4 and make him fight for it. You just gave him a shot.
But look what they did to David Benavidez. And look what they're doing with Ryan Garcia. It's just ugly, bro.
Yep.
It's just ugly, bro. This is why boxing is viewed as a joke.
Let me ask you guys this real quick. And I was just wondering, did they suspend Keyshawn?
Yeah.
Was he suspended? I thought he took some time off for himself. Did they suspend him?
We never knew because Top Rank lost theirs.
Wait, you talking about for what just recently happened? Or you talking about
the whole jumping him to back and the whole bit. Yeah.
I know they cut his brother. I know his brother. I know what's the name? The Top Rank dropped his brother.
Keon.
Yeah. But did they suspend him? I know he said he was taking
some time off. Keon?
Yeah, Keon.
I think he just
the youngest when they
took time off.
Yeah.
I think he just took time off.
Yeah, they dropped the youngest one. He's a free agent now.
Yeah, Keon's not there no more.
Yeah. See, so my thing is, did they suspend him? Did boxing suspend him? So he said he was taking time off for himself. So if you took a year off and then you decide to come back, where's the suspension for what you did?
I don't think they ever suspended him.
Yeah, they never. But if they did, we wouldn't know because they lost their subscription, right? So there was nothing like the whole Top Rank situation just went like tank, right? Like just underground. Yeah. So we don't know what's going on over there, like with nothing other than their fighters fighting on other networks and
just
I was like even think like the Inoue situation, like there was no promotion. Nothing, just like, yo, bro, gonna fight on Facebook. Huh? Like, it was nothing.
The Top Rank situation right now is making me nervous. For the first time since they left ESPN. I wasn't nervous at all. I just had so much faith in Bob Arum's experience in that team, and I feel like I feel like Top Rank has one of the best rosters in boxing. They do the best job with the fighters, but what in the world is going on with that network deal that they need? What is going on over there?
They don't have it, bro. They again, it goes back to what I said to people at the PBC that got mad at me, right? When I said I was telling them when Showtime got out, and everybody I talked to that was over there, I was like, bro, just go to the zone. Oh, we got this Netflix interview. We got this. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Go put your feet on solid ground and then worry about reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, I think the idea of fighters needing to be active makes it to where you guys don't have room. Because you're playing with people's careers. You're playing with fighters' livelihoods, bro. So while you're experimenting, I think that's the most important thing, speaking to as far as inventing the wheel. Don't do that. Do it and take into consideration the fighters who are going to benefit or lose on the other side. Because one thing about this PBC Amazon deal that I can't stand, and even Erickson Lubin arguably suffered from this. Thank God he was at least able to go to Pro Box and make some fights happen for himself. But this inactivity has destroyed some fighters. I think inactivity hurt Caleb. I think it hurt Caleb Plant. I think inactivity destroyed that man. That man was arguably the top guy at 168 outside of a Canelo Alvarez and maybe a Jaime Munguia. You know what I'm saying? Possibly. Like, he was the guy, and he just sat there and did nothing. And then we saw him get in the ring with Trevor McCumbee and get put on his pockets. Then he had to take it. He won that fight, thank God, came back, stopped McCumbee because McCumbee just wasn't built like that. Then he gets a fight with Armando Resendez, and he just doesn't, he looks like a shell of himself in that ring with Armando Resendez, bro.
Right.
And where you got to look at the activity. You got to look at the activity, and they're killing their fighters in their roster with that. You know what I mean? Look at Stephen Fulton, bro. I think Stephen Fulton, bro, go to Matchroom, go to Eddie Hearn, bro. Go leave, bro. They're killing you over there at the PBC, bro. I don't care what nobody says, bro. And then with Tank Davis doing this, and now he's got to take the fight, move his dates, and bop. Now, I mean, they found another spot to go on, but at the end of the day, more importantly, bro, you need to be active, bro. Him getting sat down by Carlos Castro, inactivity, bro. Inactivity, bro, in that fight. You know what I'm saying? And Top Rank right now, you know, the Abdul.
They got a fight in Mexico next week.
They're finding a way to do it, but they're making the fighters active. But once again, Tubi and all these other platforms, Facebook, you know what I'm saying? And they're telling you to go.
Just trying to reinvent the wheel instead of just going to the zone, bro. Just concede and be like, yo, bro, listen, man, I got to live with you for a little while until I get my own spot.
Right.
It just, bro, you trying to, because I could build this igloo or this hut and I could do, no, it's cold.
Right.
I mean, even let me ask you guys this. Even with the Xander Zayas versus Abbas Baru allegedly already being signed, and it's what's next. So what TV program are we supposed to be able to see that on? Does anyone know?
I mean, it's at the end of January. I'm hoping that 2026 is a rollout for them, that they're doing this on purpose, that in 2026, they're going to be like, yo, we got the biggest deal in the world with Netflix or Amazon or DAZN. And I don't know. I'm hoping that that's what's happening and that they're not going into 2026 moving like this. Because if I got to watch Xander Zayas and Abbas Baharu fight on Facebook, I might throw up in the back of my mouth.
Let me ask you a question, though. What y'all think about it being on Tubi, though?
I mean,
I as long as you tell me where to watch it, Blue, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care.
I think it's crazy. I mean, Tubi's been on my television forever. I've never opened it, not one time. It's an app.
Open Tubi. Just when I see people put up clips from Tubi on Instagram and stuff, I just be like, yo, bro, how? Like, I don't get it. Like,
yeah, bro, but I'll watch it. I'll go there and watch it. That's what you guys. I gotta catch the fights, but I don't know what the rest of the boxing space is gonna do. I don't know how the viewership is gonna be on there. I don't know that that's gonna benefit you. Me, I'm a stupid ass boxing fan, so I'll be here on my Tubi watching the fights. You know what I'm saying? I can't promise everybody else is gonna do that.
You can't go to places like who is that? BLK Prime. I mean, you can't go to places like that.
Yeah. Bro, it's just, it's like, bro, it just boxing is diabolical, bro. Let's just keep it 100.
Yeah, well, what I was gonna say, Blue, is that this when me and Clay have had this conversation on ATV Combat Media, and it sounds like I'm trying to tell people that Dana's this amazing person, right? In terms of promotional. My whole point as to why his actual model is gonna work is everyone said the UFC was not going to make it. And all Dana had to do was give it out accessible to people. And ESPN kept running replays of the old ones over and over and over again. And it took 5 years. And the American public is like, oh, yeah, man, UFC, right? And then now you start hearing basketball comedy. You're listening to Inside the NBA and Shaq's talking about MMA, right? And that's where boxing has lacked, is during, like what Coach Marcus said, during the Fox Sports era with PBC, that didn't happen. So now here's Dana, and what did he say, Clay? He said, give me about 5 years, right? And what he's talking about is 5 years from now, Zuffa Boxing will be a name that people in the United States of America will recognize as what boxing is. Oh, hey, man, they're not going to say, did you see Tuesday Night Fights? Just like they don't say, did you see Tuesday Night Contender Series? All they say is, did you see the Contender Series? Right? Because everybody knows it's on a Tuesday night. So it's the same thing. They're going to say in 2026, by the end of 2026, I'll guarantee that a good number of casual American sports fans, I'm not talking about boxing fans, I'm talking about casual American sports fans looking for content, will be like, hey, man, I don't know who that Russian guy against that Uzbeki guy was, but did you see that Zuffa boxing fight that happened, man? And that's what it'll be. And if you do 4 years straight of that, by the 5th year, I don't know, Eddie. You might need to pick up your game, bro. You might lose this one.
I got one to add to that. I'm going to tell you right now, Dana going to make that slap show pop. And people, he's going to make it pop. And the reason I'm bringing that up is to let you know that Dana is beyond what Dana's doing, and what he's going to do with Zuffa boxing is beyond stars. He's found a way to make events more important than who's on the events, damn near, if that makes any sense, right? Like when you watch a UFC fight, pay attention, bro. The building is packed from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? All the way to the end. People aren't just there for the fights. They're there for the experience, for the atmosphere. It's electric. It's crazy. I want to be in the building. You're going to see the same thing happen with Zuffa. It's going to be packed out buildings with people who are going to be wilding out to see the laser beams, to see the new technology, to see all the energy. And there's some fights on. There's a bunch of fights. There's a bunch of fights going on as well.
And let me say this too, Clay, and you know that I know this, obviously, right? We've talked about this before. But if you guys, I don't know if you have Blue or if you have Coach Marcus been and watched a live UFC event, okay? They do, if you're a part of the week production, they do so many storytellings from the very first fight. So the very first fight has its own little package. And then when you're there live and you're sitting, the first fight feels like it's the main event because they do the music, dun, 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 kind of like in Pride, right? They do the Pride music, and then they put out this person, blah, 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 and this person, blah, blah, blah. We're going to watch this person against this person next. And then it goes to music where they have their DJ that they've had for 15 years. They go cue music, cue lights, and then it goes entrance, and then they do the next fight like that, the next fight like that. So even though you're watching 15 fights, it feels like it moved fast. It didn't feel like it dragged on. It just was like, oh shit, we're at the main event already. So that's why everybody's watching versus the insulting card we kind of got to watch tonight, which was we know who's going to win and we know who's going to lose.
Yeah, nasty work, bro. Yeah. I've never been to a UFC event, but the crowd, they have like a hockey / college football crowd.
They are.
Yes.
They are.
Yes.
It's like,
yes.
It's like, have you been to
and
a
it's
soccer,
very international. It doesn't matter if it's in Philly.
Soccer.
Doesn't matter if it's in Atlanta. It's international.
Yeah, soccer's like that. You hit a soccer event. Soccer events are like that. It's like just totally different from football, baseball, basketball. It's its own thing. It's so energetic.
Right. It's like when you go boxing, the difference between boxing, and I say this to people all the time, it's equivalent to when you watch, if you go to college football in person, right? And
Virgil team bringing up Smith.
Virgil team bringing up. Oh yeah. Well,
no! Stop it!
Well, we heard what his father said yesterday with nasty work. Yeah. And then we heard what Oscar said. The fact that Oscar tonight stood there in the ring and said, he told us what we want. He said, it's up to Virgil. This is what Virgil wants. This is what we want.
Which was nonsense because Virgil wants that because Virgil was in there. You just watched that face off, and he also said, we hold all the cards. Virgil holds all the cards. We're gonna see. We're gonna negotiate. We're gonna.
But remember, it gives me the same vibes. Remember when Erislandy Lara pressed Canelo at the press conference, and Canelo was offended and like, bro, what? I'm not afraid of you. Who are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, make it happen next. It gotta happen. Remember, Canelo said that. It gotta happen next. You insulted me, bro. In my moment. What did Virgil say tonight? It got to happen,
Havanix.
right? Because you insulting me right now.
Mhm.
And what did Oscar say? He told Laura, man, get on out of here, man. We don't want this fight. We got other plans. It's the same thing he doing with Virgil.
Mhm.
And ultimately, what he told us is this: we don't like that style matchup. Oscar's not a fool, right? Oscar knows boxing through and through. Never mind the antics. People get caught up in the fishnets and the
heels and shit.
rehabs
Right.
and people confuse that with legit. Oscar could be. You can make a case he's the greatest Mexican fighter ever.
Absolutely. He's definitely on a top 10 list.
Yeah,
for sure.
And all of that gets overshadowed. It's just like Roy Jones, right? People forget how great he was because the lasting memories we have of him getting knocked out, falling face down, getting brutally knocked out by Glenn Johnson, getting knocked out by
bro. Broke my heart, bro. Killed me.
I mean,
bro.
he started fighting dudes, and we like, who is this dude he fighting? And he get knocked out by this dude, and it's like the aura. It was like, bro. It was like
that was a Trey Towers going down for me, bro.
It was
watching him go down. Watching Trey Towers come down, bro. It was
like Superman was in the. It was like Superman was in the ring, and the crowd was just throwing sticks of kryptonite at him. Just like tomatoes. Just
killed me, bro.
It just his whole. And now to make it worse, and not to make this about Roy Jones, but to make it worse, his era of being a trainer is making it worse. Because
Ujo talking about him tonight. I asked, I don't know if you heard me, Coach. I was like, yo, what do we think about Roy as a trainer? Because it's not a good look. It's not looking good at all for him right there.
No, and so because here's the thing, right? Great athletes like himself they cannot, no matter how much they try, they cannot tap into the fundamentals. They can't do it. Michael Jordan is terrible at scouting talent. He looks through talent, everything through his lenses. You can't see the game
because it was natural to him. So the thing is, like Roy was just Roy. You were a freak of nature, and the thing, and really, like when you start looking at boxing, things that Roy did, you tell fighters not to do.
Bro,
you know what I'm saying?
Roy, when I had Roy on, right? He got offended. He got mad at me. Remember that, Clay? He said,
"Yeah."
I said, Roy, you was the greatest athlete. He said, No, I wasn't. I was technical. Well, people always say that, and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna argue.
Exactly, I'm not gonna do that.
I'm pretty sure you know that the whole world think the first thing you think of Roy Jones is athletic ability, not technical.
Right? I think Roy had abilities that he didn't show us because he got away with having so much fun. And I have a hard time believing that
he could have been technical. He just didn't
have it up here. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't understand what it was.
Just so gifted. Above, it's like Dion, right? Dion can do stuff at corner, get down the way he would get in his stands, and just things he would do is just like, bro, your speed makes up for you to be able to make mistakes.
Right.
Like, you wouldn't teach that to nobody. So when Dion was arguing with Ashanti Samuel, like, no, this is the best way to do it. No, that's the best way for you. If I don't have a full
God-given talent like that,
bro, I can't turn and run with everybody. I can't do that. I can't stand in my stance the way you are and risk making a mistake because I can't make up for it like you did.
Yeah, you can recover.
You can recover. You know what I'm saying? It's like, again, somebody else they can't get right? And they always going back, Shaq. Right. Bro, you was the most dominant person in the paint, but all he told, man, you supposed to get 20 and 10. Shaq, you was getting 20 and 10 because people was just bouncing off you.
Yeah, because you're Shaq.
Right. He changed the rules. Changed the rules.
Right? Man, you supposed to, bruh, everybody can't do that. And that's Roy Jones's problem, right? Roy Jones has an issue because the difference between Roy and Floyd Mayweather is Floyd Mayweather was obsessed with being technical.
Right.
Yep. He was obsessed with being technical. There's the difference. So
Yeah.
when Floyd teaches fighters, young fighters, right? He's teaching you solely from a tech. He ain't talking about, you don't think Floyd Mayweather and talk about his hand speed and his reflexes. We talk about his technical abilities.
Airtight.
Yeah,
Airtight.
airtight.
Because
Yep.
and let's be real, Floyd could have won majority of them fights just off his athletic ability.
True.
But he was so technically
Made it look easy.
anal,
Yeah.
right?
Made it look easy.
He just
Yeah.
made it, yeah. So he can teach you technique, right? Now I don't know how much you can pick up on it, because again, his ability to absorb what and pick up what people is putting down is different as well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, right, Oscar De La Hoya he gets overlooked for the antics, and I think people forget how great he was as a fighter. So when Oscar is one of the people that can actually scout talent, right? Because Oscar was technically sound, right? And so Oscar is somebody who he looks at fights. He can't say it because he's your promoter, right? But he looks at fights, and you can see on Oscar's face, he's like, yeah, no, I don't really want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, Oscar don't want to do it. He don't want
He was indifferent. Like, it pissed me off. And I made sure I put it on mute so I could listen to it, because I knew he was going to do that. And when that mic got in front of him, I said, hold on, let me put everybody on pause. I knew he was going to hate on this fight, bro. In his own way, I knew it was coming out, and it came out with that fake ass smile. Yeah. Meanwhile, in his mind, he's like, hell no, bro. I don't know why Virgil's sitting there running his mouth like that and even entertain that face off, bro. We ain't trying to do that next.
Because you know why, Clay? Oscar doing his job. Oscar know better.
Right.
Yeah.
Even
Oscar
when
knows better.
even when he
Oscar
did
like, yo, listen, bro, I'm trying to get you to a belt. Let me make you a champion first.
right, because even
Let
when
me
he
make me some more money.
Right.
that's it. Because even when he spoke to the host, and he was talking to him, and he was like, "Me and Eddie are gonna get in the phone booth," and he threw it there. See, I picked up on it. We're gonna get in the phone booth, and whoever walks out, and it was just like a propaganda.
See what happened with Oscar.
100%, coach. 100%. He's looking at this fight the same way he looked at Ryan Garcia when Ryan tried to make the Tank fight. He's like, please don't do this. Let me do my job. That man is going to hurt you, bro. I need you. If this fight happens, it needs at least happen at 140 at a minimum. And we want you to get a title for the love of God and build up your brand. This dude is going to derail you, bro. You will not recover from this. And he's feeling the same way about Virgil. They almost lost Virgil, guys. They almost lost him, dog. Bad weight cuts. His career almost ended. The man almost died, bro. Oscar De La Hoya is in a delicate spot right now, because however you guys want to look at it, Dana White got these niggas shook, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dana White got them shook, and they're trying to compete. Whereas, like Eddie Hearn, I love Eddie Hearn, because Eddie Hearn's like, yeah. Remember Eddie Murphy, Raw? When he got punched in the face, and he said he turned around and he said, this dude looked at me like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Eddie Hearn got punched in his face and said, I want that smoke. Oscar is trying to get the whole boxing game to turn on Dana White. Yo, what is he doing? He's messing up boxing. He's scared, bro. And right now, Virgil, Floyd Schofield, I'm trying to think of the handful of fighters that I know he don't want to play around with. He don't want to put them dudes on the chopping block. He has a handful, and Virgil's probably the top one.
Yeah, because he sees Styles make fights, right? And he sees what we see, man. With Serha Boachuk, even tonight with the little sample we had with Lubin, you can see if Lubin was able to keep the fight in the center of the ring and box, he kept backing himself up to the ropes, as he did against Jesus Ramos, right?
Just like Jesus Ramos Blues, just like Jesus.
Just like the Jesus Ramos fight. So, again, you can see where Jaron Ennis can flourish. You can see it clear as day. Now, the thing about it is Boots going to stand in exchange and stay in the pocket and give Virgil opportunity, because Virgil ain't he ain't Stanionis. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
punching on a whole different level.
Punching on a whole different level
earlier.
and he's
The fact
bigger.
that he got hit so much at 147. He got hit too much, bro. People always said we was hating Blue. I remember when me and you were talking about it when he did that with David Avanesian. And
Exactly.
off the back end of a victory, we were like, that man's getting punched too much. Oh God, what do y'all want, bro?
What do y'all
You
want?
know, probably like, I'm telling you, that man can't do that at 154, bro. And we're creatures of habits, bro. What we do most of the time is what we do all of the time. And if Boots don't start showing us that he can be more defensively responsible, even shout out to my brother Angelo Reyes, who called it out and said he took a wild chance against Usama Lima. He did. The uppercut was beautiful, but that left hand was right there. Like, it was either he was going to connect or Usama Lima was going to connect. And I love it. It's entertaining. As a boxing fan, I was excited to watch it, but it's still something for Virgil Ortiz. It's still something for a big puncher to take advantage of. And eventually you're going to run into something bad, bro, if you don't start to become more responsible with that shit.
Jamel Charlo was just asked about.
Let me chop in.
Hold up. Jamel Charlo was just asked about the fight. And he said, man, they both fucking suck, and walked off.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Charlo ain't for these guys, man. He's I'm not saying he washed up, but he got to prove himself and get back in the ring. As far as you guys talking about Oscar, this is not the first time we've seen this in recent time. We talked about Ryan Garcia, but there was more recent than that when it was on the 5 versus 5 card, right? And we seen Oscar get questioned about Zepeda making that fight with Shakur, and I believe Virgil was being asked to make another fight with I believe it was Bud Crawford. And at that time, he was like, yeah, we'll do it. But you could see the grimace on his face. You could see the disgust that he don't want that type of fight. He don't want his fighters in those type of fights. And of course, those fights ended up getting made, and everything that he thought why he was avoiding those fights was the reason why he tried to avoid them then. And this is the same thing of him trying to avoid it now. So when he said we got to go back and talk about it, as y'all just mentioned, he's not looking to make this fight. He knows why. In a puncher's chance, in a perfect world, Virgil has every chance in the world. I still think he has a chance. He's a boxer. He's a fighter. One punch is all it takes. But at the same time, bro, Oscar knows what he knows. And Blue, you hit the nail on the head, man. He's a good scout. He knows what he's looking at. He watches all the fighters. He knows what the weaknesses of his fighters. He knows what the restrictions are. And I do want to correct you, though. He is Mexican American. They didn't accept him for a while over there as a Mexican fighter. It took a long time for him to gain that grace. But, I'll give it to him. I really man.
Yo, guys, listen, man. It's about that time for me, bro. It's 7. I've been on 7 hours and 15 minutes, bro.
Right.
I've been covering these prelims, man. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, bro.
We'll be up tomorrow. I'm going up tomorrow to probably do a decent recap on everything that's going on right now. Let's see what ends up happening, man. Great ending. Shout out to Jerron Boots Ennis. Salute. He did something I've been wanting to see him do for a while, and that was powerful, bro. To see him in there facing off against Virgil Ortiz, speaking to the business of boxing. Him and Eddie Hearn are like a great team, bro. I love how Eddie's moving with him, taking him to the event, being in the ring with him. I'm just excited about the future.
Virgil looked a little scared to me, man.
Virgil looked what it was and Eddie's a genius. He put everybody on the spot, and Virgil had to deal with it. I'm telling you, the way Virgil responded, Oscar was like, "Please don't tell this guy he's next. Please, just wait." Tell him, hold on. Right. What are you doing? And when he's like, we gotta fight next, I was like, when that man said we gotta fight next, I was like, you're cooked. You're cooked.
That's it, bro.
Yeah. In all honesty, the only move that Oscar really has is if Turkey doesn't get involved. My opinion is I think Virgil would destroy Fundura anyways, and Virgil has the rightful mandatory chance to fight for the WBC. So, that's a PBC Golden Boy type deal. Virgil becomes the WBC champion, and Boots will probably fight the winner of Bakram Kelly because Eddie Hearn's the one putting the money up for Bakram versus Kelly. So this could be one of those Pacquiao Mayweather scenarios where it didn't happen in 2010, so we got to wait it out just a little bit longer. But yeah, no, you're right, Blue. I think there's a lot of scaredness happening now.
Yeah, my only issue, because a part of me, to be real, a part of me would, I'm being 1,000% honest. 50% of me wants to see Virgil fight Fedora, Keith Thurman winning next, and Boots fight Bakram next, right? And then each other in the unification. But the problem is that 54 is so scary that
you're risking the fight.
Neither one of them might not happen. Both might lose.
But here's the thing, right?
One of them might lose. Just one of them would just be like, oh God.
Yeah, here's the thing with that, right? Well, you said you said it right though. He did look scared because you know why? Reality kicked in. He didn't realize Boots was, and I tried to tell you. You said he 5'10". If Virgil 5'10", there's no way Boots is 5'10". Man, this dude looked like he was like 6'1" in that ring. Like I told you, I said that might have been the he might have had the butters on or something that made him taller. But at the same time, he's seen the difference in height, the difference in size. He was like, yo, this.
Yeah, he had like
He looked at him. He was like, "This is not a junior middleweight. This is a heavyweight. What are we doing?" You know what I mean? Like he had that look in his eyes, and I seen it. So it is what it is, man. Like at the end of the day, man, I'm about to head back to work, fellas. I'm landing the plane. Salute, Clay. Good show. I've been watching. I've been peeping. Blue, keep it up. And Blue, if you got something next for BLK Prime, you know what I mean? Let us know. Keep us on the lookout on that. Everybody else, catch you later.
I might tap back in, man, and get, you know what I'm saying? The door's wide open.
Yeah, man. Opportunities there for some kind of boxing organization to build.
Blue, hold on. I don't do no promoting, but we got a fight next weekend down in Atlantic City. Clay, I don't know if you're going or not, but my cousin,
I might make that happen. You talking about with Josiah?
Yeah, Blue, come down and check him out, man. Maybe get him a fight on your card.
Oh, next weekend?
Yeah, in AC.
In Atlantic City, Josiah Kirk. You know who he is, right?
Kirkpatrick.
Yeah. Oh, I think I might pull up to that. Clay,
I might too. Yeah, I think I am going to pull up. I'm going to be real with you. I think I am
pulling up. Hey, keep in mind, Cam's fighting November 22nd, same day as
cool.
Where's
Miami? He's in Miami.
Everybody knows who Coach is.
Oh yeah.
Hey, which card is it on, Coach Marcus?
On that next level promotions, and so he's down in Miami. So yeah, cool. So we just locking everything in at November 22nd.
So you don't have to answer this. You can give us a media answer if you want, Coach Marcus. But if Zuffa Boxing approached you about Cam, and we're talking now CBS, Paramount, it'll be a 4-fight type deal. I believe their minimums, depending on if you're doing 6-rounders or 8-rounders, are a certain amount, but you are guaranteed that over the course of that. On top of Coach Cam, you will get a chance to use the UFC PI. They're going to cover all your nutrition. They're going to cover all your. Would you, as his dad and his coach, consider it?
If you're like me,
I would. We've had someone reach out, so we and giving us kind of like the preliminaries of everything. So we would consider it. Really would. I think it's good for the sport. Really
yes,
because it gives, because everything's so in flux right now. You don't know where PBC is, where Top Rank is, everything's in flux right now, and it'll be good to have something that you can
structure,
have a foundation,
yes,
and build some structure off of, and then go from there. And then you can kind of branch out when other things kind of settle in, but it gives you at least something to be seen, to get fights, because I tell you right now, it's hell matching Cam up. It is
yes.
hell.
And I brought that up, Coach Marcus, and I'm glad you're answering it so honestly, because Zuffa Boxing is designed for fighters like Cam. Because Coach Marcus isn't so rich that he can just pay these opponents to fight his son. So now he needs an organization who's going to be like the way. And again, I'm speaking because Clay, I know how that works. All they're going to do with you, Coach Marcus, is they're going to go, "Hey, Coach Marcus, so we have this fight. It's in March. And it's against blank. Do you want to take it? Yes or no?" And then Coach Marcus is the type of person who has his son training all the time, and he's going to go, "Absolutely." And then what's going to happen is Zuffa Boxing is going to go, "Check on Coach Marcus. He's great to work with." Let's
That's
keep
it.
him around and let's make sure we up his pay. And then they're going to give him the little extra checks on the outside. They're going to be like, hey, Coach Cam, that was a great fight by or Coach Marcus, that was a great fight by Cam. Here's just a little, some from Toyo Tires came in and we just want to hand you this. And by the way, does Cam want to do a Toyo Tires commercial in the
Correct.
future? Like that's
That's it.
how that organization works.
And it's that segue to Turkey.
Yes.
And
it's a segue to Turkey.
That's it. So
Yeah.
Blue,
yeah.
you still working? Blue, are you still working with BOK or?
You're on mute, Blue.
You're muted, Blue. You're muted. I can unmute you if you.
I haven't been tapped in for a minute.
Yeah,
but I still got a relationship with them. Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Yeah, you tell them yeah. They need to holler at me.
Oh, for sure.
I think the truth of the matter is also when it comes to that Zuffa situation, I agree with you 100%. Ray, is that it's designed for fighters like Cam. Cam will probably excel in that. He probably become a champion in that situation. He's going to get to a point to where as a champion, I think they gave like a mock model, but I think it was like 750.
It was like 500,000, I think for.
No, I think it's 750, like 700.
Oh, it's 750. Okay,
right.
If you guys know anybody there, hey, you can put a word in. Hey, just do that as well. But we've been kind of reached out and let us know the model of it. But if anybody has any back end dealings, or anybody that knows, like, okay, just say.
Right.
Yeah, no.
What's going to happen is they're going to build up. What would happen is that they're going to build him up to the point to where the question is going to come up. And I was talking about this earlier today is, can Zuffa boxing produce a unified or an undisputed champion? People got caught up in that. But people got caught up in the idea of what I was saying, because what came up in their mind is, they're not working with the sanction bodies. No, what I'm saying is, when it's all said and done, if a fighter who's fought for Zuffa boxing moves on from Zuffa boxing and goes, let's say, to the Ring magazine and works with Turkey, and he's competing for these titles, if he becomes a champion, a unified or undisputed champion, will Zuffa boxing get the recognition for, we developed him? He was in our system. We built him up to the point to where we gave him the activity. We gave him the competition. He was ready. When he went over into that space, he was ready to fight top 10 fighters. He wasn't no prospect. You know what I'm saying? He was ready. And now he's a champion. Will Zuffa boxing get the credit for producing world champions?
They should. It's no different than these smaller promotion companies that get you on these DAZN cards or PBC cards and things of that sort. And if you get signed, they basically just pass you off, and then now they go to younger fighters and say, hey, look, we did Cam this way and got him signed through so and so. We have relationships here. We can get you in these doors. It's the same thing,
Yep.
But I think they're more solid. I think their foundation, what they're coming in, is just more solid and more apt to move these fighters on to the next level.
Yeah, big production, big following. Building Instagrams, you know what I'm saying? If Cam goes into a situation like that and ends up walking away with 750,000 followers on Instagram and people screaming out, now he's coming to the table like, I make big fights. What are you talking about? If I'm in a fight, I'm packing out the stadium. They're coming to see me. They've been coming to see me at Zuffa when we were packing out 20,000, 30,000 people in the building. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was sweating me. I was getting that production on that big screen, walking out to crazy smoke blowing up all around me and, and walking down into it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm bringing that to the table. What does your fighter bring to the table? Is he doing that? Because last time I seen you had him in a 5,000 square, 5,000 person arena, and he's a champion and everything like that. But look at Ryan Garcia, right? That proves already that the money and the infamy and the popularity carries into the conversation of championship fights and into packing out arenas and obviously into negotiations for money and things of that nature.
Right. And I was going to say too, Coach Marcus, because you hadn't really gotten a chance to work with that group before, but I think where people get thrown off with how they do things, and then the people who will talk against it, the way essentially the UFC or the Zuffa company works is, if you take a chance on them, then they'll take a chance on you. Right. But it's not, because someone told me Cam was good, I'm going to take a chance on Cam. It's okay, Cam, are you really that good? Okay, great. There's this other kid who's saying he's good too. So we're going to start you at this level. And then Cam beats the hell out of him. Right away, those same ownership group goes, oh yeah, no, Cam's going to be the next one. So now let's talk to Coach Marcus about his activity. Hey, Coach Marcus, so we're thinking about having Cam fight another 3 more fights over the next X months. Do you think you can get him ready for that? And then if you say, yes, I can, then all you're going to get is a phone call, man. They're going to go, you're fighting on this date, on this location, and here's the opponent's name. Go do you, and then that's it. And then hands are washed, and that's that. And then when it comes to after your second fight, they'll renew you. They'll already talk to you about renewing if Cam looks great, right? Like that's where the 4 fights come in. They guarantee you the 4, knowing that if they're just really just paying attention. And I'll also say that if you take advantage, Coach Marcus, of get the flights to come to Vegas, go train at the UFC Performance and UFC PI, get to know those trainers, get to know those nutritionists, go ahead and get to know the people that matter. Essentially, as long as all they see is you and Cam working, they're going to be like, yeah, those are horses. And those guys we could set up for fights all the time. They're never going to complain. They're never going to say, oh, that guy's too tall, or, and that's the problem with what we're dealing with boxing right now. We're always dealing with matchmaking being hard versus in Zuffa's way, they matchmake. They're like, they just call you and say, do you want to do it? Because your pay's the same right now, but your pay will change.
That's the thing.
If you continue to do. And by the way, I say that, Clay, to say that it's not even about the winning and the losing more than it is about the performing. If you're Nate Diaz and you're performing, they don't care that you lost. They cared that you performed and that everybody wants to see you fight again. There are fighters like that. They want performance.
Because it's about the events. It's about the experience. It's about the events. It's about keeping the crowds intrigued and dialed in. It's going to be a different energy. And I sit back and it's so funny. 2 years into this.
Hold on, Clay. I got to get out of here, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Mark, Coach Mark, hit me up on the gram.
I got you. We'll talk,
and I'll put you in contact with him.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks, Lou.
Salute, Blue.
No doubt, family.
Salute, family.
Hey, man, appreciate y'all. Clay, hit me up tomorrow.
Yes, for sure. That's a fact.
Well, today.
Later today, right?
Yeah, hit me up so we could do the recap show.
Yes, sir. That matter. Say less. Yep.
All right. I appreciate y'all, man.
Yes, salute. Thank you, bro.
Salute. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's been 2 years on this content creation space journey for me, right? And I started off, as a nobody, right? But and still, who knows? I'm pretty much a damn nobody right now, right? But at the end of the day, one thing I was hated for was speaking truth to the reality of where we are today. I feel like a lot of my takes aged like wine because the people just weren't able to be honest with themselves, and they wanted some miracle to happen, and they didn't want to hear the logic and the practicality behind. No, this entity's coming here with a lot of money, with big plans to do things in the future with their whole entire country around sports entertainment. If the promoters in America don't come together, you know what I'm saying, and start to put fights together the right way and represent boxing in the right way, and they continue to play these across the street politics, they will lose boxing.
And
the networks aren't even interested. Look, I don't know what's going on Top Rank right now, right? But I can tell you this right now. Dana, Turkey, they have a tried. That is what people want to be involved with. That is what Netflix wants to be involved with. They want to be involved with people who are not coming out like this, bro.
Hands out,
You feel me? They don't want to deal with that no more. And even the fighters don't want to deal with the damn upfront money and back end pay-per-view money. They don't want to do it. Canelo was like, fuck out of here. He almost left the PBC. Like, I want my guaranteed money. And he was the biggest pay-per-view number mover in the game. That's why Tank is mad. I don't give a damn what people say. I'm telling you right now, Tank thought he was going to get $35 to $40 million guaranteed to fight. That's why he was saying his deal was going to be better than Floyd Mayweather. And what did they say to him when it came time to make a fight? Here's a $5 million guarantee. Here's a $7 million guarantee. And we're going to give you money on the back end of pay-per-views that don't even sell anymore. He was like, I'm done with boxing, bro.
I don't think he wanted this Jake Paul fight.
Right.
I think it was put up to it. I think Floyd coming back and fighting Pacquiao, they're talking about, I think this is to help out the machine.
Right.
That's falling. This is to help out the machine. So they say you're gonna get 40 million. I don't think he's gonna get that 40 million. You're gonna make 40 million, but I think some of that's gonna go to the machine. We're just making sure you get the day and like, okay, but yeah, this is to help the machine out.
They're desperate right now, coach. They're reaching out to use any resource they can, any option they can to keep the dream alive while they continue to have board meetings once a month, trying to convince Amazon to double down more, to give us a budget. We can do more. And Amazon's like, bro, y'all not doing it like that right now without you're not convincing them. It's not working. It's 2 years of trying to convince Amazon to be your next Showtime. You will never get another Showtime, bro. It's over for that. You have a track record. Nobody's rocking with that no more. And Errol and them, you keep convincing them to sit there on the sideline talking about we almost there, we're close, and then you convince them to drop a little video or drop a little thing on Twitter, and everybody gets excited that Jamel's coming back, and then dudes ain't going nowhere, bro, because they're waiting on what like Javante and all of them have been waiting on. They're going to keep waiting, which is that big bag of money to come across the table to match 25 million he made to fight against Terrence Crawford, to match whatever amount of money he made to fight against Canelo Alvarez, to match whatever amount of money he made with Ryan Garcia. It's the same damn shit, bro. It's easy. Yeah. It is what it is at the end of the day. But anyway, guys, I want to land it there. I really appreciate you guys. You know, we can do this all night long. It's 7.5 hours. I appreciate you guys, but I got
you did your job, man. Thank you, man. And
yeah, good job, by the way, Clay. Everybody was complimenting you on how well you were doing the commentary. A lot of people were saying that's much better to listen to you than what was going on at the Zone, and I think that's a very important craft to have, right? Like you're building a story, but based from your periphery and your vision, and not necessarily what those guys on the Zone are doing. It always feels like they're trying to sell me on something.
Right.
Just call the fight how it is, man. Just call that the fight out.
I watched the fight. I watched the fight and muted it, but I was listening to you and I was communicating with you on that. So yeah, I'm just letting you know, like, I muted the fight, but watching it, but was, just tuning in.
Man, I appreciate it, man. That's motivating for me to hear that, bro. I love doing it, but it's great to hear people like you guys recognize it.
And we called it together, right? I think we were off one round, but then it came back. So like I think I gave him a round that you gave the other guy, and it was like they all equaled out.
Exactly what happened. Yeah, I gave him the last round. You didn't give him the last round. You gave him a round further up towards the middle. Because when you were 4-4, that's when I was at 5-3.
Yeah,
at that point, and that's when it came back full circle because I gave him the last rounds that put him at 5-5.
Great minds think alike.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Keep it up, bro. Keep it up.
Yes, sir. Until the next one, man. It's at ATP Combat Media. Guys, whoever's in the building, hit the like button before you leave out. Subscribe to the channel. Salute. Look out for the thumbnail tomorrow. We'll be doing an official recap in the regular boxing take show that we do. And until then, man, at this point, we out.